Okay, I'm just sending the link to a few people. Okay. Is that it? Is that it? All right. Hey, the watcher, man. Right now, I only play bullet chess. I play 1 minute chess, and man, I'm at like 1550 at 1 minute chess. Indigenous, indigenous. He be calling in when I'm asleep. He think he's slick. Yeah, so we got a Hebrew guest that's gonna hop on, give us his views on abortions. Then we got a Muslim, Orthodox Muslim, not DJ Focus, Farrakhan Muslim, Orthodox Muslim. He's gonna give his views on abortions. You dig? But this is what I do. You know, I try to be versatile in topics, especially controversial topics. I try not to just be stuck on, you know, some people stuck on certain things like religious debates, and things like that. I try to be, and I really try to be knowledgeable. I don't just do it for entertainment. I really try to be knowledgeable so I can have a voice when these things arise in my surroundings or my circles or any platform I have access to or any public space that I'm privy to. So I like to be informed as much as possible. That's why it's good. It's good to have the vaccine debate, the religious debate, the Big Bang, debate. It makes your voice valuable. Peace, pure black, and descent. So let me see where my guest is at. So I was asking like a lot of people on Facebook, in the Facebook chat, their views on abortions, and it's pretty mixed. It's mixed views. Not everybody is pro-life. Not everybody's pro-choice. It's a mixture, but they're not all. And the mixture is kind of balanced and is reasonable. Like I don't believe they believe it's a global plot just because. And that's the thing with. That's why they call them extremists. And with white folks, they call them like, I don't know, domestic terrorists, whatever name they got from black folks, they got black identity extremists, which is a perfect description on these people. And the extreme part is when you disagree with a way of life, you act like it's a global plot to attack your way of life and the things you stand for. That's what makes you extreme, right? And put in that category. Peace, Chauncey. Let's see. What they don't understand is that I know where their arguments come from. Like again, when I research, I'm different than most people. My name is Unbiased Sports. I'm unbiased. So I research both sides to see the validity in the argument and the side I disagree with, because I don't believe they're crazy. I believe they're going to make some points. But believe me, they're taking a white pro-choice side and don't even know it. Okay. Hey, Akachi, you know your camera on?
Say that again?
You know your camera on?
Oh, my camera's on. Okay.
Yeah. So if you want it on, it's fine. If you don't, then you can just turn it off.
Say that again?
I said, if you want it on, that's fine. If you don't, you just can turn it off.
Oh, okay.
All right. Anyway, so the hot topic has been abortion, right? The I guess you say pro-life versus pro-choice. And I had just got your thoughts on it in the Facebook chat messenger, and you gave me a little bit. So you mind repeating it for the viewers?
Right. So basically, I was saying, he asked me if I was for abortion, and I'm gonna say no. I'm not for abortion. I really think that's an immoral act. But I am undecided uh, on a woman's right to choose. I'm undecided on that because it is her body. It does affect her. I would say more than the father. So and there's health concerns for women, carrying children. So yeah, I'm undecided on a woman's right to choose. Uh, I would be in favor of it because of all the I just mentioned, but I'm against it because even though it does affect her body, I don't feel like it's her life she's taking, And then what about the father's right to choose? The father has no rights, so why do we allow the mother rights like that? So I don't know. I think that I would be okay with it as it stands now if fathers were given more rights. If dads were able to say, "Hey, I don't want this," and then opt out of the financial responsibility of having to support the child, then I wouldn't have a problem with it. Uh, outside of my own moral principles.
Okay. Now you said hold on, let me. Okay, so you said taking a life. Okay, so I guess that's when the debate starts. The debate starts on the thought of life. Okay, so do you believe life starts at conception?
Yes.
Right. So that will be the controversy there, because when people believe that, we can make the argument saying that you're basing your decision, right, on your belief. Like you're making your belief law at that point. Like, and I'm not saying you, I'm saying people believe that life starts at conception. So now they want to, not you, but now they want to pass laws based on their belief. So that's when it gets.
Food. No, go eat that food. You haven't eaten anything. Go eat that food.
So let me ask you this: are you pro death penalty?
Yes.
So you support the death penalty. So you don't mind a life being taken at that point.
Yes. No, I don't. No, I don't mind. I'm not opposed to killing. I am opposed to murder, but I am not opposed to killing. I think there's a time and a place for it.
Right. So the person that's on death row, how would you, Akachi, know that person's actually guilty that's about to be killed? Because their family and he himself, who's being marched to the chair or to the bed, the strap bed, he himself believes he's innocent. He believes he's being murdered.
You said he hasn't been hurt.
No, wait. It's probably. Give me 1 second because I got the microphone. I don't know what's going on with it. So let me go ahead and log in from my. Let me use my. I'm gonna go with my iPad and use that. Hold on. Give me 1 second. The microphone works better. And sometimes I actually call in, and with my phone to just be more mobile. If I could just.
No problem.
Sometimes when I hold this big old iPad throughout the whole house. So let me just type in this code real fast. So I just want to give you a different perspective on the death penalty and how those people, some people view that. Okay, because that's controversial. All right, so okay, so I was saying that when it comes to the death penalty, right, for those who support it, a lot of controversy come this way. The person who's being marched to that strap bed, they might possibly believe they're innocent and they're about to be murdered because they believe this killing is unjustifiable. Okay, and their loved ones and even their supporters might also believe that. Tookie Williams or whoever else, like they might believe, hey, I'm about to be murdered, and I'm innocent of the charges. Kind of similar, right? So it's kind of so for the people who are pro death penalty, they can be looked at as supporting murder in that case, right?
Right. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But the difference is the difference between the give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
How do I stop the pop-ups?
All right, sorry about that. Yeah, so the difference between the abortion issues and the death penalty is that usually the death penalty is implemented on adult people after a trial held by the community. So that there is a community input in that, so to speak. Even though I know, the town doesn't take a vote, or the city or the state or whoever puts this sentence to death doesn't actually, take a vote on it. But there is a level of community input on that decision to put this guy to death. And it's usually followed by a trial. So, with that in mind, the defendant or the person being sentenced to death has a chance to argue and make his case. If we consider the baby's life, the infant life, they haven't had that chance yet.
Okay, cool. Oh, go ahead, finish. I thought you were done.
Nah, that's about it. That sums it up. You can.
Okay, so let's compare that to abortions, right? So abortions, the court has took over from that, and the court, like the court in the case of the guy who's about to be put to death, the court decided it's a righteous kill. Well, the court has also ruled on abortions, and they have agreed that this is a righteous so-called kill, both ways.
I don't think that the court. I mean, well, yeah, you're exactly right. I just don't agree with the courts. The same way I might not agree with the courts on each specific, death sentence. And that's another thing. The courts don't examine and appeal to abort each individual child. They've just done it in general and said, okay, this is legal. woman's right to choose. Whereas the death penalty is on an individual basis. They have to examine the incident and hold a trial on each individual level.
Yeah, I get what you're saying with that. Okay, so you raised the argument that that the life inside of what you consider a life, the life that's inside of the mom, the woman can't argue or put a defense team for himself, correct? But the adult who's on trial for the heinous crime, they are afforded the right to do so, correct?
All right.
So, what are your feelings about people who are on life support and their relatives pulling the plug because that person is not in a position to get a defense attorney, right? So, are you for people pulling the life support plug, or do you think people should be in a vegetable state until they die naturally?
Once again, I think that's on an individual basis. And I've already, spoke to my family about this. And if I was ever in that, vegetative state, pull the plug. I would rather die than to live a certain way. Yeah, so I've already spoken to my family. I feel like that's an individual basis. That is something that should be, documented legally and left in a will. With the modern times that we live in, we have, that's an easy fix. We have, things set in place to answer those questions already. So that shouldn't be a legal concern. That's just a matter of a person being prepared for, what ifs. We all know we're gonna die at some point, and
Right.
right. So
let's go over that scenario. All right. So you're in a vegetable state, right? And you believe you should have the right to what happens to your body. Although at that point you're not in control of your body or in control of what happens to you, but you believe that you should have the right to decide what happens to your body.
Right.
Right. That's kind of similar to what happened to abortions. When a woman is impregnated,
leave it on the table. Y'all go play in the room.
When a woman becomes impregnated, she let's not they don't all go get abortion. Like some people actually have the kid, but some people feel like you. They feel like, you know what, like how you don't want to be a vegetable. They feel like they don't want to be.
Yeah, I understand where you're going with it, and I actually agree with you. Because the issue does involve a woman's right to her, her autonomy over her own body, and I believe that, what I'm saying. I'm glad I'm not a woman. I don't have to share my body with anyone. I don't want to. So I mean that is an issue. That's a concern. It does involve her body and it will affect her life. I don't know. It also affects someone else's life and someone else's body.
Yeah. So I'm assuming at this point, because this argument could go to different scenarios. So right now we're arguing that the mother is healthy, and there's no evidence of the potential life inside her is disabled or blind, or we're assuming that this is a natural person. If they decided to keep the baby is normal. So we're not going to extreme cases just yet. We're just dealing with regular pregnancies that a parent decides to go ahead and abort. Right. So I just want to put that out there. So in this case, right now you will be against regular healthy people who no rape, none of that crazy stuff, who is not going to die when they have the baby, when they give birth. You're just saying like you're opposed to, in some way, of people just having sex and end up being pregnant, saying, I don't want to keep this baby, I want to get an abortion.
Yeah, okay. So I don't want to seem like I'm copping out. I'm opposed to it. Yes, I'm opposed to it. I am. I think that it is morally wrong to take that life. I think that it's wrong to do that.
Okay, so
But I understand, you know what I'm saying, it's not my decision. You know what I'm saying? I'm not out here protesting, you know, abortions. You know, I'm not out here doing that. Even though I kind of sympathize more with the protesters, I don't know. I've kind of grown. I've kind of grown, you know, about certain things like that, and this is one of them that I've kind of grown to let people make their own decisions. And the reason that I have grown that way, and I'm not really all up in arms about, you know, saying, oh, they're murdering babies, because I feel like there are a lot of living people. I mean, there are a lot of people who haven't murdered their babies. They're putting them through hell anyway. They're, you know what I'm saying, they're not raising them, training them, or grooming them, or, you know, nurturing them, or anything, and they're growing and just so I don't know. Like I said, I would rather die than live a certain way. So I do feel like abortion is a consequence of a lack of preparation, or, you know, care. I feel like it's something that happens uh, subsequent to, you know, you doing something wrong. It's a consequence, I feel like. But I think it is wrong to take a life, but I think it's, I don't know. I don't know how to get my message across or get my thoughts across on it. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not directly or assertively opposed to it, or to someone else doing it. I guess, you know what I'm saying.
yeah.
That's not my concern, I guess.
So now we're gonna leave from the normal situation, right? When they decide to have abortion, we're talking about normal pregnancies. It was consensual, nothing crazy. The
Right.
moms had none of that stuff. So now we're gonna go to the next phase, whereas the woman was raped. You know what I mean? Where the pregnancy was forced on her. She didn't sign up for this. The sex was not consensual, and she is not going to be, she's unwilling
Right.
to
She's healthy.
have
She
birth.
can
Right.
deliver a healthy baby, but
Yeah.
she was forced. The
Right.
conception
Right.
was forced on her.
Right. Because not just that, of course, but also she's thinking about her future, because she had plans of getting married, and I don't know how many guys is going to be sympathetic to that story. Well, you got
Right.
raped. Oh, so
Right.
that baby is from you know what I mean? So she's thinking about all that, how her life, and she's maybe 18, 22. She got a huge 16, she might be 16. She got a huge future. It might be her own uncle, something like that. So what's your views on abortion for her? Is it still she's murdering her life, and she's got to deal with it, or
Yeah. I uh I think regardless of the scenario, I think that it is wrong to take that life, even if it jeopardized her health. I think it's wrong to take that life. But you know what I'm
what
saying?
if the baby? So you had some babies that was born with their lungs inside out, where they lived maybe 2 hours. So what if the doctors found out maybe 3, 4 months in, 5 months, 6 months in, that this baby is something went wrong. Like his brain is outside of his head.
Most
Once he gets
likely that
hurt.
that child would die anyway,
But
and
but
give
at
the
that point,
woman.
wait, but at that point, it's a life, it's living.
Right, right.
It-
No, I know. I think, but what I was trying to say is, where you're going is that most likely, you know, that baby wouldn't live anyway, should the woman jeopardize her own life
no,
for a baby
no,
to.
no. I'm saying
Oh,
she's gonna have birth. She's gonna be fine. There's no risk on her. The
oh,
baby's
okay.
gonna die an hour, 30 minutes, 2 hours after it's been conceived. And she don't want to put herself through all that stress and emotion, and she decides that she wants to abort, and she might not be pro-abortion, but the fact that she don't want to see her child suffer for those 30 to 1 hour time frame, would you support or no? Even then,
I don't know. I still couldn't. I couldn't. I don't think I could support it, but I couldn't demonize it either.
Okay. All right. So cool. So again, so as you stated already, just for the record, so you're against abortions on any all levels, any phase scenario, no good.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'm against it.
Well, guess what? At least you're consistent. You know, I find it hypocritical for those who are like going hard against abortions, but then accept them only when it agrees with their terms.
And let me kind of lighten and rephrase a little bit. Rather than saying I'm against it, I want to kind of just rephrase it and say that I believe that it's wrong. It's wrong. You know what I'm saying? And the reason that I want to rephrase that is because lying is wrong. You feel me? But everybody does that, including myself. So I don't want to sound hypocritical. You know what I'm saying? You know, there are some situations like, all right, cool, go scrape your plate out and put it in the sink. You know, I've been in situations, you know, where I've done, you know, things that I know were immoral or wrong, you know, um, not necessarily trying to hurt anyone, but because I felt like it was the easiest or, you know, most efficient way to do it, you know, or maybe just the most convenient. So I don't want to sound hypocritical.
Yeah.
That
So, do you believe your feelings and beliefs on abortion is do you think is religious based or is just
yeah.
okay? All right. All right. All right. Okay. Cool. Now, do you okay? So against now you believe that's wrong. It's immoral, right? So
Say that
when
again.
that you believe that they are that abortions are wrong and immoral. Okay, so
Right.
when you got morality and immorality. So when most religious people say things are immoral, it kind of is synonymous with evil. Is that your take also?
Uh, okay. So depends on how you are defining evil.
I'm defining on the same along the same lines as immoral.
Okay. Yes. Well. Yeah. 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 Evil, immoral. Yeah.
Right. That's why. Yeah, I kind of okay. So now, because that's important, because immoral is like a nice word to use, and and people think that's just an opinion. But when you say evil, like people take it more serious. Okay. So now that it could be seen as an evil act, and there are abortion clinics all throughout this country, throughout the world too, but it's still with the country. Um, you believe there's an evil plot to eliminate life, to murder babies?
Yes. I definitely believe that.
Okay.
I think
And
there is a evil plot to reduce the population. Period.
okay,
And
so
abortion is a tool that they use to do that.
yes, that's one of them. What about contraceptives? Are you against those?
No.
Now you know that's an instrument to reduce population,
Yes.
but you're not against it.
No.
So uh, are you against efforts to reduce population or not?
Uh, I'm against the evil plot that I mentioned before. I am
Yeah,
not.
well, guess what? That evil plot you're talking about, those people also provide contraceptives,
No,
right?
I agree. I understand that.
Right. So if you're against people depopulating the world by
I'm out.
clinic that provides
I'm against a specific evil plot from a specific evil people. I am not against a person's or a people's autonomy to control their own population.
yeah, but the point of contraceptives were to reduce births.
Right.
Okay. And you're against plots like that to reduce births.
The specific plot. Yes.
Well, that plot you're talking about, that abortion, contraceptive, they go hand in hand.
I agree.
Right. So if abortion clinics are set up to prevent births, whether they unwanted, whatever, really unwanted births, so are contraceptives. Like those are a tool to prevent unwanted births, just like abortions are. But you are cherry picking. You don't have a problem with the tool in form of latex, rubbers, or things like that that stops unwanted births. You're only concerned with the abortion aspect to reduce population. Right now, I find that interesting because if I'm against something, whether what tactic they use, don't care. Like for example, I am against racial profiling. I'm against unlawful searches. Okay, I don't care what tactic they use. Law enforcement, I'm talking about. I don't care what tactic they use to seize my car, search my car. I'm against all the tactics because overall I'm against unlawful searches. Okay, so you're saying the opposite or something different. You're saying you're against efforts to depopulate uh, the world from abortions only, but you're tolerant when they use a different device to depopulate the world with condoms. Because listen, if there's an evil plot to depopulate the world, they can say, you know what, let's just get rid of abortions. Because Akachi, he's a willing participant, and he'll go along with the plot under condoms and things like that. Let's sterilization and other pills women take to prevent pregnancy. Let's go with that, and he'll be compliant.
No,
And
I didn't say I would be compliant with any kind of pills.
but there's okay. So let me eliminate that. So let's say there's a global plot to eliminate or to depopulate the world, and they realize that they've been had because Akachi and people like him has seen the pills and they recognize abortion clinics. They say, you know what, damn, we're caught. So let's get rid of those things because he's compliant when it comes to latex condoms. So let's just push those out. So we're still going to depopulate the world.
Okay,
But
I understand. I see. Okay, so to clarify what I meant, remember what I said. I'm not trying to be a hypocrite, and I
right.
want to soften the blow. And I was saying I just think that it's wrong. I'm not necessarily against it. So I'm gonna use that same terminology. I'm gonna use them same phrases with the condoms. I still think condoms are wrong,
Right.
but I'm not. I will use condoms. I have used them. You know what I'm
And
saying?
now let's separate you. Let's separate you because one thing we don't want to do is insert ourselves in the argument because that's not needed. You're right.
Right.
We want to deal with the masses because, like you said, you're like you can
Good
have
for
a
the,
true
good for the goose is good for the gander.
right because you can have a true message, and just because you go contrary to it doesn't mean the message is bad.
Right.
So let's eliminate you and what you would do, right? Because if you believe it hardcore, that's just whether you do it or not. Like you still believe it's good or bad.
Right.
So what I was tripping off was a global plot. What I'm saying is if I was against global depopulation and I know that there's tools being used to achieve that goal, I will be against all those tools to depopulate the masses. So again, it's not about you, but you find and that condoms are definitely there to prevent unwanted births, just like abortions are.
Right.
So whether you ever choose abortion clinic or not, like that's irrelevant because you might have your own reason why you would do it. Like maybe your whole entire family is peer pressuring you. You dig? So sometimes things can be pushed on you that's beyond your will, and you just succumb to it just to make peace with whatever you're making peace with. Okay, but if I'm just thinking that if you were against global depopulation, you would be against all the tools that come with that. And I'll give you an example. I read yesterday that the Catholic Church is like one of the largest anti-abortion groups in this country and probably the world. Yeah, they were the first people against Margaret Sanger and her efforts to have an idea about abortions or clinics or even contraceptives, like condoms. Like they were totally against that. So the Catholic Church, they want regular natural sex. That's it.
Right.
They're against. So when they believe in depopulation, they are against all of the tactics and tools that are used.
Or so they want you to believe.
They want you to have natural birth. They want you to have wanted births, not unwanted births. They don't want to stop anything that's going to provide a natural birth. So to me, that's like consistent.
I don't know what you want me to disagree with. I'm not Catholic. But...
No. It's not about them. It's that when the idea of, if you believe there's a global anything, let's just not say depopulate anything. If you believe there's, like I said, I use racial profiling or unlawful searches. I'm against all tactics that justify a cop to search a car unlawfully. Give a damn what it is. I'm against it. So I take the Catholic Church side of an argument. Like, I'm against all tools on something I disagree with.
So from my religious perspective, maybe this will kind of explain it to you better. Because I know you've debated Israelites before, and you've heard the whole law thing, and you've probably heard Christians, debate on the law, and how I'm pretty sure you've heard Christians say like it can't really be fulfilled.
Right.
And, it goes. It's because of the ripple effect. Every action has an equal opposite reaction. And we started down a path that has caused a chain effect and put us in between a rock and a hard place. Really, is what it has. There are things about the law that have to be fulfilled as a nation that are based on a functioning autonomous nation, and it takes them functioning as that nation, as a community, in order to implement what we're bringing. It's not something that people in captivity could really do on their own. Now, that's not a justification to just say, hey, hell, I do away with all of it. It just means you do the best what you can, what best that you can to get back to, the level that you were. Because right now we're in a fallen state. So I'm saying all that to say that condoms are, in my opinion, are wrong also. Like, if you don't want babies, then you shouldn't have sex. That's the most efficient and moral way to prevent reproduction. But we're all human. We're tempted, and we all fall short. So with that in mind, if you're going to fall down, you're falling, you're going to do what you can to break your fall. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna put your hands out and try and catch yourself or something, or you're gonna turn and try and land on your back so you don't break your wrist. So that would be condoms. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, let me say this, because since you want to use a religious reference, I know the Bible's in Corinthians talk about put on a new man, right? Say put on a new man. So the fallen part you talking about, the weakness, that was a problem with the people who had little faith. Like they were the shaken, they were the ones you're talking about who put on condoms. But those of the know, who knew what was going on, Paul and those guys, they weren't part of the shaking. Like they had no reason to fall or to succumb to some type of wickedness. Like, they were pretty strong in their stance.
They were, but they sinned also. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't.
Well, they sinned the way they. Okay, John the Baptist. How did he sin?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't mention, because that's not the important part of it. But all humans fall short some kind of way.
Okay, right. Now look, they're going to fall short their way, right? Which
Right.
is who it could have been. It could have been like Apostle Paul, like chastising the church or guys, people, and they realize, oh, that's wrong. So what I'm saying is, once they came into the know, when did they sin then? So, for example, remember John chapter 8, the woman who was accused for adultery, and Jesus said he was the first stone, throw it, something like that.
Right.
Remember that verse? Okay. So he acknowledged that they're charging this woman with adultery. Okay. And then he pointed out that they have sinned as well, right? And then when they left, and when he was about to leave, what did he tell the woman? Do you know?
Nah, what do you tell her?
Go and sin no more. So he's saying, now that you know,
Right.
don't do it again. So that's what I'm trying to say. So if you want to look at it from a religious perspective, those in the know had no excuse to fall again.
It's not a matter. You're right. It's not an excuse. It's not, but I'm pretty sure they will. They will fall again.
Now that's just speculation. Okay, so that's your speculation, and maybe, right? Maybe not.
Right.
But I'm optimistic. Okay, so we can't be pessimistic and just start, yeah, they're gonna fall again. Like, I'm optimistic, and I'm on the mind frame. You know better, you'll do better. And it'll be that much harder to fall if you're gonna fall at all. Okay, so anyway, just going past that. So the global plot, right, and the evilness. So what would be the reason? Okay, now, well, you said that already. You said that they want to depopulate the world. So you think the world? You don't think there's a problem with the world's overcrowded?
No, I don't think the world is overcrowded.
Okay, so are you aware of China's crisis with their people? At one point, they were facing starvation. They're like overcrowded. Yeah. Okay. I mean, well, there you go. There's a situation where a country was overcrowded and starvation was there. People were starving, and the country was going to starve.
Yeah, but that starvation happened. I mean, I feel like that was created. You know what I'm saying? That was created. We have society has kind of crippled people and programmed us to live, basically in cities, and we've got used to these conveniences. How many people can go outside right now and milk a cow? You know what I'm saying?
And wait, now, well, okay, so China is a little different than where we're at, right? They have access to the animals in the wild. And you're right, and just like the Africa, they just like bushmeat in Africa. Like there's no where they live at over in Africa. There's not no cities over there. They live in the jungle basically, like the wild, the Amazon, whatever. That's where they at, and that's how they hunt, and that's how they eat. So ain't no cities out there. And in spite of that, they still were on the brink of starvation because you know why? It was too many people. So the government decided, okay, go eat the things that were once forbidden, once unlawful, because you guys are going to die. So they were permitted to eat the unlawful animals, and that's where you get your wet market at. Okay, without that, they won't die.
But that's still a city environment. That's still cities.
So where you think food? So the question is, where do you think food comes from? You think it comes from the sky? Like there's a limit of cows, a limit of goats, limited chickens, limited animals. So if you have if America could fit 2 billion people in here, I don't know how you expect people to eat
vegetables.
Yeah, but even that. Okay, now you know about that. So it takes a while for you to grow herbs, and there's seasons you can't grow anything, so you got to store your stuff. So everybody's storing stuff, and then you're gonna come into a situation where it's not enough for everybody. Like the oranges, and then you got life.
Not enough if they're all gathered in cities, but if we spread them out. I know people right now sitting on 10 acres, you know what I'm saying, with a family of 5. How many families can sit and can build houses on 10 acres?
So this is what I was saying. So if you got 2 billion people in America, do you think those 10 acres will still be there? Or do you think it'd be 4?
How many in America?
If you got 2 billion, so right now we got 400 million, something like that in here. If you get about 2 billion or 3 billion Americans, I doubt that 10 acres is going to be accessible. They'll
I think
probably
I
be
read
forced.
somewhere or I heard somewhere that like the whole population of the world can fit in Texas.
Okay, do you know where you heard that from?
No,
Polite.
Brother Polite.
Yeah, he taught that.
Nah, I doubt very seriously.
Okay, brother, you me source up on you?
I mean, I don't know, but
No, look, bro, listen, I'm not joking.
you think Polite's the only person who said that? You don't think Polite
Okay.
got that from somewhere?
Okay, now you got to prove that, but I can definitely.
I can do a quick Google search.
Okay, go ahead.
I just don't think
because I could definitely pull up Polite and his. He definitely said that. That's a fact. You know
I
why?
mean, I'm not even trying to dispute that
Yeah, but the reason why I know is because I used to be a huge Polite fan, and I chopped and edited that part. I found that interesting. So I had a channel I call it Polite Fan, and I had like a lot of his little clips, his little sayings in small 5-minute, 3-minute clips, and that was one of them. So I know for a fact he said that.
I mean, I'm not disputing that he said it. I'm saying I don't think that I got it from him, and I'm pretty sure that I didn't get it from him. And if he did say that, I don't think that it was his own original idea.
Can you do a quick Google search real fast? Because if you can't do that, then it's because I can definitely show right now Polite said that. So if you can't find another author to that information, and if it doesn't predate Polite video, then Polite said it.
Okay, so I just Googled it, and this is Quora.com. Texas is about 170 million acres, and the Earth's population is 7.4 billion. Now, you could give everyone in the U.S. a half acre in Texas, in theory. A half acre in Texas, which is more land than I own right now, in theory. This is on Quora. Like, that's what I'm saying. I don't think Polite.
So Quora is saying the world could live in Texas?
Yes, with a half acre.
All right. Okay. I'll look it up later. Okay. All right. So you are, just for this, because I got some people questioning. So you are Hebrew?
Right.
All right. Cool. And your name is Akachi, right?
Right.
All right. So now we have another guest. We got Hassan, right? Hassan Muhammad.
I think I've spoke with him before. Shalom.
Yeah.
Baby.
Am I in?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's going on? Peace.
So let me just say this. Your camera is on and it's not required. If you want your camera on, that's just what you want to do. But when you come on a live, you don't have to put your camera on.
Cool.
Yeah. Because, people got homes, personal stuff, and people use that to make memes and, all type of weird stuff that you don't want to be a part of. So anyway, so I got Akachi views. Pretty interesting.
That's a nice beard, yo.
Thanks, y'all. Thanks.
So I'm really, really interested to hear your take on abortions. I don't expect you to say everything in one breath, but I do want to hear everything you have to say.
Okay. So give me 1 second. My internet is slowing down. So in general, I'm gonna speak from I'm gonna try to speak from an Islamic perspective, because that's I'm Muslim. That's where I'm my views, my beliefs about the world, about life, society, things like that, etc. come from. So in general, Islam is against abortion. The belief in Islam is that there's a point during the pregnancy of the woman where the soul is breathed into the baby, and it was it's a tradition or hadith which gives like a roundabout time. I believe it's like 40 days. So we hold in Islam, the position is that after this time, when the soul is breathed into, when the angel comes and breathes the soul into the womb of the mother which gives the baby life, then at that point the child then has rights. Okay, the mother has rights and the child has rights too as well. And
My fault, man. I had to work.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
So at that point, the child has rights, and the child becomes at that point, the mother is not able to abort. At any point before then, she can pursue an abortion. But at that point,
Wait, hold on. Okay, I missed that. I went in the kitchen. I missed that part. All right, so I'm lost. Can you repeat that over?
So again, so there's a point during the pregnancy of the mother,
right,
where the soul is breathed into the womb, and at that point, around about 40 days after that point, when the soul is breathed into the fetus, it has life, and upon having life, then that child then has rights because it's alive, and that child at that point, an abortion should not take place at that point, because that would be killing the life that God Allah had breathed, sent the angel to breathe the soul into that baby. But if it was a situation any time before that, if then an abortion would be permissible.
Okay, that's interesting. I've never known that. Okay, so there you go. That was clear. You understand. So now I'm going to add some extremes to it. Okay, and I'm not saying that I don't know how you're going to with the Quran or your viewpoint is from this point. So let's say if she was raped, would that matter at all? Against her will?
In the case of rape, in extreme cases of rape,
yeah,
I believe that as long as the abortion takes place before.
Okay, I got you. Right.
Right. As long as the abortion takes place before, then it's no harm on the baby, and it's no wrongdoing against her.
Yeah.
But we have to consider that when a baby has life, then that life has rights. We have to honor the rights of that child, whether the child is inside the womb or outside the womb. We have to honor the rights of that child, and it's that those rights aren't given to the baby by the mother or by the father. Those rights are given to the baby by the Creator. So the one who creates, who placed the soul in that fetus, which gives it life, and Allah determines the rights of that child, and it's not for us to take away from those rights. We have to honor those rights. So if she to my understanding, and I'll double check this, but to my understanding, even if it's a situation, hold on, I'm looking now. I don't want to speak too fast.
So let me ask you this, man, and you may have already answered it. When do you suppose the life enters or the soul enters that baby?
He said 40. He said 40 days.
And what day?
He said approximately 40 days.
Oh, 40 days. Got
you. Yeah, that's interesting.
Hold on. All right, so I'm sorry, I'm wrong. All right, so this is from. I'll give you guys a source after I read it.
Okay.
The fuqaha, the scholars of Sunni Islamic madhabs, all the madhabs, the different jurisprudences, like rules of how rules of conduct and stuff like that, or Islamic laws or whatever, or schools of thought. They all agree that it's haram forbidden to kill a fetus after the soul has been breathed into it. That is after, I was wrong, after 120 days have passed since conception.
Oh,
It's not permissible to kill it under any circumstances except when continuing the pregnancy would lead to the mother's death.
Okay, right. So outside the 120 days, that's pretty much the general religious perspective on abortion, because even the Catholicism kind of say the same thing. They do the same thing. So like the only way out they give an abortionist is like you said, if the mother's life is at stake.
Right. If it's called if delivering the child,
Put the mom. Yeah,
it's going to put the mother's life in jeopardy, then her rights would supersede the rights of the child.
So 120 days after conception or before 120 days, the mom can get an abortion.
Yes.
Okay.
But there, I mean, I can read a little bit further on to okay. So this is a different this is another position within the same position. The Maliki Faqih Ibn Jizzi narrated that there was a scholarly consensus that it is haram, forbidden, to have an abortion after the soul has been breathed into the fetus, which is 120 days. He said, when the womb has accepted the sperm, it is haram to interfere with it. It is worse to do so when it has been formed, and it is worse when the soul has been breathed into it. For that is considered to be killing of a soul, according to a scholarly consensus. All right.
And so that's the law of the land in the Islamic states?
Right. So now, hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to go through all of the readings and make sure I give y'all.
Yeah.
All right. So this is a question that someone asks. She aborted the fetus in the first month because she hates her husband. Right. And this is what people do. You know, these are things that people do. Like, you know, I was listening to the conversation and I was hearing, you know, like people use abortions for different reasons, you know.
Right.
And people try to use the extreme cases as reasons to support abortion in a general sense, which should not be done. It should not be done. Abortion in a general sense, generally speaking, like abortion should not be done. And there's more cases of people just getting abortions because they decided not to have the baby versus the extreme cases that people try to use to support abortion. You know, like, so.
Right. I agree with that.
So, yeah. So,
so Akachi, what you agree with?
That when they try to frame this argument, they like to try to use the extreme cases to justify abortion, when in actuality, you know what I'm saying, those extreme cases are not the most common. It's probably less than 10%. Yeah, they try to use it to justify, you know, something they already want to do. If they want to party or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And instead of just saying that, they try to use these extreme cases to try and make it seem, you know, more honorable, I guess. Or, you know.
Nah, I don't think they even. If you talking about young parents, I don't think they consider that at all. They just go get an abortion.
Say that again.
If you're talking about young teens, I don't think they consider that at all. They just go get an abortion.
Nah, I've had this discussion with other people, and they
Young teens.
Nah, not with young teens. No.
Yeah. If a young teen gets impregnated, right? Because I'm sure they didn't plan on it,
Right.
right? And first thing they're gonna do is say, "Oh wow, I didn't want this to happen." They're not gonna try to justify it. They're gonna say, "I didn't want this to happen." Hey, they're gonna inquire about abortion clinics, and they'll get care.
Most people get abortions because of irresponsible sex.
Right.
So
that's what a majority. That's what a irresponsible sex and irresponsible choice in a partner in the person they choose to have sex with.
But that's what can you?
If you was in a relationship with someone, and you know, or in a marriage, you know, aborting a baby would not be like something that would be discussed because the two people would be committed to each other enough to understand that if kids come about, then we're going to take care of the child. But
what if they've got 5 kids already and they don't want no more?
What if they got 5 kids and they don't want no more?
Yeah.
So now that goes back to.
So they should just have sex and keep aborting babies?
No, that goes back to what I was saying. I still think condoms are wrong, but condoms are better than taking a life.
No, that's your subjective view. What if they are, as parents, has made that choice? They want to keep having sex. It's not all the time you have sex.
You
if
think
you have a baby?
You think people would rather keep having abortions than to use condoms?
No, but did you hear what I just said? It's not all the time you have sex, you have a baby. Sometimes it's a mishap.
Okay, well, you make sure that
I'm with my woman. I'm with my woman all the time. I have sex with her all the time. I can disclose that, and it's not all the time she gets pregnant. But if she did, it's down to us. If we feel we can bring a baby into this life and support it and carry on supporting it, it's not your choice. It's not no religious. It's no one's choice but them two people.
But we know
that's your personal opinion too, bro. I mean, like you can't.
Exactly. It's a personal opinion, but you can't force your opinion onto me.
We're not talking about forcing anyone's opinion on anybody.
But
we're stating our positions and giving reasons to support those positions. We're not.
When you have sex,
I've heard your position, but then you haven't heard mine. You're saying my position is wrong. Why is my position?
Nobody ever used the word wrong, brother. Nobody ever used the word wrong.
You did what you're saying. Abortion is wrong.
Okay, yeah.
I stated my position.
I'm saying it's wrong. I'm saying it's wrong.
I stated my position on abortion.
What if you're saying abortion is wrong? Then you're saying my position is wrong.
Right.
Okay, well, you have to give some reasons to support your position. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying this is my position. This is my reason to support it.
Why should I have to give you, who has his own bias of view on this, anything? When it's my body, it's my woman's body, and it's our choice. It's like me coming to tell you.
Hey, then why are you on the call, then, brother? Because this is the point of the conversation.
Right.
The point of the conversation. Hold on. Okay, but what's your reasons? This is what I'm saying. I'm saying we're on here.
What is that to do with you? I'm asking you, why is that any of your business? What my reasons is?
Bro, if you don't want to engage in the conversation, you need to get off the phone.
No, we're being real. We're being honest there.
We are being real, but if you don't want to engage in an intellectual dialogue, you should not be on the phone.
Don't understand how I'm engaging.
You wouldn't have an abortion. We wouldn't know or care.
There's too many people talking.
If you understood how I'm engaging, you would understand. I'm saying to you, it's your prerogative if you believe that. And I can't come into your family and tell you no. You know, like if some Muslims like to circumcise their kids, I would say, why would you do that? What does that do? Nothing. But I can't come into your space and say, no, don't do that. It's unhealthy. It actually does nothing for no one. But you are saying, oh, it's wrong to kill a child. In your view, if you believe the child is alive at 4 months, that's your subjective view. You can't come and push that onto no one because that's been pushed by something else, your doctrine. So you've got to be neutral in this. This is why I say I'm not pushing nothing onto you. I'm not saying it's wrong what you're doing, but you can't say what I'm doing is wrong either. That's because it's coming from your point of view. It's not an objective view to everybody.
I didn't want.
We would all say the same.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you because I wanted to let you get your clear thought out, you know, because there was too many people talking at the same time.
Okay,
Now,
bro.
what I'll say in response to that is that this is an intellectual dialogue of ideas, a debate, or however you want to frame it on the topic, and we're here to give our positions and give reasons to support our positions that we hold. Now, if you're going to take the position that you can't tell me what to do as my position, nobody's trying to force anyone's views on anybody. Nobody's calling anybody's wives and saying you can't do that no more. Nobody's doing anything like that. We're stating our positions and giving reasons to support them. And then
I
we're
get that.
arguing.
I'm not
Let me
arguing with
finish.
that.
Let me
I agree
finish. Let
with
me
that.
finish. Let me
All
finish.
I'm asking you, brother, all I'm
Okay,
asking
let
you,
me finish
before
then. Let me
we
finish.
go
Let
down
me
this
finish.
dialogue, I'm asking you, why is my position wrong other than your religious view? Why is my position wrong?
Why
Take
is
away
your
your
position right?
religious.
What
Yeah,
what
no,
reasons do
you
you have
haven't
to?
given me. No, I don't need to support it. You haven't told me why it's wrong.
Then why are you
Other
here, then,
than
brother?
I'm asking you. Do you not get the dialogue? I'm
I
not
don't get the
being
dialogue.
rude.
I don't get the direction
That's
that
what
you're
I'm trying
going.
to say. Maybe it's above your head. I'm asking
No,
you,
it's
why
not.
have
It's
you,
not. I just don't understand what
other than
direction you're
your
going.
religious view,
I don't
why is my
understand the direction
position
that you're
wrong?
trying to take this
No, why?
conversation.
Listen to me then.
I'm listening, but I was
Let me
trying
say
to
it
talk
then.
and I wasn't able to
Other than
finish.
your religious view, take your religious view out of this. Why is my
Why?
position wrong?
Our
Why
Why is
should I
my
world is
take my
based
position
on
religious
wrong?
our
view out?
religious view. Why we gotta take that out of it?
I'm just asking you why, because
Brother,
not
can you
everyone's
slow down,
religious.
please? Can you
Not
slow down?
everyone is
Can you slow
religious.
down?
Not
Brother.
everyone is religious. Take that out
Okay,
and tell
brother,
me
but
why
can
it's
you
wrong.
It don't
you
matter
dumb
if you're religious or not. If somebody asks him something and he answers it, and then you get offended by it and starts like, who are you to tell me? Hey, he asked me. And you
brother,
like,
why
Exactly.
do I
And
have
who are
to
you to tell me
forego?
my position is wrong? That's what I'm
I
trying to
didn't
say. Who
say
are you
nobody
to
ever
I
tell
said
used
my
the
it.
word
I
position is
said
wrong.
it.
wrong?
I said I think you're wrong.
He said my position is wrong. That's what
Nobody
I'm
ever
trying to say.
used the word wrong.
He's
You
getting it.
trying
He's
to
getting it.
you
My youth's getting it because he's hearing it. I'm not saying your position is wrong. I'm trying to tell you why is my position wrong, other than your religious
you
view.
haven't
Other than
stated
you
any
saying,
position,
other than you telling me, I've told
bro.
you that I'm
You
not against
haven't stated
abortion.
any
I
position.
just told you my position is not against abortion. You are
Why?
against it.
But
So
you
you
have no
say my position
reasons.
is wrong.
Why are you against? Why are you not against abortion? Why are you in favor of abortions?
Because I believe that people should be in choice of their life. I can't tell someone what to do with their life.
Okay,
You
that's your
can't tell no
subjective
one what to
opinion.
do.
That's your
Exactly,
subjective
just like
opinion.
yours. So
But
now you tell
okay,
me why my position is wrong.
but listen,
Why is my
hold on.
position wrong?
I can't say
Why?
nothing if you don't be quiet, brother. You've been dominating the conversation since you got on.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, like you. I mean, we got to engage back and forth, but you got to give room, take a breath, and give room for people to respond. You're not allowing that to happen right now.
All right, go on then, go.
So you stated your position, and
Mm-hmm.
you said how you feel about it. But when I
Mm-hmm.
state my position and give my reasons to support it, you asking me why that you're telling me in response when I say my position that's your subjective opinion, and why do I have to agree with that? Why am I wrong? And I could say that my argument could be the exact same to you. That's your subjective opinion, and why am I wrong? And then
I
let
never
me
said
finish.
you're
Let me
wrong.
finish. Let me
I never
finish.
said you're
Let
getting
me
it wrong again.
finish.
I
Let me
never said
finish.
you're wrong.
Let me finish.
I never said you're wrong. I'm saying, why do you
Let me
think my
finish,
position is wrong? You're not.
bro.
I can't let you finish if
You're
you're not
not letting me.
understanding what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. You're
Am I
asking me to. You're
get what I'm
asking me to.
saying, am I?
This is gonna be too difficult if this goes on like this.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I got a response for him.
I got a response, but I
Yeah,
can't get it out.
but
You know, like I can't get the
we gotta
response
do
out.
one at we gotta do one at a time.
Yeah, like it's like we gotta be able to finish our thought. You know what I mean? Like I'll give you a chance to respond. I want to hear what you have to say, but like it's getting difficult. But no, like you're saying you're asking me, basically saying you're questioning me on my position and saying how are you wrong based on what I'm saying? Am I right?
I'm saying, based on your position, yeah, why am I wrong? Other than
That's right.
your religious connotation, take that out
That's
of it. Why am I wrong?
that's what I said. That's what I said. Now you're
Yeah.
what you just did was you asked me to explain how you're wrong and forego my whole position at the same time.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
How am I supposed to do that? How am I supposed to?
You can't. That's exactly, you can't.
But you can't do that either.
You can't.
No, it's not. I haven't got a position on religion based on religion. Mine is based on humanity. On
Yours is
people.
based on your own opinion.
Humanity. What is that? What is that?
Bro, yours is based on your own opinion. You have no reason to support it. You have no reason to support it other than how you feel.
All right.
We can't have a discussion based on how we feel about it. It has to be based on reasons that can be supported.
Let me say the reason why where my position is based on. My position is based on you having that, you allowing to have your view and them.
Forget me. I don't have anything to do with you. Forget me. Use your own reasons. Don't use me.
You're part of humanity. Are you not part of humanity?
No, forget my views. Forget my views. What are your reasons to support your views? Don't use my views to support your views.
Listen, if you're part of humanity, then I'm saying you're allowed to have your view.
Can you quantify humanity?
No, we don't got to go to that semantic level. That's like beyond.
I'm just saying, man. What the heck is humanity? He's talking about based on humanity. He's speaking general.
What the heck is humanity? Are you not part of humanity? Are you not a human?
How do you measure humanity?
Everyone is human. That's why.
Is the baby human? Let's ask the question.
Everybody's
Is the baby in the womb human?
No, a baby in the womb is not human until, and you can say
is Hassan human?
Until when?
Did Hassan just give his opinion?
When is the let's get down to it. Let's get down to it. When is the baby and when at what point do you consider, because it seems like this is all coming from your subjective feelings, how you feel about it.
No, it's not.
Let me ask the question. At what point do you consider the baby to be a human baby or be alive?
The way I feel about where a baby is irrelevant. I'm talking about humans. They're allowed to do what they want to do. Like you're allowed to think how you're allowed to think. I've got no problems with that. I don't try and say, okay, I think that
I don't know.
I should tell these guys over there because they don't think it's not right, that they're wrong. No, you think that way you want to think, but you're over there saying that it's wrong. So I'm asking you, why do you think it's wrong? Because of your doctrine. That's the only reason why.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that. You do.
I do. Of course I do.
So what's your problem?
Because you're trying to say that you're basically ignorant to everybody else because of a book of what someone else has said. You're being very subjective. You're not being objective. You're not listening at someone else's point of view. What if someone is in a view where they're saying, okay, you know what? I can't look after a child. No matter how it is, I cannot look after a child.
And why are you trying to have sex and have babies then?
No, but how can you
I don't understand. Like,
how can you tell them not to have sex? And as I said, it's not every time you have sex, you get pregnant.
Bro, what world do you live in?
No, but I'm living in the 21st century.
No, you're not. You're not. I don't know what world you're living in where you think that every person, every individual on the planet can have their own subjective opinion and operate individually with total free will and total non-obligation to anyone else, and they can just do what they want. That's not the way society works.
So how does society work? Tell me.
We are governed by laws.
Come on, Bias. What's
on? Like somebody talk to this brother. I can't.
Laws on sex. Are you telling me there's laws on sex?
I told you, man. He's speaking in gibberish, man.
I can't. You're living in a fantasy world. You're living in a fantasy world where you think people can just do what they want to do.
Oh wow. So you think there's laws on sex? People should have a law on sex and how they should have sex.
Bro, if I have $100, hold on, let me ask you the question. If I have $100 and you want my $100, can you take it from me?
I don't get that. What does that mean?
It's a straight up question. If I have $100 and you want my $100, can you just come and take my $100 from me with no consequence?
I don't know. It depends on who you are. What if I've got a gun? I could maybe take it off of you and you couldn't do nothing.
But it's still a consequence. Like prison could be a consequence.
I don't.
Consequences. Yeah, true.
Yes, because why can't you do that? But why won't you do it though?
Why won't I do what?
Because you want money, right? The bank has money.
Yeah.
The bank has money in the safe. You want money, right? Why can't you just go in the bank and take all of their money?
Because you can't. This is issue.
Why?
Money. because obviously you're not. It's not your money, but you're having sex. This is your sex. Sex is complete.
No. Why
What?
can't you do that action though? You can't do it because there's laws telling you
So you're
that
trying
it's
to say there's
illegal to go and
consequences
take
to
somebody
sex.
else's money.
Are you trying to say there's consequences to sex? Is that what you're saying?
I'm painting the picture to you that the way that you are speaking about abortion and how people can just do what they want is their body, they can do what they want, and it's free and they freedom to do it. The society doesn't work like that, because if everybody had that type of mindset that you have, then everything would be in shambles.
No,
Everything would
not
be in
everyone
shambles.
does. Brother,
If you take that kind of approach,
brother,
you
they
can't.
don't. People use condoms and the condoms burst and still they
Okay,
get
then what was
pregnant.
people using
And then
before
what happens?
condoms?
No, but it happens. It's just how
What
it
did
is.
people do before condoms and before abortions?
I don't know. You'd have to be around to ask
Well,
him.
do you have a wife?
Yeah, I do.
Ask your wife to ask her mother what they did before abortions was a big deal and condoms was ever invented. Because it was a
What
way that you can
relevance
have.
is that?
Hold on, let me finish.
What relevance is it? No.
Because
What relevance is that?
there are ways for you to have sex with your wife without getting pregnant.
Okay.
If you watch
I
and
get
monitor, if she watches and monitors her menstrual cycle, and you have sex on certain days, then when she's not ovulating, then you could avoid pregnancy. It has been done. People have been doing it for centuries.
True.
It's not something like where, oh, I'm with my wife and I want to have sex and we had a baby. No, if you don't want to have a baby, there's a way for you to do it and a way for you to practice and make sure that you don't have a baby. But if you're just reckless with it,
I agree.
so then using the example of what if somebody has 5 kids and they don't want to have any more kids, then they can use that way to practice, not to prevent them from having children.
No, but then they can also say they don't want to do that. They're allowed to have sex as much.
Okay, then I don't know where this argument is going. They can say anything. I can say I want to be a freaking dinosaur for all I care. Like, what are you saying?
Let me say this. Your view is tainted by. Let me say it then. I don't know why you're getting so upset about it. Maybe
because you're not being rational. You're not being rational.
Maybe it's because it's against what you're saying.
No,
I'm not against nothing.
Your argument is not a rational argument, a logical, rational argument. It's not a well thought out argument. You're basing your argument is coming from how you feel.
To do what they want to do. In that sense, when it comes to sexual, I'm trying to say people are allowed to do what they are. You're saying they shouldn't. Because of what? Why? Because they might get pregnant. Is that what you're telling me?
When at what point is the baby a fetus or have rights? Until you got to wait till the baby is born outside the womb till you consider it to be alive?
Some people think that, and they're allowed to.
What do you say?
No, but I think that as well. And I'm allowed to. What's wrong with that?
You think that what?
That is the baby's alive when it comes out of the womb.
So when the baby is in the mother's womb and has a heartbeat, it's not alive?
Yes, it could be alive. In your sense, yeah, you might see it as
I'm
alive.
asking you. I'm not talking about my sense. I'm asking your opinion. I want to know what you think.
No, did you hear what I just said? No. Until I feel a baby I class a human as a human when it comes out.
The baby's kicking the mother's stomach.
His whole argument is that we don't have a right to tell him he's wrong because he don't believe the same thing we believe.
Exactly. That's all it is.
And your argument isn't based on anything, though.
Exactly. It's really not.
And I'm saying, what is yours based on? What is yours based on?
It's based on our belief. What are you talking?
Yes, exactly. It's a belief. You have no tangible evidence. It's your belief.
Neither do you.
Neither do I. I admit.
This is a kid's argument.
I can admit.
Can we change the conversation with him? Because I don't want to talk to him anymore. If we're just gonna talk about how we feel, you're gonna trivialize the argument to being like,
I'll let you get on. I'm biased. I'll let you not get on. I won't say no more. Go on.
All right. So, it was interesting. So, the Watcher, did you have anything you want to say? Or he's on mute. What about Chef? Do you want to add?
Oh no, I'm just listening. Yeah, if the conversation wasn't going nowhere.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you know what we're talking about in general?
Yeah. Uh, y'all talking about the title, right?
Right. So basically, in a nutshell, Akachi, and again, guys, correct me at any time if you think I'm misrepresenting you. Akachi is really against abortions in all fashion,
Correct.
right? Okay,
What's
Hassan,
more specifically, I think it's wrong.
immoral and evil.
Right.
Okay, now Hassan is against abortions only after a certain period of time where he believes that Allah blesses or adds life, something like that. He might say it better, right? But he's saying like before that time, there's a chance that or it's possible that abortion can be it could be okay, it could be lawful. So
hold on. So do the Quran speak on abortion?
The Quran does not speak on abortion.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Continue.
Not directly.
Right. I know. Trust me.
yeah, so it's pretty
It was
much
a rhetorical question. Go ahead.
it's pretty
You
much
asked a rhetorical question.
nah, he just want to see if you, I guess, like sometimes, you know what, Hassan, we have so many panelists on here that are so dishonest that they'll say anything just to sound smart. You dig? So sometimes we just want to make sure we check the integrity. And I'm not speaking to Chef, but sometimes I might ask a question just to check the integrity of the guest, just to see who I'm dealing with.
Yeah, but every Islamic opinion doesn't come from Quran.
I agree.
Yeah, so
So do you have a specific hadith that speaks on that comes from the prophet? Not nothing that different scholars have spoke on. Do we have a saying of the prophet that actually that we can point to that would point out what we call modern day as abortion? Or is it speculation from Islamic
what's the
scholars?
question again?
Do we have any hadith, right, that speaks about abortion? And not something that just comes from a scholar. Do they tie their belief back to, or their understanding of abortion back to the Quran or specific hadith?
I think you need to be more specific in what you're asking. I may understand, but you know, if you're asking, or let me try to clarify that.
Mm-hmm.
Are you asking, is there a hadith that talks specifically about aborting?
Yeah,
about abortion?
That's my man. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
I don't believe so. But
okay.
What happens is from hadith, what the scholars do is they take from the hadith and they make rulings and from the hadith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what the scholars have gathered from there's a hadith which talks about when the angel breathes, at what point the angel breathes the soul into the fetus, into the mother's womb or whatever. And from that understanding, the scholars have deduced from looking at all of the hadith to say once the soul enters the body, then that person has rights, and that child has a right to live once that soul enters the body.
Okay. Y'all can continue. Yeah. So Hassan, I don't know if you heard this part, but I had asked because I heard Akachi say that abortions were immoral, and then I said, well, that term from religion can sometimes equate to evil. So you could pretty much interchange immoral with evil, and he agreed and he has time to rethink and change his mind. But at the moment, he agreed that immoral, evil is kind of the same thing. Because I asked him on the fly, so he has time to think it over.
I agree. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. So then I said, okay, so then I replaced abortions are immoral, but just abortions are evil. And then I said, being that there are abortions all throughout this country and globally, you believe that, the act is evil everywhere. So he said, yes, of course. And I said, then do you believe that there's a evil plot to
I was listening. I was listening to what you were saying, but I really ain't like the direction you was trying to go.
Okay, tell me.
But I was listening to that part of it, and I was like, well, the direction that you're trying to go is now shifting the conversation to a whole nother topic.
Well, so you know why I did that, Akachi? Do you know why I asked you those questions?
I think you wanted to check to see if I knew that Planned Parenthood came from the same people that created the condom.
No, really, because you pretty much answered all of my questions. You did on abortion. Like I thoroughly understood your position.
Okay, got you.
So I said, okay, well, let me go ahead now.
So unbiased.
Oh, okay.
Is it I think I would never try to tell or impose on a Muslim or a Christian, their morals on who they feel like should have a right to live with, whatever.
Right.
The religion has the prerogative to say what their adherence of that religion, it can and cannot do, right? So, but the point is, that's why for me, I'm glad that secularists, right, that secularist governments are taking control of governments now, right? For the simple fact, a secularist is allowing you to have your religious belief. So if the religious person don't want to believe in abortion, then they have every right to not practice abortion. Right?
Yeah. Good
but
point.
The scary part about it is, if religious people or religious regimes took over the world, they wouldn't give secularists that same fucking right.
Right.
Exactly.
So I would never impose on, my grandmother and them who are Christians that they supposed to accept abortion, right?
Yeah,
I would never tell my father and them who are Muslim that they supposed to accept abortion, right? But I understand their position, and I'm glad we don't have government. I'm glad our government is not ran by those religious groups. That's just my point. I think everybody. I think the secularists. I think the secularists gives us the perfect medium.
Let me address this point.
Okay.
So you're saying you're glad that religious governments are not in control because they wouldn't give secularists
an option, right?
An option
to practice their way of life.
That.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So, do secularist governments give religious people the right to practice their way of life?
Yes. We got freedom of religion here in this country.
Okay.
Oh my God.
So if I wanted to marry more than one wife, I could do that?
Yeah.
Where?
Who said you couldn't?
No.
You said because there's polygamists everywhere.
No.
But the second wife has no legal protection at all, except in Utah.
Right. So
that's a state law, not even a federal law.
Right. So you can't marry more than one wife.
What do you mean she has no protection? I don't get that.
She has no rights as his wife under the law.
Okay, yeah, I get that. Oh yeah, all right. That's just a stipulation you get over it.
Yeah.
That's just a stipulation you get.
Isn't that for
I don't know why you guys think our government is not a
Wait, hold on, Kachi. Wait, hold on, Kachi.
But no, I want to stick to the point that the brother had just made about the equivalent, being glad that, because like trying to say that like he framed it in a way where it was like, you know, secularist governments are better because they allow religion to be practiced under their governance, but religious governments are not as good because they won't allow secularist people to practice how they want to practice or whatever.
Right. And I'm not saying that neither one of them are perfect. So go ahead.
Okay. But I'm saying that
I'm just trying to be fair.
Yeah, but I get that. But to make that point is like it would be a mute point because neither would allow the same. There's different aspects in religious practice that secularist governments don't allow. You know, and there's aspects of in religious practices that they won't allow in you know, if somebody was under a religious governance or whatever. So it wouldn't be there will, you know, you can go tick for tat with those.
I agree. I agree. I take your point. I agree. But can we all do you think that secularist governments are more tolerant?
What do you mean by tolerant?
More tolerant on various views on how they want to practice like their way of life.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by tolerant? I need to be clear.
So for example,
give me an example. Yeah, give me an example.
Okay, so in this country, there's a community called the LGBTQ community.
I knew he was going there.
Okay. Okay, and then you also got a women's rights movement. That the government, although it may be against that, you know, with their religious, you know, this country's founded on Christianity, so that might go against their religious views, but they allow it to be practiced unhindered, you know.
Well,
when did this country ever allow Christians or anybody to stone LGBTQ people?
What happened?
It never has.
Well, okay. I think I know what you're trying to ask, but I don't think there's an LGBTQ during a time homosexuals was ashamed to come out because of fear of people being stopped to death.
I'll say that secularist governments are more tolerant than a religious government because it's not necessarily a good thing. Being tolerant of something is not a good thing.
Well, because that was your point, though.
Right, but being tolerant, you can be tolerant of something, but it can have a negative and ill effect on society.
Okay, so before we go with that, before we go with the ill effect, you know, because that might be a whole nother debate or discussion. Chef's point was in secularist ran countries or states, like people have the freedom unhindered to practice their world viewpoints, as opposed to non-secularist governments that might have a problem with force you or detain you with things they disagree with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but a lot of these things that secularist governments are tolerant of are moral issues. Moral issues that affect society in a negative way.
Okay, so let's talk about it. So how is a women's rights movement horrible for society or negative?
How is it negative for society?
Yeah, the women's rights movement, yeah.
I don't know too much about women's rights, but from what I understand, women's rights, it depends on what right you're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, you know,
the right to speak, right? To have a voice, and it's empowered the same way a male voice is empowered. So
you talk about equivalency.
Yes, we can start right there.
So you talking about a woman's right to be equal to a man in every respect?
No, I'm saying the right to speak and her voice is empowered. So if she say stop, don't do it, you have to stop and don't do it because there's consequences if you keep going.
No, I mean, yeah, I think women should have rights. But when we talk about women's rights, they're usually equating their right to be able to do something with somebody else's right to be able to do something. So they
So,
usually equating that
be
with the
able to.
man's
And
with the
why
man's
shouldn't
right.
they?
That's
Wait,
what I'm saying. So
But
we're
th-
talking about
give an
but they should
equality,
be
not
able
really
to though.
rights.
wait.
Why
So
shouldn't
I
they?
want the example from Hassan.
I
So
didn't
give
say I'm not saying if they should. I'm trying to understand the terms that we're using. So
Right.
we're not talking about rights necessarily. We're talking about equality in all aspects in regards to women and men.
Yeah, that.
Okay. You saying, do I agree with that?
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
That's not the question. Wasn't can you agree with it? Because you said that so many things are negative to society. So how can
Right.
women wanting equal rights to men be negative towards a society?
Okay. So, from my understanding, within the society, people have roles and responsibilities that are related to the roles in which they have. And when you have an imbalance of those roles and responsibilities, it throws off the balance of society, of family, of relations between men and women. So you have women nowadays who want to be like who want to go outside of traditional roles, but still want the same in return for themselves. Who still want the traditional thing that come with being a woman.
Do you have an example?
So
Pumping gas.
say it again.
What?
Pumping gas.
Hey, I'm just saying, if a man lets a woman pump gas, they're going to say him like he's a jerk and a douchebag. But she's equal.
No, but you have this.
As a woman,
you have this. But women today have this idea that I can do anything that a man can do, right? But and feel like they don't need a man because they can do all of that.
Some of them can.
It was some women believe like that. I won't say all.
I'm telling you, bro. There's a lot of women who feel like they don't need a man, but still want a man. But still want.
That's their right, though. That's their right.
I didn't say it was.
they're
I
allowed
didn't
to.
say it wasn't their right. I'm just
Okay.
talking
So how's
about
that
the
negative?
imbalance.
So how's that
I'm
negative
talking about.
society?
Well, because when you feel like you don't need a man, you feel like if I can raise my son by myself, and he don't need to have his father.
That's a personal issue, though.
Yeah, but what if you don't have kids?
Yeah, but that's an issue that affects women because they feel like they can do it by themselves.
What if you don't have kids?
That's their right, though.
I didn't say it wasn't their right. I didn't say it wasn't their right. I'm talking about the imbalance that it has on society. How it affects society.
Person has a right.
Can a woman raise kids? Hold on. In this society, right? Can a woman raise kids by herself?
I don't think that's the question.
Always have. They always.
I don't think that's the question.
Now, all right.
I don't think that's the question. I think that's the wrong question.
All right. Well, let me push the point forward to give it clarity. All right. In ancient society, right, and patrilineal societies where males were dominant over women, controlling women's income was a huge hindrance to women being able to raise children by themselves or to provide a household for themselves, right? Now, in our modern society that we live in, we have women that can pace, right, with men or outpace them financially, right? So they have the ability to raise a family financially without a man.
Yeah, but just because
they had that. Go ahead. I think you get the point. Go ahead.
I get that point, but just because a woman can provide, or is some women, because no woman, you ask any woman, no woman really wants to be by herself raising children.
That's a fact.
For
the majority, for the majority. We ain't gonna speak, but in general,
okay,
it's not ideal. It's not ideal.
Right. But if you ask most women, they would object to the fact of being alone, having to raise kids, being the sole breadwinner, being the only one. They want a man to be able to take over that role.
Right.
Right.
And
So
a man wants a woman to take over certain roles. Like we have old gender biases. So go ahead. I'm with you.
Right. So when the roles are off and you have the woman now feeling like she can do and she should be able to do what a man can do. But when she's tasked with being able to do that, she doesn't want to do that. She really doesn't want to do that.
Like what?
So she can earn as much as a man earns, or just about, or make enough. She could probably raise a son financially and support her children, her 3 or 4 or 5 children. Does she want to really do that? No. She doesn't want to be alone raising children. Now, believe me, I don't like to use personal examples, but I was raised by a mother with 9 children. I ask her any day, was she, yes, she wanted our fathers to be around, and yes, she wanted that.
Yeah, everybody wants to help. Everybody wants, yeah, definitely.
But this mindset that women should be equal and be able to do everything that a man can do, they can't. There's certain things. There's certain.
Yo, you know how crazy you sound?
No, I'm
just talking about. What do you mean they should
can?
be?
They can, Muhammad.
That's like saying men should be able to give birth. I should
There's roles that the woman plays within society.
Exactly. And women's
you just mentioned something biological, yo. Like,
yeah, and women's ability and capability is biological. What are you talking about?
All right, I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole.
Brother Hassan, can I say this? You gotta remember, we're in the 21st century now. There are women out there, I've met them, who don't want a man in their life. They just want them to be there for their child. They can look after their children better than the man can. This is not back in the days where women were struggling like that. There's women out there who have that mindset. They just want to have their chill. I get what you're saying, but there's women out there who will turn around and say, I do want the father in their life. We can't just generalize. We got to say there's some situations like that and some situations like this. I get what you're saying. In where you're coming from, the woman has a role, and that's especially to do with culture. But then when you go to other cultures, that's not how it goes. Some women might switch it up and say, yo, I don't need that.
That's not the norm, though.
I get it. That's not your norm in your culture. But in other cultures, it could be this difference. Women can do exactly what you can do. Men will only see women a bit on the physical level. They see women on the only thing I would say in general, women on a physical level wouldn't be able to match up with a man. But if you put a man 1-to-1 with a woman, there's women out there stronger than me and you. So even that is kind of false. Do you get what I'm saying? So they can do anything you want to do. What makes you better than a woman? Nothing, except for you thinking that.
He never said
you're religious.
But you're go ahead. I'm gonna let the brother say what he was about to say. He said they never said what. I never said what.
You never said that men were better than women.
I never made that point.
Said that.
No, I know he never said that.
Okay, so don't put words in his mouth.
But when y'all say they not equal to men, y'all did say that.
They're not.
So you're saying the same thing.
It's not saying the same thing.
Not equal does not mean greater or less.
Lord have mercy.
Let me clarify. When we talk, we're not equal in respect to our capability, what we can do. We're not equal. We're not. And if you hold the position that we are, then you're because we're not. There's things that can you give birth?
Exactly.
Forget the birth thing.
No, y'all talking about
life. You can't forget the birth thing.
That's part of being.
I want to be able to give birth. I'm crying because I can't give birth.
So you want to give birth, really?
Yes.
Do you have a cycle every month?
Yeah, I want a period.
I mean,
I want a period.
From what I've seen, I really don't.
I want to be able to take maternity.
Talking on that level, we really ain't.
What level?
What are you talking about, bro?
We're talking about forget a baby. Show me something other than
why do I forget a baby? when I just gave you a baby. That's a prime example. Address the baby.
Okay, you're better than a woman because you. All right.
Did
We're
I
not-
say I was better than a woman?
Nobody said
all
we
right.
was
I
better.
said I'm not
We
equal to a
talking about
woman.
What's the
equality.
difference
I
in
can't
between
do
the
everything a
equals?
woman can do. Just like she
Okay.
can't do everything I can do. That's just the nature of the
What can't
beast.
she do? What can't she do that you can do?
A lot
Yeah.
of number
Name
one,
one.
Name
Name
one.
one.
I'm
She
not
can't
going
teach a boy. She cannot teach a boy how to be a man.
Why can't she?
I'm telling you.
Really?
I'm
Oh
telling
my
you, bro.
You can't get
Listen.
another person pregnant.
Really?
Listen.
You
Listen.
guys, you're
Akachi.
reaching now. You really are reaching now. You're
So
reaching.
How am I reaching?
it's a lot
How
of
can a woman
men.
get
It's a
another
lot
person
of men.
pregnant?
Hold on. It's a lot
on,
of
let me-
men that's probably in the chat who are men and was raised by their mother. Are you
Yeah,
telling me that they're
let
not
me-
men? Hold on. Are
Right.
you saying that they're not
That's a good
men
point.
because they was raised by their mother? Like
Let me
what?
address.
That
Let me address the point.
backwards.
Yeah,
Let me
please
Go
address
ahead.
that.
let me respond. Let me respond. Let me respond. How many are there more single parent homes in the Black community, or are there more two-parent households with mother and father?
Single family.
I need everybody to answer the question. We know that there's more single parent homes, men being raised by their mothers, and versus a man and a woman and them having their fathers in the home. And when we talk about what they can and can't do, we have to look at outcomes. We have to look at outcomes. What are the outcomes? Now we're not talking about individuals. We're on a mass level. What are the outcomes of women raising children, raising men, boys to be men by themselves? What are the outcomes?
brother. That's still subjective. That's not
That's
an
not
objective
subjective.
thing.
You want to look
It
up
is.
data? We
All
can
right,
go.
let
We
me
can
just
go
say
to
this.
All
data.
right, all right. Which WNBA star can beat LeBron James?
No.
That's
You're
what I
not
want to
getting
know.
it. That's not.
Which
That's not
boxer
No,
can
objective.
we're
Clarissa
talking
Shields
about.
knock out?
Can I say this, brother? Let me say this. I'm saying it's not objective to every situation. There's women out there
She
who have
probably can
raised
knock out
men.
everybody on this panel.
Okay, which boxer? Which professional
No,
trained
it don't
do this
matter.
for
Y'all
real
men,
boxer?
ain't y'all? Y'all men, aren't y'all?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She probably
Which
can knock
boxer
out
can
every
she
nigga
knock
on this
out?
panel.
Come on, y'all. We not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that.
Nah, I'm like, come on, man. Like they being freaking. Okay, I got another
We're
way
not gonna do
to.
that.
I got
No,
another.
hold
way
on.
to
I
address this.
want to finish my point because I'm trying to
My
make
fault.
this
The
point.
WNBA player chick probably could beat every dude on this phone on this call in basketball.
And they only play on a McDonald's high school level.
Wait,
It don't, but they
They
can
ain't
beat you
even a
though.
college level.
Akachi.
You a man though. You a man.
Akachi,
That's
now
not
that
a
mean
college level.
Wait, Akachi, that made no sense, man. I played
That
against.
makes perfect sense.
I played against Tanika Dixon and Point Dexter from Rutgers. They killed every guy in the gym.
Okay, and which one of y'all went to a D1 college?
Oh no, wait. Okay, I could give you some names that went to D1 college, made it to NBA. We got guys that made it there and went overseas, and she did well against them.
Bro, we're not talking
them.
about acquired, bro. But this conversation is getting watered down. We're not talking about acquired skills. Like, we're not talking about something that you can learn how to do. We're talking about equality based upon a woman and who she is, what she's capable of doing. There's women out there who are capable of knocking men out.
Yeah,
Well,
That's a fact.
Nobody
or there's
arguing
women
that
out
fact.
there who are capable of beating men in basketball. There's
Nobody-
women
That's
out
a
there,
fact.
but as a rule, on a mass level, when we look at men and women, those aren't.
It's not the norm.
It's not the norm. It's not like a
It's not
staggering
going to happen
number.
every day.
It's not a. It's
You're
not
not
a thing.
going to see it too
So
often.
when we talk about equality, we're not talking about little instances and circumstances that you can point out and say,
We're not
see,
talking about
this
the
person can do
exception to
this
the
and this
rule.
person can do that. We're talking about as a general sense on a mass level when we look at men and women, right? So we look at men and women, we're looking at, okay, we see the outcomes of women raising men or trying to raise boys to be men without a father present, without a man being present.
But you still haven't showed us one thing that a woman can do that a man can do that a woman
I'm
can't.
discussing that right now. The outcome is this. The outcome is that you have men in the street, treating women wrong. You have men in the street selling drugs. You have men in the street doing crime. You have men in the street doing all types of things. Men doing these things. And where do they come from? Single parent homes. They come from single parent homes with a woman and no man being present.
And it also comes from both parent homes. People who come from good backgrounds still do that.
So are you saying the majority? I'm not talking about just singular instances. Are you saying the majority of people who commit crimes come from a two-parent household, or are the majority of people who commit crimes come from a single-parent household?
I'm not saying that, but we're not.
Which one are you saying? You have to make it clear.
What you're trying to say is that it's mostly women who have single-parent homes. That it doesn't. It just happens in life. That's how it is. Some women can raise them on their own. Some can't. You can't.
No, I want you to hold the position. I don't want you to hold the saying some can and some can't. I want you to hold the position and state your position. Is it more so that these individuals, these men that commit these crimes and engage in all of these behaviors, and that have a negative effect on society, do they come from two-parent households where a man and a woman is present, where they have a father present, or do they come from single-parent households where it's just a woman?
It could be. I don't know. I haven't seen the thing. It could be from
that's
that.
fine. I mean, if you say you don't know, you don't know.
But also I'm saying to you, brother, there's people that come from a man trying to raise a kid. There's also problems there as well. What if the mum's not?
I'm not talking about instances. I'm saying
I know you're not talking about instances. But
that's what you're talking about. I can't. We can't.
What we're trying to get to is if a woman can do what a man can do, she still can and be successful. She might not do it at the same rate, but she can do it. You haven't shown me one thing that a woman can do, that a man can do, that a woman can't.
I'm talking about it right now. What you're trying to do is you're trying to go and say some women can, some women can't. I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that. Bro, I'm not arguing against that.
Then you're not seeing a fallacy in your argument. Then a woman can do anything a man can do, because some women can do it, even though it might.
No, you're saying I didn't. Bro, I'm not disagreeing with you. Can you listen?
A woman can.
I'm not disagreeing with you that some women can do some things that some men can do. I didn't disagree with that.
Anything.
I'm saying women in general. No. Listen to the difference. Listen to the difference in my argument. I'm not disagreeing with you when you say that some women can do some things that men can do. I'm not disagreeing with you there. I'm saying in general, women cannot, though.
Women can do anything that a man can do.
Anything a man can do, a woman can do. And that's what I'm saying.
I'm not even going to allow that to even fester. Like, that's crazy.
I got one.
So let me put this example. Let's say you are in the army. Would you be comfortable going to war? More
comfortability ain't the issue.
Hold on. Would you be more comfortable going to fighting next to a woman or a man?
Comfortability ain't the issue. A woman can fight.
If she can do it,
women soldiers. Yes, she can. They are women soldiers.
So which one would you feel
comfortable
do it
with?
And which ones are more efficient?
Which one would you feel comfortable with?
More efficient than
Hold on, I'm asking you. Which one would you feel more comfortable with? Because they both can do it. So which one would you feel more comfortable with?
It depends on the woman.
Female soldiers more efficient than male soldiers.
I'm not being male.
Hey, I got one for y'all.
If you was at war and your life was on the line, and she had to protect you with ammunition and guns and all of that, would you feel more comfortable with a man or a woman next by your side?
All right, so let me ask you a question. Let me answer your question, because you ain't saying anything about the guy. Yeah, if I believe she's more capable than the guy to the left, I'm going with her.
Hey, I got one for y'all. Hey, I got one. I think this one indisputable. Mm-hmm. Procreate for a lifetime.
What?
The ability to procreate throughout an entire lifetime.
She can't do that.
Oh, yeah, but that's a biological.
No, but she can't do that.
That's something gender specific, though.
Boom.
Like,
but she can't do that.
Mic drop. Y'all have a nice night.
She can't do that. She can't procreate when she's 90 years old.
That's the issue.
A woman is not having babies at 90 years old.
That's what he's saying. But a man can still, his sperm is still,
and she can't do it without a man. So, like, a man. Hold on, I got something to refute that point. A man could have at 90 years old could have sex with someone 20 years old and get her pregnant, right? But a woman,
that's the point. That's the same point I'm making, bro.
But a woman is 90 years old, is not having sex and getting pregnant at 90 years old by somebody.
Yeah, dude, that's the point.
Her eggs are gone.
That was his point. That was his point.
That was the point, bro.
Right.
No, that was his point. I thought he was saying for the woman.
Right, but Hassan, so does that mean he's better?
Nobody said better.
Okay, he just said better.
We're talking about equality. I'm not talking about better.
Listen, Hassan, I just asked a question and Haskel said yes. So Haskel, being that a woman could give birth to a child and a man can't, does that make her better?
No, because she needs a man in order to do that.
No. I'm saying, okay, I got what you're saying.
The fact that she could,
hold on one second. I'm asking.
You changing the conversation though.
No. I'm only addressing. I'm only addressing.
The conversation was about women's rights, not which one is better.
We're going to go back to that.
Oh, okay.
Because remember, somebody said that doesn't mean they're. I think you or Akachi said no. You never said better just because a woman can't do something. So now I'm saying since a woman can't do that, you see, I'm giving the same question back. Because a woman can't do that, that makes him better. He said yes. So I said now a woman could do something a man can't do, which is give birth. In spite of the man, helping or assisting, the
doesn't help. It's not assisting.
You can't say
it's not assisting though. The life is with the man.
Neither one of them can make life without each other.
Let me complete the thought. Remember,
exactly, brother. You just said that.
Let me complete the thought. I'll get it out. I'm just pointing out the fact that she can do something he can't do.
She can't do without him.
Listen what I'm saying, bro.
You're making a mute point, Ron.
Okay, cool. The fact that she can give birth, women and men can't. That's something men can't do. Does that make women better?
Nah,
she don't have sperm
she could have a period every month too. What that mean? I can't have one of those.
Okay, cool. So that makes it right. So you point out something I thought makes sense. You point out because a man could do something biologically that a woman can't do that makes him better.
Yeah, but no. Here's the point.
He needs a woman.
Because let me answer. It's not because the fact that a man can reproduce, throughout the term of his life is not the biological act itself. It's the fact that life is the number one thing. I think we'd all agree on that, right?
Does he need a woman?
Life. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Y'all get so triggered, man. Like
no, but does he need
women on the panel, though? Like how triggered y'all get, right?
Nah, does he look? But the same question comes back to you. Does he need a woman?
Honestly, that point is invalid.
Let me finish what I'm saying though. Like, yeah, right. Life is precedent to everything else, right? Everything else comes after. So I'm pretty sure there'd be consensus that life is preeminent to anything else you can name, right? And when it comes to life, the creation of life, the preservation of life, man is principle. Life is in the man. The egg gets expurgated every month, right? Sperm is within a man for his entire life. Sperm is the actual living thing. It animates the egg,
but hold on, let me cut you. You said sperm. That men over 40 is most likely over 40 increase the chance of having child with birth effect.
Say it again.
Men over 40 increase their chances of having a child with birth defects.
Yeah, what's your point though?
That means you said men are viable up to a full age, but what is the sense of a baby?
Yeah, that doesn't change the point that I made. What is the
sense of a baby if you have a handicapped baby?
No, but the idea is men in relation to women. It's not whether or not if the viability of man is 100%. What's being discussed is if one is
It's
you
better than
know,
the other.
better
And it
than the
shouldn't
other.
even be a
Haskel,
discussion
how can it
because
be
no
better than the
religious
other?
book says better.
Haskel, how can that
That
be better
you
than the
can't
other?
argue.
When the man needs a woman still, even what he
Exactly.
can't,
Exactly. And this is the point.
Yeah, but here's how I put it,
This, but this
Fitzroy.
is
There's preeminence, right? So we need both food and water, right? But one is still factors more important than the other. Without either one, you die. But one is still factorially more important than the other. You get what I'm saying?
how?
What do you mean
I
how?
in
That's not
regards
my
to
Because
what
way.
you
without
can't say
water,
that though.
you die in
can't
about
say that.
3 days.
They
You could
both
go on without food for about 30.
no,
No,
but
but then
in regards to your point
you're
about
saying
the
the man is
sperm,
special, yeah, Haskel. But the man only becomes special at 90 if he's got a woman. If there's no woman, his sperm can't reproduce himself.
Yeah. I don't think you heard me, Fitz. I said both are essential, but one is still preeminent over the other, just like
So
with
which
water
one?
and food. Hold on.
So which one is the water and which
Let
one
me
is
let
the
me
food
finish,
in the
Fitz.
man's case?
So you get triggered the most of all. Like I would swear
No,
you're a woman, bro.
I can go with
Food.
yourself about woman. You know better than that. But go on.
Nah, but you get so triggered, you won't even let anybody speak.
Because
Like,
you know,
relax, dude.
you're coming in there with this vibe. You know what you're going in with. But go on. I won't say nothing. Go on.
Yeah, but you tight. Like it's wild.
No, all right. I won't say
Right.
nothing. Go on.
So
All right.
the confusion is
I think my point is clear. I don't see it's irrefutable, right? You need both food and water to survive. Both are essential. Without one or the other, either way, you're dead, right? So similarly, you need both man and woman. However, one is factors more important than the other. One takes precedent, and that would be water. Man is the water, woman is the food.
okay,
Mic drop.
let me say something. Hold on, let me say something. And this is the reason why. This is the reason why just even talking about and going this direction with the question about what is better on what is better is really subjective, because they both have equal importance in regards to creating life.
agreed.
So that you can't say that
agree.
because you need both of them in order to do so. So you can't argue which one is better, because you can't have one without the other. In order to create a child, you cannot have one without the other. You can't. So to argue which one is better is just subjective, and you can't really say like from an objective place and be like, okay, this
What's
is
better, the
irrefutable.
cat or the fish?
Exactly.
I can't say
brother.
which one is irrefutable, because you need in order to bring about life, you need the sperm and you need the egg. You need the man and you need the woman. Even if there was no man and the woman froze her eggs, she still needs the sperm from the man. So she can't do anything without the life can't come about without the man. So
Hey, Michael Jordan needed
Exactly.
Scottie Pippen to win a championship. You know what I'm saying? He don't win without Scottie. But
So
we
what
know
you saying?
we
The
know
ovaries,
who's top dog.
her ovaries is
It's
Scottie
still
Pippen.
it's a pecking order, bro. It don't mean that just because you need a motherfucker don't mean that you're not preeminent over that person.
But how do you
He needed
determine that?
Scottie or an analog to Scottie.
But
He
what are
wouldn't
you
have won
using?
period without somebody like a Scottie Pippen.
Right.
But don't get it fucked up. He's Mike and he's
But
Scottie.
what are you using to say that the sperm is Michael Jordan and the egg is Scottie Pippen?
It's called biology, bro. Right? The
What
sperm.
from what in biology are you using?
What do you mean? What
Specific.
biology? There's only one type of biology, bro.
No. What example from biology are you using?
Oh, okay. I'll break it down for you, right? The body expurgates the egg every single month, right? Eggs are essentially inanimate. And each month the egg gets, put out the woman's body. It's essentially waste. If the animate sperm doesn't fertilize that egg. You got it now? Those are biological facts. There's nothing to argue there. There's no debate.
And if the sperm doesn't, and my
reality.
sperm can listen, hold on. My sperm can spill out on the bathroom floor, and ain't no eggs there. It ain't nothing gonna happen.
Exactly.
What is the point?
I think I agree a lot with Hassan. I kind of agree with Peter until he started saying one was more important than the other.
You can't argue that. You can't argue. They both have equal importance.
We just agreed that they were not equal. They're not equal. She can't do what I can.
Just changing the whole conversation.
And he cannot do. I mean, she cannot do what I can do, and I cannot do what she can do. But we never said
that's what we're talking. We're talking about equality, because that's what when we talk about women's rights, they're arguing for the right to be equal to men, to be able to do everything that a man can do.
I understand that. And what I'm saying is I agree with you, because they cannot do everything we can do.
But they should not.
Women aren't competent leaders like that. You know, they're not made to lead men.
I don't think it's, when you say women's rights, they're not actually fighting to be equal with men to what they want to do. What they're asking for is to be judged the same as men, so be paid the same as men.
They can't be judged the same as men.
Yeah, that's bullshit though, because they don't want to do them dangerous ass jobs. They want to do them. Want to do them cushy corporate jobs, right, and get paid that same bread. Why they don't want to go work in it? They could go work in the oil fields and go make that bread. They could go be ice truckers. You know what I'm saying? They could go be ice truckers. They could go build skyscrapers. They ain't got no interest in that, Fitz. You look at the numbers of women in those fields. They don't want no smoke, no parts of that. But they want equal pay though.
So Haskel, you're saying that a woman that is in a lawyer and a man that is a lawyer, that the woman should be paid less because she's a woman.
No, that's not right. I don't agree with that.
That's what they're arguing for. That is what they're arguing for.
Nobody's arguing for
that's not all that they're arguing for. Though.
Wait, so let me just say a few things.
That's not all they're arguing for.
Hassan, let me
what
just say
else are they arguing for?
Hold on, Fitz. Let me say this. So I agree with the lawyer analogy, and I agree with Haskel. You know, because there are some jobs, like I said, the lawyer thing, the best lawyers should get paid the most, but there are some jobs that requires a lot of physicality, and if you can't do that and you're in that field, you shouldn't get paid. If the people doing the physical work get paid more, that's just what it is. If you can't do it, you can't do it. So that's all I'm gonna. That's all.
Right, but this goes back to the whole women's rights thing. Is about equality, like, and I don't disagree with the point that if a man is woman and a woman is doing the same job, depending on the job. If they're doing the same job and she's doing it as good or better than the man, then they should be paid. They should be paid the same. They should be paid equal.
Yeah, that sounds good, bro. But just like with black folks, right? And then, so let's take the black community for example.
I'm gonna tell you, but I'm never apply for you at that. I'm saying that I'm up to 30 words per minute now. I guess we realize this.
Hey, let me tell you, like, if you develop an infrastructure, right, and you put men and women in it, and you have certain tasks that are already like clearly defined, man, I'd venture to say like a woman will outperform men, like, you know what I'm saying, like over a period of time, like, you know what I'm saying, like if you have defined, like in school, like women kill it in school because you say, okay. And you do X, Y, Z in this grade, you do X, Y, Z, because women they're like computers. They're like automatons. Like they could focus on a task and just lock in on that. But in terms of like innovating something and from scratch, they don't have that ability, bro. Like if black folk was sitting up, don't do that. Hold on, let me finish. You see how niggas get tripped? Let me finish. Let me finish, dude.
I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah, let me finish. I know you triggered, bro. I know feminism done seeped into you, done infected you, bro. Hold on. If black folk, and I hear black folk complain about it too, like, man, we do the same work as a white man, and we don't get the same. You know how pussy that shit sound, bro? You know how pussy that shit sound? As a man, right? As a man, right? What would you tell your community if a certain community who is in power and they're showing deference to their group? What would be your solution to that? What should be a solution is, all right, why cry to be in another man's house? Go build your own shit and then you run your shit how you want, right? So what's stopping women as a group, if they're equal to men, they're just as capable, and they feel like men are basically inherently unfair to them, go ahead, build industries of your own and hire your own. Will never happen. You know why? Because they're not capable. Thank you.
Oh, wow, Haskel. Really, really.
Now hold on. Now, I get what you're saying, because you sound like Kevin Samuels right now. I get what you're saying, that women can't build industries, right? And go and right. I get what you're saying, because in general, I don't think that's really ever happened where, you know, a woman was responsible for building the industry with all women, just women, and then they.
Hey, my fault, y'all. I didn't mean to mute y'all. My fault.
Oh no. Can you hear me?
Got muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Okay. I kind of agree with what he's saying, but I thought he was going to go a different way, because women can invent and invent things and come up with things. But in terms of industry, no, because the world has always been dominated and controlled by men most of the time. You know what I mean? If not all the time or whatever. So men are responsible for building industry and building the world that women live in. You know, I get that. But it's not to say that if a woman is doing the same job as a man, that she shouldn't get paid the same. You know, if my mom was working as a teacher, and there's a reason why women excel in certain fields versus men, and why men excel in certain areas versus women, because it goes back to the nature of who they are. Women are better teachers than men. It just is that way. Women are better. That it goes to her nature. That's who she is. She's the first teacher of the child is the woman. She that's her in the traditional sense. That's how it is. And this goes back to the point that I was making before about equality and roles and stuff like that. When roles get shifted like that, then it makes an imbalance in society and family and stuff like that. So you have women trying to play multiple roles and trying to take on multiple roles that's equal to a man, which they're not supposed to do. They're not supposed to do. And it makes, and you know, you have women who want to have these rights and equality and stuff like that, but like it puts the idea in other women's minds that they can do it too, and they don't need a man to do those traditional things that a man is supposed to do, and they want to do them and be non-traditional and do all of these other things, but they still want the traditional like lifestyle or whatever. You know, I want to be able to work and have a job and work 9 to 5, but I want a husband that's going to provide for me at the same time. But what happens to the kids when you out there working 5-7 days a week and you working all of these hours and you want to raise a family? Who's going to raise the kids? You see how like this mindset of want to be equal and do what you want to do for women, it changes their roles and messes up the functions, the different levels of function in society, especially specifically within the family.
Right. Exactly.
And then you have single women who think like that, and then that's why they can't find a man.
Right. Exactly.
That's why they can't find a man, because they spend too much time trying to be a man that they can't find a man.
Right.
Hey, women don't believe in equality, bro.
Exactly.
Tell a woman on a first date that y'all going Dutch.
Right.
And see if your ass don't get no crotches.
They generally don't. They generally don't. But there are women out there.
Ain't no generally. You ain't getting no crotch, bro. I bet that.
I'm talking about when it comes to like these women rights issues and stuff like that. You know, you have women who think like that. But the trickle-down effect has a negative impact on society, because like it just doesn't, that's not the way it functions properly. It messes up everything else.
You know, you kind of just said it earlier, Hassan. You said it. You got to remember, society is being dominated by male views. So for even Haskel to turn around and say, "Oh, that women can't build industries," it's just I don't even know where to start with that.
Without a man, they can build industry without a man.
So the men need women to build the industry. Do you
Hold
think
on,
it was
hold
just a
on.
man by
No, they
himself?
don't.
They don't.
No, they don't.
They don't.
No, they don't.
Okay. Mm.
They
That
don't.
shit
So
fuck you up, huh,
very,
Fitz? That shit
no,
fuck you up, huh? Your brain short circuiting right now.
it doesn't. It's just, you know what it is, Askel? I see you have a male dominance kind of issue when it comes to women. And that's your view. I can't argue with that. That's how you feel. I believe women are equal to me, but maybe you don't.
Yeah, you're
And
right.
that's all.
That's the belief.
That's okay. And
Askel
that's
You
practice
said
male superiority. Askel, are you
Mm,
saying that males are superior to females? Is
yes,
that what you're saying?
it's not
yes,
about superiority though. It's
I
not
just
about any
unequivocally.
of
fucking with
that
him. I
stuff
just
though.
fucking with him. I just fucking with him.
I'm with
Yeah.
No, I'm
Hassan.
saying that, yeah, unequivocally. Men are better than women.
wow. Well,
All
that's
that
your view. I can't argue with that. That's you, innit?
I would agree with you that, all right, there was a television show on the other day named Why? Last Man Standing. And we look at it. And if you ask the question, would women really survive without men in today's society?
No.
No. Right? And if I ask the question, right? But does that make it better than? Or
Yes,
is it that
that's exactly what that means.
a lot of these women,
But it's not
could
about
they
being better
survive?
though.
Could they survive? Could they survive in a third world country?
Because men ain't gonna survive without women either.
No, with the men not going
Nah,
to
that's cap.
procreate and survive.
It
Survive
goes
in
back to
terms
the
of
whole sperm and the egg thing. You can't say who's gonna survive and which one is better. Like you just can't say. We need each other. Like let's stop being with the ego and stuff. Let's just be real, man. Like come on. Like come on. Like who want to live in the world without women? I don't. You can go ahead. You can live in a world with a bunch of niggas, sword fighting up this door. You can have that. It ain't gonna be me.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't care who better or not. It ain't gonna be me. I don't want to live in a world without women, and the women don't want to live in a world without men. So
Exactly.
with all
Hey,
that better
you know
and
how
stuff,
you know men are better than women? Because women will tell you that, bro. Like if you look at how women date and interact with men, they always want to look up, whether it be social economically. You know, they typically want a man that's taller than them. You know, that will take command. You know, if somebody break in the house, he gonna go head first. He gonna put his chest out there. That's how women interact with men.
that
They
goes
don't.
back
They
to
don't.
roles, though.
Huh?
So that goes back to the roles in which men play and the
Nah,
roles
ain't
in
got
which
nothing to do
women
with
play.
roles, bro.
It do,
Women
because
ain't trying to have no dude be up under them, bro. I'm telling you.
you ain't
Go
trying to have
try
no.
it.
You want a dyke? You want a butch?
Askel.
You want a butch?
Askela.
If you could choose, would you have a butch female that was dressed like a whole nigga
Hell
with fade and
no.
everything?
Askel. Where did you
Hell no.
Yeah,
Askel.
exactly. So she don't want that either.
Askel. Askela.
Yo,
Where did you grow up? Yard or Jamaica or America?
I was in Jamaica till I was 14. And then from 14 to 39, I've been here.
That's a definite American view there you got. I don't know where you get them kind of view there from.
You say it's an
Boy,
American view?
got him.
Now, Jamaica is definitely, at least when I left, it was more male dominant than America.
it's a, you not go over there, but they always say worship their queen, and enough of them, most people see them on the same level.
Nah, you think about that roster shit, calling women empresses that they don't know.
Average man will look after his woman. Sweet
No,
pea,
you
you know
talking,
what?
hey,
They will start that
Fitz, you
sweet
talking
pea.
about that
You don't
roster
know
stuff
sweet pea.
where a man will say to a random woman, "Hey, hi, Empress," a woman he don't even know. That's that Rasta stuff.
I'm
Like,
not saying that they think they don't have a male support superiority. I can't even get the word out. But the way you're this is just male chauvinistic. This is completely different, Haskel. You kind of look down on a woman.
no, I don't. I said women are needed.
You do. You're needed. Even saying that needed. You get what I mean? You're looking down on them like they're not regular. They're just regular. Where a man is the superior in this.
Yeah,
And
the best, the person who's best at everything. If you look at any vocation, any profession, anything in the world, man is the best at it. Whether it be a chef, whether it be an athlete, whether it be you name something, the apex is gonna be a man, bro.
What about drama?
Drama. I can get at the women.
They started to be good at it.
All right, you got me. Yeah, they starting to, but you got me on that one. I'm biased.
I don't agree with that. I'm just putting that out there because I know what you're trying to say.
You've never fallen in love. You've never fallen in love with no one. You've never known about love with a woman. Trust me, I'm telling you, you've never, have you?
Nah, I don't. Ain't no such for me. There's no such thing as falling in love. That should sound. That I'm not falling. Period.
Oh wow.
You know.
All right.
Like
And
the way how I relate with a woman is for me to provide for a woman, and for her to return femininity towards me. There is no falling and being vulnerable and that's whole shit. That ain't how I rock.
Oh wow. So you never been married?
No, I've never been married.
Okay, all right.
I'm not opposed to it though. I mean, being married doesn't make you, you know what I'm saying, not a real nigga. Like nah, come on now, like nah.
Well, let me ask you this. Now, I don't mean to get into your personal, but what was the longest relationship you've been in, bro?
Let me see, probably about 5 years.
And you never loved that woman?
Yeah, I loved her. I wasn't in love.
Okay, all right.
You know, as long as she was doing what she was supposed to do as a woman, you know, I love how she performs for me.
Oh man.
But being in love like the fairy tale and that's for women, bro.
Bro, I don't know what you're talking about. That's not
ain't no man supposed to be thinking like that, bro.
Why not?
When you fall in love with someone, when you cherish someone, it's not fairy like that, you know.
What is falling in love then? Like define it for me.
In falling in love is that you cherish that woman. You see how much that woman means to you, and maybe it gives you a different understanding of a woman. Because my woman's not just there to service me. You understand? It's a partnership. We roll together. We do things. We sit down. She can correct me when I'm wrong. When I'm too dominant as a man. You know, that's just a role. It's a role ship. It's not. As you said, sometimes I might have to be dominant because something might be threatening my family. But when it comes to us as a partnership, we roll together, and that's what I love. I fell in love with her because I know what she's ride or die. She loves me.
So is your girl better than you?
Yeah,
is your girl better than you? Let me ask my question. Is your girl better than you?
Who, me? You two asking me, Sweet Pea?
Yeah.
Sweet Pea.
And it's Jamaican and don't know StewPeas. It's StewPeas. Like the dish.
Sorry.
Yeah. Is your girl better than you?
I don't class her as we don't see her better. We see each other as equal. It's an equal thing, not better.
Your girl, all right, let me make a statement. All of us in the line, when we see women as equal to us. If a woman wasn't equal to a man, in our tradition, men generally have more than one woman. And the only reason why most men only have one woman is the fear of being caught and losing the shit. Right?
Somebody's making noise. I can't hear.
Yeah. So if a man have multiple women, right, he cannot see himself equal to that person. You cannot see yourself equal. if you have multiple women, more than one woman, you cannot see yourself equal to anyone.
Y'all got
Because
to
if you were
define this stuff
equal,
what y'all be
you
talking
only
about,
have
man.
one woman.
I didn't get
Listen,
that.
because I drive.
Stupid, I didn't get that. What do you mean? She can't be equal because of what?
If you have more than one woman, you cannot see yourself equal.
I'm monogamous. I'm monogamous. I ain't got more than one woman. I got one woman, my wife.
Whether you have more than one woman or not, why would I see myself as equal? It's not about being equal. When you're in a relationship with somebody, whether it's your wife, if you have more than one wife, you have more than one woman, you got to give them what their just due, what their rights are. So it's not about me being equal to you, no, because if we was talking about equality, then she can go out and have another man, and she can have two women. But we not taught. It's not about equality. It's about, giving her her rights, and she give me my rights. What I'm just do, what I'm do, what my rights are in the relationship that we have. So, and that's based upon what I was saying earlier, the roles in which we play. So if my role is to be the provider, the maintainer for the women that I deal with, that I'm married to or whatever like that, then that's the role that I'm going to have, and that's the right that she has over me to be able to do that.
Hassan, what if you couldn't work and would you allow her to go out and work?
What? Say it again.
Imagine you lost your job and you couldn't work. Would you allow your woman to go out and work?
Of course. Why would I not if I lost my job?
That's what I'm saying. That's an equal role.
That's not an equal role. That's not an equal role. It's a necessity. It's a necessity. You're talking about things. Hold on. You're talking about things out of necessity.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. In a way, you have to be. There's not an equal role because you're a man and you've got a male dominance kind of thing.
Right. It's still right, but it still doesn't take away from my right, from her right to be provided for. It doesn't take away from that. Because she can go out and work doesn't mean that I should negate the right that she has over me to be a provider for her.
What about your right to be provided for?
In what way?
Don't you have a right to be provided for? What if you didn't want to work?
In what way?
Why can't she take care of
financially?
No, you know where it is.
No, because hold on, let me answer this question.
I think he was asking me.
Exactly. I'm asking Fitzroy. Why can't Hassan?
No, I'm not saying you can't. In modern society, brother, the general gist of Western society and some people on the continent and around the world is that men should take care of their women. But that's not the social norm around the world or with everybody. Some people see it as a partnership. No, but you can say why. I'm going to ask you. I'm going to give you the reason why.
I mean, where though? Where is it that men don't take care of their women?
That doesn't. It's the reason being is because that's the mindset you have. It's the mindset.
That's what it is.
No, that's not what it is. That's not what everyone thinks. Not everyone thinks that.
That's what it is. I'm not talking about what people think. I'm talking about what people do.
No, you can come
here. Men
take
care of women.
No, you can come here and many women. I'm telling you to come to London. I'll show you just in London alone, not even England, London. Many people play the role as a partnership. They don't have to have a dominant role where he has to take care of her. They see it as we're doing this together. If she has to do something, she has to do something. If he has to. It's not, we haven't got a Western view, what you have, or maybe a religious view of the man's got to take care of the woman. That's not everyone's view. But I get where you're coming from. I'm not saying that's wrong either. I honestly do get your view.
Yeah, but every example every point that you make, brother, every point that you make, you always give examples that are so minimal, and you try to make it seem as if it's a general sense.
It's
that
not
because
minimal.
Hold on, you try to use these examples.
It's not minimal. You know why I say it's not minimal? Sorry to cut you.
You're talking about one area of the world that's like.
No, you're coming from a Western view. You're
I'm
not coming
talking
from the
about.
rest of the world. You're not. You can't tell me that is the view of the world. It's not, brother.
I'm
This is
not
a
talking about a
Western view,
view,
and it
bro.
usually
I'm
comes.
not talking
Now,
about
can
a
I say this?
viewpoint.
Can I say this? It usually comes from a religious standpoint. Not everyone thinks like that.
I'm not talking about a viewpoint for the
It is
third
your.
time.
Yeah,
I'm not
it
talking
is.
about a viewpoint. I'm talking about
Okay.
what is.
How
I'm
do?
not talking
Why
about a
does?
view.
All right. So
You
why do
can
you say
view,
a
you can
man
have an
should take
opinion
care of a
about.
man?
Hold,
Wait. Why do
let
you
me
think a
finish.
man should take care of a woman? Why? Why is that
I'm
the
not
way?
talking
There's
about.
no other way.
I'm not talking about an opinion or a viewpoint. I'm talking about what is. What is. Men are the breadwinners, and men take care of the women.
No,
You go
but
out
not in
here,
the 21st century.
you go out here and try to date a female and say and tell her, yeah, I want to marry you, but I want to be a stay-at-home dad, and see how good that fly.
That's in the, you. Listen,
No,
that's
you
in
go
your
out here and
culture.
try it and see how many women you
But
can get like that.
I get you, but that's in your
Okay, then
culture.
the
Can you
point is
speak
made.
for every culture around the world? Can
You
you?
go out here and try to do that anywhere and
No,
tell
but
them, I don't
I'm
want to
in
work.
London. I'm
I
in
want to
London.
be
I'm doing it. I'm doing it right now. I'm
you a
asking you.
stay-at-home dad.
No, I'm not. But I'm saying to you, I can be. It's possible. This is how we think over here.
No, I'm
It's not
talking about go and
everywhere.
get a woman.
I'm
I'm not
asking
talking
you.
about you already
My
being in a
wife would
relationship.
do that right now. If I said that to her now, she would say yes.
I'm not talking about already being in a relationship. I'm talking about you go here and trying to
There's
find a
women
woman.
out there that will do that in London right now and around the world.
Like I said, every time we talk about something, you give an example about some women who will do some things.
Yeah,
I'm
and you're
talking about in a
doing some
general
things.
sense. I'm
In
talking
a
about
general
women in
sense
general.
doesn't mean everyone though. Listen, I'm not arguing against you. Let's just get this clear. In a general sense doesn't mean everyone. I'm saying your view is from your standpoint. It doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean that it's the way it's going to be for everyone. And you're thinking about an American culture. You haven't
I'm not.
named many
I'm
cultures
not.
outside of it to tell
I'm
me that
not.
the way.
I'm
That
not.
is a
If you look
that
in
is
most parts
usually
of
off
the
of a
world, you
religious
will
view.
see that men predominantly, if you look at most parts of the world, you will see that men predominantly out earn women. And when it comes to raising a family and then being in a relationship, that the man is the breadwinner.
Yes, I'm not saying I'm not
Okay, so
arguing
what?
against that,
Why are you
but what I'm
arguing the
trying to
point?
say to you
Why
and
are
what
you
I'm
arguing?
arguing with you is that that's from your subjective way of thinking. That's not the only way of doing it. It's not.
I didn't say it was. I'm just saying
It's
what
just,
is.
but then it doesn't mean it's right. You're
I
basically
didn't
saying that
say it was
way is
right. I'm just making the point that it is.
okay. Well, I wasn't arguing against that point. I wasn't.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
well, you're making an argument against. You are arguing against that point because
no,
if
I'm
you're
not.
arguing to
I'm
say
not.
you are,
I'm saying anyone can do what they want to do. You're saying that's the general. That's the general in your country. It's not everywhere. That is usually a religious connotation. What comes with
No,
that?
it
why is
is
Usually a
everything
everywhere.
coming
religious
from
There's
connotation
religion?
that
never been a time in history where men have not been a provider. That's what he's saying. This is a
Like
new school of thought.
there's never
even
been a
if,
time in
but
history
that's but the point is
men ain't
this.
been the providers.
The point is
So
this.
what does that mean?
Even if
We're in the 21st century. This is a change of history.
okay,
It doesn't mean that everything goes the same. From the
but
20th century, we've been doing this. Women have been
okay,
taking over in the sense of they've been getting power jobs and doing very well.
it's
Because
still
men have
compared
started
to the
letting them.
masses.
You've had a president of your country, two women presidents. We've had one over here, Margaret Thatcher, who was very dominant. One of them ones that's known more than any other president. So it's a change. You just got to realize that.
No, we're
We're
not
not.
arguing against any change. What you're saying is it has been done, and what we're saying is no, this is new. It's never been done. And the
Okay, you
other
can put
reason
it
that
that way.
it's
I get
being
it.
allowed to be done right now is because it's being allowed to be done. Men are letting women do this stuff.
And what you think they shouldn't be?
No, we don't even have an opinion on whether it should or not. We haven't given that.
But do you think they should?
Do I think they should? No, I don't.
So you think women shouldn't be equal as men? Then
They're not equal as men.
Okay, well
Saying
that's okay, but that's so you're basically saying what Haskel is saying. Women are not equal as us. They
Say
can't
what?
do the same we can do in that sense, in the corporate sense, and in any sense.
In any sense, they can do most of what. Okay, the only difference, my contention is the only difference between men and women are the reproductive things.
Okay.
Men are generally stronger. Generally stronger.
Okay. Generally stronger. Yeah, we can, and that's another general. But
That's
yeah.
not a general. Men are stronger than women. Come on now.
Well,
Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
As we said earlier, we can bring many women that are stronger than me and you and everyone on this panel.
Hey, decent. You feel like the WNBA players and the women's soccer team, they should get paid just as much as the men, right?
Who you asking?
I'm asking
Fitz.
When it comes to soccer, the only reason why women are not getting paid as much as the men is because the women's football don't get as much view as men, as they would be over here. I don't know about in America.
They should get paid the same, right?
If they were getting the
sports for a chauvinist arena, also sports for a chauvinist arena. You got to remember that.
Hold on, IBM. Hold on. I'm asking them a question.
If they're getting the same amount of fan base with the same amount of ticket takings on the doors, then they should get paid. Cool.
Yeah, as it stands right now, though, is it your opinion that that the WNBA players should be paid the same as the NBA players?
Right. I'll be honest with you, Haskel. I don't know the situation.
I don't know why this is so difficult.
Why? I've got to be fair with you. If the women games are
no, I'm not talking about ifs. I'm not talking. I'm saying as it stands right now.
I don't know because I don't watch none of them. I'm asking. This is what I'm saying. If the women's game get as much fan base as the men,
doesn't.
The same arena,
it doesn't. Well, it doesn't. Let me help you out. Since you don't know,
they get paid.
Since you don't know, let me help you out. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. They don't. They don't even get 1/100th of the viewership. Now, with this new information that I just gave you, what say you? Should they be paid the same as men or no?
No, they shouldn't be paid the same.
Okay.
No. It depends. It's that wages in them kind of sports are depending on the tickets on the gates. So if the gates are making the same as men's, then they should be paid the same as the men. But if they're not, then you get paid for what you're taking.
Now I wanted to see how far your women's advocacy went because you have women, you have the WNBA players and they're like a lot of them are making the argument that they should get, that they should get paid as much, even though they're aware of the disparity in terms of viewership and revenue.
I agree with you on that.
Revenue generation, but I expect that from women because their default setting is irrationality. I just wanted to see how, if you were like that too, I want to see how far it went with you, but you ain't totally gone. So
that's good. Anyway, yeah, I agree with you on that one. I definitely agree. No way should they get the same.
Wait, you agree with them that their default setting is irrationality? You agree with them on that?
What do you mean? No, I agree with him that they shouldn't get paid the same if they're not taking the same amount of money in. No way. They shouldn't get paid.
Can I say something?
Damn.
For equal work, the women should get equal pay. Simple as that. But we're living in a chauvinist society, and in every particular part of this society is, controlled by chauvinism.
Nah, time out. Where are women doing equal work and not getting paid the same? Where's this happening?
Well, look, a basketball game consists of a team, 10 players, 12 players, maybe 15 on the team. So on a professional team, hold on.
I think 12 players, but I think that's...
you can run the same plays, you can do all that. So that's a little different. That's equal.
So
that's
you can
equal
throw
work.
Equal watch a girl reverse dunk it in a hoop too, or 360 windmill it too.
Well, hey,
Yeah,
no. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. There's things that men can do that women can't, but
hey,
playing the
Boom,
game
that's
of
a bad
basketball.
analogy.
boom.
Nah,
That's not a good
Repeat
example.
yeah, that's a bad analogy. No, there's no need to.
That's
That's
not
a
a
bad
good
analogy. Indigenous, the fans pretty much dictate how much these people are getting paid. Like they will pay a lot to see LeBron. They're not going to pay
Yeah,
a
I'm
lot
not
to
talking
see.
about dictate. I'm not talking about dictations. I'm talking about the actual process of playing basketball. The women can run the same plays. They might not be as physically, as strong as the men as far as dunking and things of that nature. But a basketball game is a basketball game. Is a game.
All right,
Is a
Indigenous.
game.
Clearly, you don't watch
Indigenous. Now look,
basketball.
wait. Hold on. Indigenous. Okay. Well, small companies, right? You could have a certain skill. You could be an electrician for a small company. You're going to make a certain amount of money, or a plumber. In a huge company making billions of dollars, millions of dollars, billions. The more successful a company is, they tend to pay a little more.
Right, and promotion has a lot to do with that. Advertisement has a lot to do with that. How they pass the advertisement's not equal. The promotion is not as equal.
Well, the advertisement come with the numbers though. Like you got generated certain interest.
This is a
right, but when you have a large crowd or large audience, that usually withdraws advertising.
the women get paid based upon how much they earn.
Well, I'm just saying it's by design that women aren't getting as paid as much.
No, it's not.
IBM.
Nobody wants to watch women play basketball.
IBM.
Can I say something? Can I just say something real quick?
Real quick, bro. I just want to get this off. IBM, you couldn't make it through. You couldn't make it through a WNBA game if I taped your eyelids to your forehead. You wouldn't make it, bro.
Haskell.
Well, listen.
My God.
You gotta understand this though.
Hey, let's all get a round table. So Haskell went. That was funny. Wait, hold on. It is order. There's a little order here because everybody want to say something. So Haskell just went. All right, next person.
No, but the thing is this though. If
Can I
you
ask a question?
Go
Just
ahead.
a quick question to the panel. Since everybody's been going, and I'll hop right back into the parking lot. Haskell is fucking hilarious with what he's saying, but we gotta be respectful and stop being disingenuous because we all know it's based on the market. So he's gonna ask a loaded question, knowing that it's based off of what is paid. But just to put the flip side to it, do you believe that male sex workers and strippers should make the same as female strippers and sex workers?
Hell no. Hey, drop the link for drop the link for Sosa. I'm biased, but no. The answer to that is no. Because ain't nobody trying to see no naked nigga gyrating. Like nobody want to see that.
I don't know, man. These days, well, anyway, I ain't gonna get right. Go ahead.
That nigga need to go find a real job, bro, and stop playing.
Wait, what was the comparison?
Men are better. With your argument, Haskell, men are dominant more better, so they should generate more money.
Better and dominant don't mean the same thing.
I'm just playing. I'm just teasing out your logic for the continuous funny factor.
That's not my logic. Just FYI, I just distinguished better.
Maybe stronger at the job. They can get it done faster because they're stronger. Not as far as mentally goes, but I mean, if you look, what I said to a woman one time was that she was like, "Well, why are you saying that to me? Why are you saying?" I said, "Look, I'm not saying it to you. You claim to be a Christian. Your Bible says this. So why are you mad at me? If you're mad at anybody, you're mad at God. So take that up with him and then walk away from him."
But
it's that easy with the argument. It's that easy with the argument, though. It's that easy with the argument. It's what you believe. What is your beliefs? And are you going against your beliefs?
All right, let Akachi go because all she's gonna say is the laws are done away with. All right, that's all she's gonna say to you, a Christian. But Akachi, what you got on that?
How the hell is the laws done away? You got to keep the commandments. That's what it says. Don't sit here and try to lie. And thou shalt not kill is one of them. So don't sit here and try to act like the laws is being abandoned. You still ain't supposed to kill, nigga. So deal with that.
It doesn't say kill. It doesn't say kill originally. It says murder. Now, actually, it says murder. Like you're allowed to kill in the Bible. That's self-defense. Didn't Moses kill to defend his Hebrew brothers? So my brother, you gotta get a little more sharper in the Bible. But Akachi, where you at?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. So the Bible says
At the time.
honor the Bible says honor the woman as the weaker vessel. So that's how we are to treat them. That doesn't mean that men are better.
Oh, so it's a religious perspective that you're coming with. So are you coming with you went okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So that doesn't mean we're better. That doesn't mean that we're more important or any of that crap. Now, if you want to speak in scientific terms, it can be argued that value is different.
Is she disabled?
Is she what?
Disabled.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Is she dealing with a disability?
No, she's not a disability. No.
Why is she the weaker
being
vessel?
weaker? Yeah.
She is the weaker vessel. We're
Why
stronger.
does the Bible describe her as the weaker vessel?
Because she is a weaker vessel.
No, but why?
Why? Because that's what
Well,
she
you
did.
can look at the first story. Look, this is what I tell people. You can look at the first story in the
You
Bible.
just say because it is.
Let
Look
our
at
bias
the
go.
first story in the Bible. Hold on, fellas. Hold on. Look at the first story in the Bible. The reason why the devil is.
I don't want to. I got to mute him because you can't do that. You can't just hop in. He asked a certain question to a brother, and the brother wants to answer. You just can't hop over him and talk. Go ahead, Akachi. He asked you a question. Why is the woman weaker? Your answer is what?
My answer is I don't know. I don't know why she's weaker.
So Hassan, what's your response to that? He doesn't know.
He doesn't know, but the brother, whoever IBM was about to go into start to talk about why she's weaker, which the Bible describes. The Bible blames Eve for Adam's fall.
Oh, time out. No, it doesn't.
It doesn't?
No, it doesn't blame her for Adam's fault. It blames her for her fault and holds Adam accountable for his own fault as well.
Okay, let me ask you this. What was the reason the woman was to have pain from childbirth?
For eating apple.
No, what did the Bible say?
I'm sorry, say that again?
What does the Bible say?
I have to look it up verbatim, but you can go
the
ahead.
way the woman is the way that Eve and being the woman is described in the Bible and in regards to her relationship to eating from the tree is she's the one that's blamed.
No, why does Adam have to till the earth?
So this is but
that was
even
Adam's punishment.
Yeah,
right,
why does Adam have to till the earth?
Right,
that was Adam's punishment for
eating
the
blame. The blame falls on Eve because she got Adam to eat.
It definitely did. Akachi knows that.
Yeah. So this is why.
Eve.
Hold on. This is why the woman is described as the weaker vessel.
You may have to source that up.
Because of this story.
No. I
don't understand how you tie in the weaker vessel.
Bible blames Eve.
You
Hold
said
on,
you didn't.
Let's just go to the source and see what the Bible said. And now y'all got me curious.
Right. So so now I got that for you real quick. So let Hassan finish. But yeah, the Bible. I'm surprised Akachi didn't know that. The Bible definitely blames Eve.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, I got you. Good. Now you heard that, right?
Held accountable for the wrong she did.
Okay,
I agree.
No problem. No problem. Okay, no problem. Let Hassan finish his point, and I'm gonna show you what I was doing as a Hebrew. All right, hold on 1 second.
Hold on. Let me find the verse though, because you got it because it says specifically why she's going to have pains in childbirth.
Yeah, but that's
we understand that.
That's her equate to her being weaker vessel.
Yeah, but you have to show where it blames her. You know what I'm saying? Because Adam is also punished, so you can't just use punishment.
Exactly, with the pains of tilling the earth. So how does that mean Eve is the weaker vessel because she has pain giving birth when Adam has pains tilling the earth? I don't understand how y'all equate that to the weaker vessel, and I don't understand how you say that she was blamed when Adam was held accountable too. They both were held accountable. They just got different punishments.
I got you.
Hold on, give me a second. Let me find it.
It's a learning lesson for everybody today.
It's specifically how it's worded. It's the wording in it. It's not just the punishment that it came, but it's the way that the wording is used to describe what Eve did.
All right. Well,
it's not your interpretation.
No, it's not interpretation. This is very clear.
So shut up, dude.
I got you.
Do a little Bible study this month.
It might be Book of Timothy. Give me a second to find this for you. I do know it's Paul's letters.
Is who?
It's in Paul's letters. I know that.
Nah, that would not justify, because that's Paul's interpretation of the doctrine. You have to go to the actual doctrine of Genesis to show it in Genesis. Like, because somebody else looked back at the
you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that.
Yeah, it's not gonna say it in Genesis, but with the way the Bible is accepted, the way the Bible is accepted. I'm not saying this is correct. I'm saying the way it's accepted.
Yeah, no, I'm saying
those.
Yeah, I mean, we can agree. People may accept it one way or interpret it one way. But we're saying, does the Bible itself say that Eve is saying what you're saying?
So that's a good point.
Does Genesis make it say what you're saying? Like, somebody can look back anachronistically and interpret it however they choose.
Okay, so
exactly.
So in that case, there's no Jesus, because the Old Testament don't prophesy to Jesus.
No, we're dealing with what does Genesis say about the Adam and Eve situation?
Right, but I got you. But I'm saying, like later on, the Bible speaks about a Jesus, and then the Bible claims that Jesus is the fulfillment of the Old Testament, but the Old Testament don't speak about a Jesus.
We can hash that role when we deal with Adam and Eve before we go to Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hold on.
Okay, well, if you're limiting me, okay, the Bible got 66 books in these new editions, right? If you're telling me I can't use another verse in another book, then I can't do it.
No, you're jumping to Paul in the New Testament where we can just go to Genesis itself.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying,
all right, let's go to Genesis 3.
Yeah, let's go to Genesis itself.
What you're saying is
go to Genesis 3. Go to Genesis 3.
Go ahead.
I'm biased.
Read it.
I hear what you're saying. I'm biased.
Yes, sir.
I heard what you're saying. I'm biased. You're right. And but what Sosa's saying is exactly right as well. It doesn't say it in the Bible. It's an interpretation. Where does it say it? Show us.
Yeah, in history, people have used that verse to regulate women to a particular position based on that verse. But does the verse say that, or is that somebody interpreting what the verse says?
Okay, now listen. Now, when I make the point, and I'm going to try to make the point, but when I make the point, if you're going to refute the point, you have to have something to counter it. Because Akachi said he don't know why.
I don't know what.
You say you don't know why women are the weaker vessel.
Right.
No, I'm asking for the Bible explicitly blaming that the blame falls on Eve. And not, and it's not shared between the both.
When you read Genesis 3,
go ahead, read it. Just read it.
Read it. Read the whole thing. Come on, I don't feel like reading all this.
I mean, read the particular part. I mean, come on, bro. Just read the part dealing with what.
Let's do one thing at a time. See, Sosa, you keep saying if the Bible says it. When you say Bible, I'm thinking of 66 books. Now, if you're saying Genesis, then different story. But if you keep saying the word Bible, the Bible is a compilation of all the books.
Well,
so in that case,
how about the Torah? We'll deal with the Torah because the story that's dealing with Adam and Eve is in Genesis, right?
Right.
So
let me just do this real fast.
For Genesis,
right? So let me just believe the Bible.
Okay. All right. Now listen. Let me make I got it right here.
Hey, Hassan. Wait, let me read mine first. Now, Sosa won't accept this, but this is just for Akachi, if he didn't know this. So, and the listening audience, if they didn't know this, the Bible in 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 14. And Adam was not the one deceived. It was the woman who was deceived and became a sinner. So that's 1 Timothy 2 and 14. So it blames the woman, not Adam.
Right. And when you go, now this is my point. It's piggybacking off what Ron is saying. So Timothy says that in Genesis 3, chapter 3, verse 6. It says, so when the woman saw that the tree was for good, that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree desirable to make one wise, which is what the serpent was telling her wrongfully, she took of its fruit and ate. Who was the first person to bite from the tree? Eve was. And she also gave to her husband with her, and he ate. So she was the first one who disobeyed God. And according to this story, Eve is the first one to disobey, and she gave to Adam to eat as well.
I'm not arguing with
the weaker vessel.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with
right, because Adam didn't initially disobey. He wasn't the first.
What I'm saying is that what I'm saying to you is this: if I go to commit a crime, right, and I convince you to commit the crime with me, then who is to blame? Me, because I want to do the crime, or you because you joined it with me?
You're changing the conversation. You're changing the question. You're changing the question.
No.
You are. You
the
said
scenario
blame.
you gave is that.
Hold on. You said blame, but what Akachi said was the weaker vessel. Weaker means you're not strong. Hold on. Let me finish.
But hold on.
Let me finish.
Before we get the weaker vessel, you said that the Bible explicitly blames Eve and not Adam.
It just did.
Time out. You're both kind of misconstruing the point. The first comment was about Eve being the weaker vessel. The Bible
right.
said
This is what
I
I'm
made
addressing.
that comment, and then someone asked me why she was the weaker vessel. I said I don't know.
Right.
You, based on your interpretation, are saying she's the weaker vessel because she ate the fruit. Yeah. And I'm saying the Bible doesn't say that.
Hold on. Listen. All right, then what does the Bible say as to why she's the weaker vessel?
It doesn't tell you why she's the weaker vessel. It just says she's the weaker vessel.
So the Bible has statements in it that don't have explanations for them?
Yes, there's a lot of stuff in the Bible that doesn't have an explanation.
But doesn't God say he's not the author of confusion? Isn't that confusing?
No, it's not.
That's very confusing to make statements that you won't understand.
Even science, the highest, most intelligent person on earth knows that there's some things he's not going to be able to comprehend or understand.
That's confusing, though.
Beings.
That's confusing.
Okay, well, hey, and like I said, some people.
Yeah, I believe that.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait. Hold on. Homie said the Bible said that some things are going to be confusing.
No, I said some things are not able. You're not going to be able to understand. We're finite beings.
Okay, right, and that's in the Bible, or that's your interpretation?
Okay, so it's in an extra biblical book.
Extra biblical.
Yeah, extra biblical. No, come on, yo.
Come on, yo. I'm back with the peanut gallery.
He about to grab the Gospel of Mary or somebody.
Ain't no extra biblical books.
If you go read a Catholic Bible, is in there. How about that?
Akachi.
Which one do you read?
I read King James.
Akachi's right.
We are firmly down the rabbit hole, boy.
Look, I'm not trying to take y'all down the rabbit hole.
The bottom line, I think the bottom logic would be if the Bible didn't blame Adam also, then he wouldn't have been punished. Eve would have only been punished, but they both were punished.
Exactly.
So it's not about the blame, though. The point that I'm addressing to Akachi is not about the blame.
I get your part.
You're
but
trying to explain why
it was a two-part question, though. It was two questions going on.
Initially,
one dealing with the vessel, and then one dealing with blame.
But they have to be addressed separately, though.
Okay.
I'm trying to address them separately. The reason why
you're right, Akachi, because you just hit it on the head. You said you don't know why, but they've left it down to interpretation to say that the reason why is because she ate the fruit first.
Okay, look, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem.
Yeah, you bowed out when you said you didn't know.
No,
so that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't have
stop. Listen carefully. Your interpretation is that Eve is weaker because she ate the apple. She ate the apple first. Stop. Let me finish. Let me finish. There are also interpretations that Eve ate the apple first because she is the weaker vessel.
Go to
That's my point.
Go to it. Let me finish.
That's my point, though.
Let me finish. This is not.
You just made my point.
Stop.
Let me finish. We're agreeing with you, Akachi.
You just made my point.
This is not. Stop.
Hey, before y'all get to arguing again, I would like to speak my point that this young fellas, he's doing a pretty good job with it, but I'd like to speak my own point. The one who brought up the subject and brought it to your attention. Now you're talking about it after you're done. Thank you.
All right, look, I don't have a problem with your interpretation.
I'm still laughing at what Haskel said about the WNBA.
There are age-old arguments. This is not a new argument. You guys think you have stumped me with it, but it's not. I'm familiar with the argument. That is
nothing to feel defensive about, though, bro.
That is why I said very clearly the Bible didn't say that. It didn't.
Yeah, but you said you don't know. Which point are you going to hold, bro?
Okay,
you said you didn't know.
What was the question?
You guys do not understand. He said, take your eyelids.
What is the question that you asked me?
I asked you why, and you first said I don't know.
Why what?
Why does the Bible
Why is she the weaker vessel?
Exactly. So tell me where it explains why God created women as a weaker vessel. Tell me where.
Yeah, that'd be simple to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, please,
all right.
show us.
Now I'll do that because that's what I just did.
Okay.
But
oh my God.
Hold on. Let me finish.
King Sosa, is that what he just did?
No, you did not do that.
Thank you. Oh my God. But I'm making it up after the fact.
Okay.
Now, can I finish my point, please?
Hold on. Let him get it out. I mean, we're working through something before you come. Let him work it out. Go ahead.
In regards to when God told Adam and Eve not to eat from the tree, who ate from the tree first? Eve. So who was weak in regards to not fall into temptation to the serpent to eat from the tree?
That is interpretation.
It's not interpretation.
Where does it say it?
Who was weaker?
Well, look. So look. Here's the story. The story is that
it's not my interpretation.
Here's the story.
Follows.
Look. Here's the story. So let's go with the story. The story is that in Genesis 2, somewhere in verses 17, somewhere around there, God placed them near the tree of good and evil, and He explained to them which tree to eat from, which tree not to eat from. You know, right? Real clear. So then Genesis 3, the first verse, Satan came to Eve and asked her, what did God say about the tree? And she explained it exactly the way God told her. And then He told her, that's a lie. You can eat from it because what He don't want you to know is that you become one of God. And she said, oh, that sounds good. So then she bit from it, right? So Satan was able to override God with his own version. And she said, okay, that's good. Like you're the devil. You didn't create me. God did, but I'm going to take your word.
That was the first
and
lie.
That's what happened.
That was the first lie, too.
Right. So who was weaker?
That they would be like God was the first lie.
That's what's being perceived as weak.
Can I go into my point before they get started again, please?
No, I don't have an argument against the interpretation. I'm just saying, like, just
interpretation. Yes. Go on, Sosa. Sorry.
Can I finish what I was saying before I was cut off?
Go ahead.
Stay on topic.
Now, the question is not why did God make her the weaker vessel?
That is the question.
The question is why did God?
Hold on, man.
I'm not finished.
That was literally
I'm not finished.
That was literally the question.
The question is not Adam and Eve. It's about Paul. Like, nah, we talk about Adam.
No, I said the question is not why God. The question should, maybe I said it wrong. The question should not be why God made her the weaker vessel.
That's what
the question should be.
That's what we
The question should be. You got something to say?
Go ahead. Finish.
You want to go ahead?
No, go ahead. Somebody keeps talking.
No, go ahead. The question should be what? The question should be what?
I mean, if you want to say, you go ahead and speak. I ain't got to teach. But that's what I'm doing right now, basically.
Nobody's
you don't bring up the scripture that I'm talking about.
Teaching.
Y'all sit here and talk for 2 hours straight, did not talk about it once, but then when I come in and bring it up now, you got all this information about it. Can I please finish? Facts. Please.
Go ahead.
Preach, bro. Like I said, the question should be, why did Satan look at her as the weaker vessel? Why did he choose her? That should be the question.
Why did he choose her?
Let Satan know.
Why did he choose her? Why? I'm asking
you a question. Why?
Obviously, she was the weaker vessel.
Okay, source up then.
So Fitz would say that's your interpretation.
It says it. Unbiased and gave you a scripture in the Bible right there. Hey, unbiased, what was that again? 1 Timothy 2:14?
Yeah.
Yeah, that. Thank you. I appreciate that one, brother. You know what I'm saying?
So even though Sosa,
like
you wouldn't accept
when
that.
you ask the women, you got to ask
Akachi
the women.
accepts that.
Because
Let me
Timothy
finish one more thing, okay? Let me finish one more thing.
Century. We're dealing
One
with
more
the
thing.
damn
This is the
Torah.
last thing.
Hey, Sosa, I give you coming for Sosa, but I'm saying Akachi, he is forced to accept that, not you.
Hey, so I want to apologize from that brother. I want an apology from him.
Hey, what I want to say, the last thing I want to say is what I started with earlier. Is like I said, women, they don't, sisters, you need to understand that the Bible says this, and if you're following the Bible, and this is your religion, then we need to wake up. You know what I'm saying? We need to wake up and see what you're going against, what you're fighting against, because this is their narrative. This is not ours.
So
this is their narrative. This is their creation.
Who disagrees that women are the weaker?
Abortion is their creation and their narrative, and I have all the laws right here. Once I get another chance to talk, hold on. Once I get another chance to talk, I'm almost finished. Once I get another chance to talk, I'll show you the laws where they made abortions legal from 1831 down, and in 1976 they took. Well, anyway,
all right, now you're going somewhere else, dude. You're going somewhere else, and this is why. That's
why I tried to.
When it's my turn again.
Yeah. All right. So now look, Indigenous, you had a chance to do that at the beginning of the live. We were explicitly talking about
5 seconds.
No. I said, dude, you didn't even hear me because you're busy talking. The beginning of when Akachi first came on, when Hassan came on, we were talking about abortions. You was in the chat, okay? You didn't come on. Now the subject changed. We're talking about something totally different now. So now what you can do is
we were talking about Eve being the weaker vessel. I was on topic
so,
when I came in the room.
Yeah, but you're talking about abortions right now. We're not dealing with that right now. Now later on,
we
you can come back to that.
Right
now,
try to change it. Now you're changing the narrative, try to make it what you want it to be. Everybody knows we just got off of Eve and being the weaker vessel and all that.
Okay, you're adding confusion right now. Bro, you're adding confusion.
King Sosa was saying.
I'm not confused. Okay. You the one that's you trying to confuse.
No, I said you're adding confusion. All right, dude, I'm quiet. Look, go ahead, Hassan.
Let's talk about the second part of the question that King Sosa was talking about, the blame part.
Yeah. If they both weren't blamed, right? Then they both would have been punished, right? I mean, like if Eve was only to blame and not Adam, then God would punish Eve and say, "Well, Adam, you was just swayed."
So you think so? Well, how about in Babylon, right? Where you had few sinned and everybody got punished. That's the theme of the Bible, where a few actually do the sin, but the whole landmass get punished. So, like, mankind is basically at fault for what other mankind does.
Yes.
And, that's kind of how the Bible works.
Yes.
To a degree, but we're talking about a situation where mankind is limited. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about the Adam and Eve situation, right? But I'm saying
it's people.
Well, how about this? We can agree that Adam was blamed, right? Because he punished.
Yeah.
No, not necessarily.
He wasn't
punished.
No,
that's real.
He was
real.
He was punished.
He was punished for no reason.
Hold on, you just said that's not true. That you said he was punished.
I said he was punished, but he wasn't blamed.
It
never said he believed the lie either.
Why would he be punished for something and not blamed?
He believed the lie.
Thank you.
Because he was tempted by Eve. He didn't do it on his
God.
I said, why would he be punished if he wasn't blamed? Why would you in other words, if you didn't, like, if your child did something wrong, why would you punish your child if you don't blame for it or him or her?
I'm talking about in regards to who ate from the tree.
I got popped from what my brother did.
Yeah, I'm talking about in regards to punishment. He punished Eve, and he also had specific punishment for Adam.
Right, but
didn't he explain later on why?
The blame of eating from the tree and falling and listening to the serpent falls solely on Eve in the story.
Okay, because Adam didn't listen to the serpent.
Right, but the blame falls solely
Adam
on
didn't
Eve.
believe the lie of the serpent. Eve did. Adam
Right,
was just,
exactly.
she probably went and got
That's the
him to
point I'm
eat
making.
it, but she was the
Yeah,
one
but
who
Sosa's
believed the lie.
question is, well, why did Adam get a punishment then?
Yeah, why did Adam
Because
get
he
punished?
did wrong, but
He should be scot free. What he's saying?
no, he
Nah,
shouldn't be
hold up.
scot-free.
Listen. Can I ask a quick question? I'm not a biblical person. Let me ask a quick question. You can clarify. Was Adam told not to eat from that tree? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did Adam eat from that tree?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes or no? Okay,
Yes.
if I'm a father and I tell my kids to do something and they don't do it, you can call it blame or responsibility. That ass is getting towed up.
Okay, but listen.
And he told both their asses up.
I'm talking about the way the
And
story
you're gonna give the one that did the most, the one that grabbed the apple and ate it first. You're gonna whip their ass because they ate it and then they brought it over to their brother or sister and said, "Here, take a bite too," and they took a bite too.
No, not really. No. How it works? No.
If you was not supposed to eat from that tree at all, and you pick off of it,
no. The mother goes after the
you're gonna
oldest.
get a couple more straps than the other person.
Hold on, guys.
The father's the oldest in charge, and the oldest is gonna get it.
This is the point I'm trying to make, though. The point I'm trying to make is that the way the story is told, the story is told that Eve disobeys. Eve disobeys. She listens to the serpent. She is the one who ate from the tree first, and then she brought it to her husband Adam. So even though they are both blameworthy for disobeying God, the blame for the fall, according to this, the story, the blame for the fall falls on Eve. Even though
she was the first.
Right, even though Adam is blameworthy for what he did, even though Adam is blameworthy for disobeying God, because God told both of them not to eat from the tree. But according to the story and how it reads, the blame of the fall falls on Eve because she's the one who listened to the serpent and she is the one who disobeyed first.
So why
because of that interpretation, because of the interpretation of if she did it first, then the blame must go to her. Because she did
it wasn't just the point that she did it first, so she did it first and she believed the lie.
She did it first. She believed the lie,
told her.
and she took and she got her husband to follow suit also. So she did more than just eat from the tree. She believed, according to the story, she believed the serpent over what God said, which is one strike. Then she ate from the tree, and then after doing that, she also tempted her husband to do what she did. So she did a threefold thing versus Adam just,
all this is philosophy, just FYI. The Bible.
She probably learned all this knowledge from biting into the apple and took her little her whap over there and put it on Adam and said, and rubbed it all in his face and shit, and then shoved the apple in there too.
IBM freaky as hell, boy.
Where you going? What kind of stuff is
Eve was freaky. She bit that apple and she got that knowledge. She got that knowledge of the whap, and she put the whap on him.
IBM, can I ask you a question? Okay, we've got that. Yeah, we've established all that. Where can I find God saying that Eve is the weaker vessel in writing? Anywhere.
You can't ask for stuff like that.
I'm a learner to this. So I'm trying to find
you won't find that. But
Akachi. That's Akachi's goal. That's his job because he said that Eve is the weaker vessel. That's what Akachi said.
Yeah, you're not gonna find that, Fitz. But what you will find is the fact that God never directly addressed.
Akachi, you added to the words, Akachi?
Yeah, you're not gonna find God saying that. It's in 1 Peter though.
Okay. Wasn't that inspired?
Oh, so he didn't want to tell us.
But listen, though. All right.
Hold on, time out. What do you mean I didn't want to tell you? I've answered all of your questions.
Now, Hassan, did he ask you that?
No, Hassan asked.
I asked him why.
Why is she?
He said he didn't know why it was.
There is no explanation as to.
Give it to him, Takashi. Give it to him, man. Give it to him.
Out of this conversation,
ain't you supposed to use scripture to understand scripture?
But hold on, let me read. Let's
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say, if Bobby really Akachi, you gonna
hold on.
You gonna tell somebody you don't know?
Oh my
Let
God.
me. I gotta address Akachi real quick. Aren't you supposed to use scripture to understand scripture? Doesn't the Bible say that?
Listen, you guys are honestly, I could tell y'all think y'all
Yeah, the book of
know more than
Isaiah.
me, but you don't. You don't.
I'm asking.
Okay, listen. Yes, you do need scripture to understand scripture.
Isaiah 28:9.
But there is no scripture. There's no scripture that explains to you why God made Eve the weaker vessel. There is none. The closest we've had to this, the closest answer we had is philosophy, and Citavo put that in the chat. There is a whole, they got schools of this philosophy. This is not a new argument. It's an old argument. It's an old question.
Hold on. Now, if you're going to use that logic to say that it's not explicitly done, then if we can follow that logic and say all of the prophecies that Christians use to talk about Jesus in the Old Testament,
most Christians don't read the Bible.
There's nothing explicitly prophesizing Jesus or anything like that. Nothing explicit.
Contentious. That is contentious.
That's not contentious.
Yes, it
because
is.
There's
a whole argument about Christ in the Old Testament as well.
There's nothing explicit.
Old and ancient argument.
Bro, you use the word explicit. You said there's nothing explicit. That was your word.
There's nothing explicitly telling you why God made Eve the weaker vessel.
Right. And he said there's nothing explicit talking about Jesus.
Explicit talking about Jesus in the Old Testament, foretelling him to come
I'm saying
down.
That's contentious. That's not true.
Okay, and the other point is contentious too as well. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
What cake am I trying to have and eat?
You're trying to say that these verses don't explicitly explain why Eve is the weaker vessel. And
okay,
but the Bible,
hold on, let me finish.
But the Bible says
after you read your verses, who amongst you agreed that after you read your verses, who amongst you agreed that said that Eve made Eve the weaker vessel?
Go ahead.
A couple of us, me and Indigenous.
I'm waiting. Okay. So I'm asking now.
After I thought it implied that, and Indigenous said that.
Okay, so you implied that.
Hey, you don't want to use Indigenous as a backup.
Okay, so when I brought up, okay, look,
that's your man.
Get him, Indigenous, get him. Look, I didn't catch that part, but when I responded to you that there's an argument that says that he went to her first because she was the weaker. Where did that come from? Is that not a reasonable response to you, what you guys are saying?
Yes,
you're making my point. That's what I'm saying. When you make that point, you're actually making my point.
Oh, time out. She would have had to already be the weaker vessel.
Interpretation.
But the Bible doesn't say. Hold on. You're making a point out of ignorance. I mean that it's not there. The Bible doesn't say before this that Eve was created a weaker vessel than Adam.
I know it's all philosophical.
Okay, so no, it's not all.
And it doesn't say she's weaker. It's not philosophical either.
But it's not philosophical. The evidence is here that she was tempted first and she fell first. So that means she's weaker.
Her being tempted first and falling first makes her the weaker vessel. How?
If Eve didn't listen to
the serpent,
First
Peter says.
Hold on. If Eve didn't listen to the serpent and she didn't bite from the tree, would she be weaker or stronger? Would she be weak or strong?
We don't know.
You know.
No, we don't know.
She didn't,
well, extrapolate. That's DMS word. Well, extrapolate.
There's no relation. There's no relation.
Hold on. Come on now. If you do you drink alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. If you didn't drink alcohol, do you smoke cigarettes?
No.
Okay. If you didn't smoke cigarettes and I try to come over to you and give you a cigarette, if you refuse to smoke the cigarette, would you be strong or weak in your position of smoking cigarettes?
I'd be strong.
Okay. So and I'm asking you the same question. When the serpent came to Eve to tempt her to eat from the tree, if she did not eat from the tree, would she be considered strong or weak?
If she didn't, she would be considered strong.
Right. So because she ate from the tree, what is she considered?
Interpretation.
Well, hold on. No, because now using your same logic, right? If you didn't smoke, right? And then Akachi took a cigarette of smoke from you, right? But then he passed it to you. And then you smoked also.
No, time out.
We're not
even
gotta
go there. Listen.
No, what I'm saying is that if she took the apple, right? You're saying that she's a weaker vessel, right? But
no, listen. I'm weak. I'm either weak or strong already.
Exactly. But
strong, I'm going to tell you no, I don't smoke.
But I hear you.
If I'm weak, I'm going to tell you,
you.
okay, give me the cigarette.
Listen, I hear your point. Allow me to just rebut, right? Okay. If that's true, right? And she's weak now and she took the apple, right? She then passed the apple to Adam. If he was a stronger vessel, then why did he not say, "No, I'm good"?
Okay, now that is a good point. Listen, that's a good point, and that's argument has been made too. Listen, Adam didn't maybe and I'm gonna give you this is not even my own thoughts.
What is man's
This
greatest
is the
weakness?
old argument. There's a number of reasons that Adam could have fallen to Eve, not to Satan, to Eve, out of love. Maybe she had the upper hand now that she eaten. She got gained some kind of wisdom or knowledge over him. It's all philosophy. It's all conjecture. And the
Y'all are
Bible
using
is
my
not
same
definitive
talking points.
of it.
It's all
Y'all using my
subjective.
same talking points of
No,
what I
I'm
just
not.
said.
I'm not. But I'm not speaking from a philosophical perspective. I'm speaking on an evidence.
You are
I'm
speaking
speaking.
for a
No,
philosophical
I'm not. I'm
perspective.
speaking on an evidential. I'm speaking on an evidential.
Where does it say
basis.
that as a result of her eating, she became weaker?
It should be explicit. Yeah, it should be explicit is what he's saying. Like you can't show nothing explicit. You're inferring from it.
I'm not inferring. The evidence is there.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm not going back and forth about this because some
You
people
just hold
understand,
on.
some
You
people
just.
don't.
I just asked you in relation to yourself and smoking. Would you be considered strong or weak in regards to that position? You said strong, and then when I asked you about Eve, you say, "Well, you give me all this."
No, I
It's
said the exact same thing. I said the exact same thing. I'm strong or weak before I take or don't take the cigarette. The taking of the cigarette is just going to identify which one I am.
Yeah, and if you're saying that somebody else is weaker, that means that if
but
given
hold on.
the
But you don't.
opportunity
But
for the other
the point
party,
is this.
then
The
the other
point is
party is
this.
going to show that the other is stronger and not, but they both succumb.
But the point is this. The point is this. You will never know if you're strong or weak until you act on it.
No, that's not true.
That is true, because if you don't take from you said it yourself. If you don't take the cigarette from me, whatever you do, I won't know until you do it.
Okay, Pokemon card game.
My hit
points
not going to
is at
Pokemon,
90.
but let's come on.
No, my hit points is at 90.
I'm not
My
talking
hit
about
points
no
is at 90.
Pikachu,
You
man.
offer me
I'm
a
not talking about
cigarette,
no
I take
Pikachu.
the cigarette, my hit points goes down to 70. If I
I'm
don't
not.
take
I'm
the
not. I'm not talking about no Pikachu, man. I'm not talking about no Pikachu.
all right, well, if you listen to the analogy, you'll
I'm
understand
not.
better.
No, I don't want to talk
Okay,
about.
we got
If you gonna make
Bulbasaur
this go down to Pikachu,
and
I don't want
Charizard.
to talk about it no more.
Yo, what are we doing right now?
But hold on though.
I'm not talking
I'm
about
saying to you
no
this
Pikachu.
though. If you're saying that somebody, if I say that Haskell he's the weaker vessel, right?
Yeah,
Then that means that both parties has the opportunity, right?
Yes.
One person falls short and the other succeeds. But in a scenario, both fall short.
Right. But the thing
So
is,
that scenario would not be justification for saying that that's why she's a weaker vessel, because they both fell short.
this is what this. But this is how the Bible. But this is how the Bible explains the story of them falling short. Though.
All right,
that's your saying. I can't.
This is how it is explained. It's
Yo,
explained
can
that
we move on? Like we've been on this for a minute.
That's an interpretation, but yes.
Not interpretation.
Well, I'm
It's
gonna say
evidence.
one more thing.
You're not gonna know if somebody is
It
strong or
doesn't
weak
take
until they
away the
display
fact.
their actions. You won't know if somebody's strong
Hello?
or weak until they display their actions. So their actions come forth. You don't know what's within that person. So it could be good or bad in that person, but you won't know until they act, until the actions show it.
Who's the author of this story? Is it not God? Did God say she's the weaker vessel?
I just told you, no, it
The
was
Bible
not
says
God.
that.
It was Peter.
The Bible says that.
Yes, the Bible said that, which is God's word.
Where did
Where
God
does
say
it say
that?
that?
The Bible says that.
I just
the Bible
told
says
you,
she was the
Peter.
weaker vessel.
First Peter.
The Bible says what?
First Peter.
First Peter. Let me look it up. First Peter 3:7.
Peter says that. Did God say that she's the weaker vessel for eating the apple?
Nah, that claim doesn't come to. You're saying that claim doesn't come to Peter, makes it to Peter.
Well, can I say something real quick?
Did Peter
So
say that?
y'all look at the you can't look for answers like that though. You can't look
That's
for,
why
and you
it
have
comes
to.
down to
You can't look
interpretation.
for. Does it say it? Does it say it this way? You can't
That's why I say
read
it's
things like that.
interpretation. That's why I
No,
say
it's
it's
not.
interpretation.
No.
Because
But
God would turn around and
you
say, God would,
look for
we
things
know it.
in a matter of fact kind of way when you're trying to understand something.
God would say,
Okay,
she
Tell
well,
a person they
then
can't
if you,
do something. You're
yeah,
trying to
if you
control their
saying you
belief.
can't look at it
That's
in a
strange,
matter
right?
of
When
fact,
you need to
you can't.
explain something, you go to other places to
But hold,
understand why it says it this way. Why is
but
it? Why is it
All right,
mentioned?
bro.
Why is this mentioned?
if you admit that you can't look for it in a matter of fact way, then you can't make the claim in a matter of fact way based
exactly.
on what you said.
Haskell, if you had somebody out here on the street, right, and you know, you knew that this one guy was solid, and you thought this other guy was solid. You know what I'm saying? And then the other guy deceives you. You know what I'm saying? And then you get caught up in the mix, right? Because of what the guy said and did to the cops. You did not say anything to the cops. You did not do anything with the cops. You go down because of what this guy said. It's the same thing with Eve.
No.
Eve was yes, it was, because it says in Genesis 3:13. Then the Lord God said to the woman, "What is it that you have done?" She said, "The serpent deceived me." She replied, "And I ate." Okay? So she believed the lie. She ate first, but the big thing was she believed the lie, and it was one of the first lies ever told, that they could be
That's
like
debatable
God.
whether it was a lie or not.
Yeah, because I was gonna get.
No, it's not debatable
I didn't
whether
want to go down that
you.
path.
How are they gonna be like God? You done lost your fucking mind. It ain't debatable. Anyway,
Supposedly they are like
she
that.
believed the lie, and then she ate the apple, and then she
Listen,
took it to him.
Eve, man.
The only thing he did was eat off the apple. She did all the rest. Just like I said
This
with
is
that
what
narco, went down
happens.
and told. No, just
Look
like
how
I said with that
passionate you
narco,
are.
go down and tells on you, tells the police, tells them every fucking thing, and then you end up going to jail behind it.
That's why
because you took part in it too, or you was
This is
around the
all
motherfucker.
because you guys want to believe in a story about a talking fucking snake.
Yeah,
30 minutes later, here we are.
I'm just going by the story. That's all.
Forgive me.
I never said I believed it. I never said I didn't. I'm just going by the story.
I feel your passion.
And adding a spin to it.
Yo,
I mean, that's what
no
it
spin
says.
to it. I'm giving you straight scriptures, son.
Yo, can we get
I
out
ain't,
of here?
I ain't Creflo Dollar or motherfucking who's the other fruity motherfucker? Kirk Franklin.
$1 motherfucking not like that. Shit, definitely won't be confused with Creflo. That language.
Fuck Creflo Dollar. And the Pope.
I'll pass.
And all them raggedy motherfuckers.
Nah, TD Jake's the man though.
TD Jakes.
TD fakes.
Yeah. Nah. I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, listen. Before you talk, he's very active in the community.
Yeah, and he looked like a hog head.
$100 million project. He's doing more than Farrakhan, anybody else out there. $100 million project to bring resources to the inner
on
city.
that pedestal like that, you have to be following the narrative. They ain't gonna let you push your shit out there unless you follow their narrative.
Okay, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing the day thing. All right, and you keep switching the subject to Illuminati.
Take you out there in the foreign land.
Look, and every time I ask indigenous, I hit him up before anybody, Sosa. I say, "Are you ready?" He never responds. If he do, it's half-assed. And then I get on the live. He waits till the subject is already brewing. Then he hops or he changes it. And then I be giving you first dibs. And you be pretty much declining.
You said you had the one brother that you was interviewing first, just like you said that you had DJ on the other day. So I'm let you get done with their interview.
Before I'm telling you, before I hit them up, I hit you up first. I type in, "Are you ready?" That's before I hit them up. When you don't respond,
and then as soon as I come in the room, I'm gonna be interviewing this brother and that brother, and then
are you listening to this now? Yeah, but you're listening to this now. I said I normally hit you up before anybody, and I text you, "Are you ready?" When you don't respond, then I hit up somebody else to see if I want to hop on.
You didn't hit me with the number till 15 minutes ago, brother. When I first came on, that's when you hit me with the number.
Indigenous. I said normally I hit you first, not every time.
Oh, okay.
I say, are you ready? That's early in the day, and I hit you up. No response. Then I hit somebody else up, and then we have a subject. So I asked Akachi his views. I asked Hassan his views, and they were kind of similar. So I said, I just invite them both on, one by one. But anyway, let's keep this show going on.
Yeah, Haskell getting a little perturbed by it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think everybody is, it's like, we hear this all the time in this community. Like religion is like the number one thing. So
yeah, you can't speak for everybody. You just everybody is. How you just make that? Everybody is.
Well, nah, you're right. But some people they could talk about this shit every day, all day. So yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, bro. I don't know how they do that, bro. I don't know how they get it, bro. Man. I'm like, damn.
Bro, I be seeing them in Garfield chat. I'm like, how the fuck y'all do this, bro? Like every day about the Bible, and I'm like, oh my God.
They love it.
Yeah. Yeah, but they're interested in it, so you're gonna go where the interest is at.
Fanatical.
Yeah, but I personally couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Because it gets frustrating. Because of the personal beliefs, and then you can see from focus, man, you ain't hear nothing. Wait till you get into his belief system. You can really
do it, but just not all the time. I don't mind having discussions about biblical stuff. Like it doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, I'm so disinterested in religious topics.
Yeah, I like the historical aspect of it. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
because you went there today. You talking about Peter first? I'm going, and that's why I say so that you so used to doing that, and that you forget that there's a religious belief in the Bible. And that's what Hassan was talking about. Like there's a way it's the way they use the Bible, and we was using that. We was going off how religious. We was answering the questions to how they will read it and how they accept it.
How they use scripture to understand other scriptures.
But even within that field, though, I think it's also debated. Though. You know what I'm saying with amongst religious scholars.
Exactly, King Sosa.
But we ain't talking about scholars. See, you talking about something outside.
But even
scholarship got nothing to do with belief.
Even still, like once the point is made, because initially he didn't know. So we was just.
Oh my God!
No.
Still on that?
No, that doesn't mean that. If I tell you that I don't know something, right? That just means that there's no evidence to support that. And he's saying that show the evidence and he would change. You can't just say because he don't know that he's now disqualified. He said you still haven't presented the argument to win your argument. That's why he said that. No, he's saying I don't know, you don't know, nigga. Nobody knows.
Thank you.
Yeah, to me, asking why women are the weaker vessels, like asking why water is wet. Like,
thank you, motherfucker. Oh, I wish I would have thought about that earlier.
I don't see that.
I don't see that.
It's a non-starter.
I think that's a good question.
It's a non-starter.
I think if there's a statement in there that can be answered rationally and logically, and there's a rational, logical explanation put forth, and there's no other alternative, then what choice do you have other to look into that or find that to be something feasible as a reasonable answer? That's what it is.
Listen,
it's not about
your answer.
This is the definite answer.
It was
for you to initially have the position and say I don't know, and then say, well, that's not it. How could you say that when you didn't know?
I didn't say that's not it. I said that's not what the Bible says. I did not say your position was unreasonable. I said that's not what it says.
Can somebody's actions prove the case instead of the words? I mean, you can say what you want, but do your actions
that's
prove
what I'm saying. Like
what you are?
And that goes back to what I was saying for looking for an explanation as a matter of fact statement.
Let me ask you this.
This is the reason for this.
When God said that referring to her as a weaker vessel, weaker in terms of what is it strength, or how do you delineate that it's not strength and it's something?
I'd rather not get into that, but it just says weaker vessel.
That's my point. So it's like so weaker is open to interpretation.
Yes.
Right. So if it's open to interpretation,
it could be a weakened mind, weakened body. It could be right. You're right.
It's not, but you would have to be someone who studied the Bible to be able to answer that, because then you can go into other explanations or instances where a woman was weaker, where women are weaker in different regards. It's not
Generally
saying
speaking, man. It's generally speaking.
no, but he asked specifically. He just said something to be specific. Weak in what regard?
No, when I'm saying, you said you can find an instance in the Bible where women were stronger than men, whatever, blah blah.
No,
blah.
that women show weakness.
Oh, okay.
And it's not to say that men aren't weak, but it goes to what it's saying. You can see instances where, in this instances, the woman was weak. In this instances, the woman was weak. And you can deduce from that these are the reasons why women are weaker vessels.
But it goes both ways. In the Bible, you can show where men are weak. So,
exactly. You can do the same. You can do the same. You can do the same.
Argument can be made that they are an argument.
Although you can show where women is weak, there's some instances where women just can't do certain shit. Like they're just not allowed. I don't know any instances where a man is not allowed to do something that other men can do. But there are some things that women just can't do because they just, I don't know if they're weak, but for some reason they're prohibited to never do it. And it's things that men do on a regular basis.
Right. That's like how in
like what?
In like in the 1800s,
like
women weren't allowed to they weren't allowed to vote, or like in Saudi Arabia, just before recent times, they weren't allowed to drive. You know, that sort of stuff.
Well, that's indicative of a male-run society. But I mean,
we got to go back to the inception of that, though. You got to go back to where this started, because our ancient ancestors in Africa, we had queen pharaohs, but then the Greeks came in behind Alexander.
Wait, so let's just stick with the Bible for a second.
Yeah,
so when God was dealing with
the male chauvinism, that's where it started at.
Yeah. So, but look, we're in the Bible. So right now, God was talking to Moses and Aaron, and when Miriam decided to speak her piece, God cursed the hell out of her.
Yes. That wasn't because she didn't have a voice. It's because
why he cursed her?
For the same reason that the little kids were killed for cursing a prophet. She's speaking.
No, but she didn't curse somebody out.
She did.
She just spoke. Period.
Nah, that's not what it says. She was
okay. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, she was upset with Moses for marrying a non-Israelite woman, for marrying the
right, because that's unlawful.
Woman. Say that again.
Right, that's unlawful. That's unlawful.
No, it's not unlawful.
That's unlawful. No, so wait, so the Jews deal with foreigners?
What time in history?
Yes, there were specific foreigners that they were not supposed to go with, but other Hebrew. And when you find out that they intermarried, a lot of times they were married to other Hebrew.
So you telling me that it was okay?
Before we get confused, notice I said Hebrew and not Israelite.
Right.
Okay. So is there a Hebrew law that Moses it was good for Moses to marry a Cushite?
Was it against the law to marry a Cushite? No.
No, was it okay? Like, is there a law that says they can do that?
It says you can do that? No, there's no law that says you can't.
There's no law prohibiting that.
Okay. Now, outside of Moses, did other Hebrews do that? Other Israelites?
Yes.
Who?
Eber, for one, married Azurad, who was a Cushite.
I said Israelites.
Okay, Israelites. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Judah married.
Who?
Well, he didn't marry Cushites. He married Egyptians, but same thing. Let's see, Cushites. Solomon married. Well, no, she didn't marry her. I can't think of any with Cushites, but I know it happened in history. I can show, not in the Bible. I can't show in the Bible, but definitely in history.
Yeah, I was talking about Bible.
Huh?
But one will be enough though. If there's no law prohibiting it, then it stands.
Then it stands.
Well, there's a lot of laws that don't prohibit certain things, and it's still not favored.
Yeah, but it's not prohibited.
Prohibit is one thing, but prohibit,
yeah.
I mean, like Okay, so I think it's First Corinthians or Romans. I think it's First Corinthians. I'm gonna show you what women couldn't do is, and we'll see what you say
They
about
can't
this
have
one.
multiple. They can't have
Okay.
multiple husbands. That's one thing that women can't do that men can do.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm talking about discernment. Like I think women didn't have the same women couldn't do certain shit because it would seem like they didn't have the discernment that men had.
No,
The
it
same
says
discernment.
women. I think you're
I've heard
going
that.
to how Israelites say, "I suffer a woman not to teach," but that's even misconstrued.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I've
no,
heard that.
I ain't
I've
dealing
heard
with that.
argument. Yeah, I heard women get beat up before.
Yeah, I ain't dealing with that. I'm talking. I think it's First Corinthians.
Would they go back to Canaanites, though, unbiased? Would they go back to Canaanites?
Most of the Canaanites are who they could not marry.
I'm actually gonna go after that. All right, so let me see. Guys, I'm the author of confusion. God, not see. Oh, okay, there we go. It was First Corinthians. I got you. So check this one out. What you guys think about this? Let me skip down. Women are to be silent in the churches. This is First Corinthians 14:34.
Yeah.
All right. So now look. Let me just finish before you start chipping in, so people can go where I'm just going to read verbatim. Women are to be silent in the churches. I'm not stopping there. I'm going 2 more verses. They are not permitted to speak, but must be in submission, as the law says. As the law says, if they wish to inquire about something, they are to ask their own husbands at home, for it is dishonorable for a woman to speak in the church. Here's the verse 36. Did the word of God originate with you, or are you the only ones it has reached? If anyone considers himself a prophet, so right there, the law says that they need to be in submission. They're not allowed to teach, but be silent and ask questions at home. And another thing is, women had to wear. I think they couldn't wear head wraps or vice versa in the church.
Yes.
So there's a couple things just for them.
Okay, so yeah, the head wraps, yeah, but that verse that you just read about letting the woman, that's the same verse I was talking about. Suffer a woman not to teach, let them be silent. It's the same verse I was talking about. That's where I said I thought you were going, and I don't think you really.
So how do you explain that?
Yeah, I don't.
No, but I'm asking you. Well, I read it in plain English. All right, so you tell me what it says other than English.
Okay, I understand.
Says,
I understand. Listen.
Right.
You would have kept going where you cut off. When it was talking about, it started talking about prophecy. Let me just read the rest of that verse.
Yeah, go ahead.
What version did you read?
Well, it wouldn't matter because they all have the strong, the lexicon. So it wouldn't matter what version.
The reason I asked that is because I didn't want to.
Now you can read me. So with me, no, but me, I know about the strong. I know about the strong current. So in the lexicon, so it really don't matter what you read because they all go back to that.
The lexicon. That's not. When I started reading the rest of the verse.
So it don't matter. So for me, it wouldn't matter what verse you read. What version? It's going to say the same thing.
Okay, so that was Corinthians
14:33.
So I'm gonna stop at 35. Where it says 35.
I stopped at 36.
Oh, you stopped at 36. Okay.
Yeah.
No, it was 35. And if they will learn anything, let them ask their husbands. You did. And for it's a shame for women to speak in the church. What came the word of God from you? It came unto you only. So basically, what it's saying is, if God gave a message to, in this case, women, he didn't give it to only that woman. He gave it to the woman to edify the rest of the body. And if you understand, and I know right now that doesn't make sense, but if you understand what was going on in the church of Corinthian, this is this whole chapter is about speaking in tongues. This is what the Christian this is what the Christians do today with the Bible and and all that bullshit that nobody can understand. Nobody can understand it. But if you ask them, they say it's a special message from God that only they can understand. And what this Bible is saying is, what this verse is saying is, what came the word of God out from you, or came it unto you only? It's asking, did it only come to you? Did God only give you a message for your benefit? Because that's not how he operates. He operates to benefit the nation. He's not sending messages in the congregation, in the church, just for one person to get a blessing. They're supposed to share it for all. And if you keep going, it talks about how you don't speak in strange tongues unless there's 2 or more interpreters that can cipher for everybody. So that's what that verse is talking about. And the reason it's targeting women is because at this time in Corinth, it was mainly women that was doing it. Just like today, it's mainly women with this so-called gift of speaking in tongues.
Right, yeah, because I thought the same thing about us, and I've heard the army get beat up and I had to switch my position. So, yeah, over in debate league. And then they even go to other parts where women are teaching men. That's just a losing battle.
What part is that?
When women are teaching men? I can't
Yeah.
remember the exact verse. I have to go to the damn debate.
You talking about Deborah?
Not necessarily teaching in
You talking
church,
about Deborah?
but they're getting counsel from the woman, from the woman to the man.
I know one kid is Deborah.
Huh?
Yeah.
I got one.
Deborah.
Listen, there was a queen of Israel. That doesn't get talked a lot about.
Hold on. Listen to this right here real quick, fellas. I got you. It's Luke 2, right? Chapter, I think it's 38. Wait a minute. Oh, no, chapter 36. Luke 2, chapter 36.
You mean verse 36?
There was also a prophetess, Anna, the daughter of Phanuel of the tribe of Asher. She was very old, and she had lived with her husband 7 years after her marriage. So there's a prophetess right there in the Bible, and her name was Anna.
Google
a prophet's not a teacher though.
All right, well, Google Athaliah, Athaliah, Athaliah. She was a queen of Israel. Like that, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm not even, I'm dropping that argument. I'm not even going to continue that one.
No doubt.
They try to get me. No, I'm not even interested in that one.
Yeah, it says she studied in the church, and then on the day that Jesus was, circumcised
let me ask y'all this.
by the law.
Back on the original topic about well, I guess it's not the original, but it was pretty close to the beginning.
Yeah.
The black woman is the most unprotected woman in America or the world or whatever the quote says. Y'all agree with that, right?
Oh yeah.
Who is supposed to protect her?
The man.
The black man, and the government.
Yeah, but how do you protect somebody that's equal to you? That don't make no sense.
No, in military, you protect people that are equal to you all the time. That don't make no sense. There's people in the military that protect each other, like just like
but Sosa, the idea isn't for men and women to protect. It doesn't say what black women and men should protect each other. It says black men should protect black women. So that don't equate.
Yeah, when you talk in physical prowess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We already know that. We know that what the disparity is as far as strength wise. I don't think nobody's arguing that.
Shit.
Men in strength and power, like
you have motherfuckers that argue that shit. They was arguing it tonight. Well, you have someone.
Watcher
I think
said
you was Sosa. Like, Well, you have some women who stronger than all of us on the panel.
I mean,
either you or Chef, I can't remember.
Lisa Leslie would light y'all. Lisa Leslie would light y'all up.
Here we go.
Disparities with strength. Oh, like I said, those disparities lie in the extremities. The gap widens. You know what I'm saying? In general, like really, in general, women or men are roughly the same as far as like strength wise. As you get higher in weight, you know what I'm saying? Like as you get to 150 pounds, the higher you go.
Haskel, who dance better?
Yeah, in the extremity, the higher you go in, like on average, right? You're talking about lifting 100 pounds. Women, there's not going to be much disparity between women and men.
What?
120.
What?
Tripping.
What are you talking about?
Bro, what?
I'm talking about.
They only weigh 100 pounds.
Lifting it once or lifting it a number of times.
Listen to what I'm saying. I said in terms of lifting up 100 pounds.
Oh, okay.
The disparities of women and men won't vary greatly.
Yes, they would.
Wait, for one rep? Well, what are we talking about?
Yes, they would.
Lifting up 100 pounds. I said just lifting 100
pounds. There's a lot of women that can't lift 100 pounds.
I know there's a lot of women that can't lift 100 pounds. There's a lot of men that can't lift 100. I'm just saying that the weight, right?
There's more
I'm just
men.
saying, like, I'm not, listen what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's going to be equal. I'm saying that the disparity would not be as great. But as you increase in weight to 125, the gap will widen. 150 gets wide. So I'm saying as you go to the extremities, the gap is tremendous as you go up in weight. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Right. So you're saying based on that.
Yeah, but you shouldn't start at 100 pounds.
You're saying based on that, men should be responsible for protecting their women in their group. Now I'm asking.
Yeah. Am I saying based on that? Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So in that case, then should men have an inordinate amount of authority over their women, given that?
Just because of that? Like, so
What do you
that
mean inordinate? What do you mean inordinate? I don't know. I understand what
I mean,
inordinate just
inordinate means, but an inordinate amount of authority, I kind of don't understand the phrase.
Right. So meaning that the authority is more than just having just a little bit of say so, meaning that it's not absolute, but it's damn near. You get what I'm saying? If I'm responsible for your life,
that's an individual relationship. You know what I'm saying?
No,
but I'm saying
you
it's
can't
based
base on the basis of that.
No. I'm saying if you subscribe to the notion that men should protect the women in their group, like that should be a man's remember, that's a caveat. That's if you subscribe to that ideation, right? Then what I'm saying is there should be a flip side, because that's an inordinate amount of responsibility. You get what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
It's not. It's a natural responsibility.
That's fine. It could be natural, but it still is inordinate.
So
meaning
let me ask you this, Hassan. You walk in the street and you see a woman getting brutalized by whoever. You feel like it's your responsibility to go protect her or to go help her?
Yes.
A random woman?
Yes.
And so you feel obligated to sacrifice your life for a random woman?
You said protect her. You didn't say sacrifice my life.
Know what can happen. If you go over there, it's a good chance you could get your ass whacked.
Exactly.
What you think this is?
There's no guarantee you coming back.
Nobody. I don't think
you changed the question right there. That was nice and smooth. I see how you tried to do that.
I wasn't trying to be deceptive, but
that was smooth.
I thought it was implied that there's no guarantee you're coming back.
I mean, I'll walk out the house, there ain't no guarantee. But if I'm walking down the street and I see a woman getting abused or whatever like that, I'm not going to just ignore it.
I'm calling the police.
I'm calling the police, but I'm also going over there.
I ain't going over nowhere.
Yeah,
I
well,
ain't going nowhere. Because
that's
after
the
that
type of
nigga
man you
split,
are. You can be that type of dude. I'm not that type of dude.
after that nigga split my
No, honestly,
motherfucking head open.
Hassan, I'm
not that type of dude,
with
and
you. I just
I've
wanted
done
to
it,
know.
and I've done it
Hey,
before. So you know what I mean. I'm just not that type of dude.
After I split that nigga, after that nigga split my motherfucking head open, or I split his head open, and I'm either dead or in jail, guess what's gonna happen? Take a wild guess.
He be laid up with his
Be laid up right with that nigga.
All right, so let me ask you this. The same way you feel obligated to look after that strange woman, that stranger, you don't think that, do you believe that women have any obligation to the men in the community who are expected to protect them?
Boom.
Yeah, they do.
What would that obligation be? What are their responsibilities for upholding that end of the bargain? And keep in mind, this is just random guys. They don't know. They don't know these guys. Just like we didn't know that woman. What are their responsibilities?
But you got to be more specific. You talking about
I can't be no more specific. This is a generalization.
Well, you because
this is a stranger on the street that you're going to defend.
Hold on. You can't be specific in one aspect in terms of the relation from the man to the woman, and then generalize the aspect in terms of the woman to the man.
The exact same generalization.
It's not that. You be specific. Give me a specific situation, just like you gave me with the man and the woman versus the woman to the man. Give me a specific. You gave specifics there, and then try to generalize another situation. You can't do that.
I don't think there was anything specific. The woman was in danger.
You gave a specific information situation of a woman getting abused in public, and I'm walking down the street. That's specific, right. But you didn't give me no specific.
I don't have any specifics.
Well, I don't have any answer.
Hey, you know what? Because I understand how you think. So I honestly can't give you a specific. So I
can't give you an answer, brother. I'm sorry.
I accept that.
Yeah, I think that the question was like, should men, should we, right? So, right, versus, I mean, in a dependent situation, right? If she need, right, and then we're saying just because we should and we would do it doesn't mean that it's in every situation she would need.
No, I didn't say would. I asked him should we.
Yeah, well, just
should implies a moral, any type of moral. Yeah, then
but you see what happens is. But you see what happens is this. I live in Philly. There was an instance where a woman got raped on public transportation, and people said
I read that.
People sat around and watched it and like was recording on their phones and stuff like. And people sat there and watched it, and nobody did nothing to stop it because they thought like whoever was saying that I'm worried about my life and stuff because they thought like that. You know what I mean? Because you see situations like that happen in public, you should do something about it, and you should be a coward and not be man enough to go up and protect that woman.
Time out.
You need help.
That does not make anybody a coward for not doing that.
Okay, you can call it what you want. I call it a coward.
That don't make you a coward. And honestly,
if you was there and the woman was on there getting raped,
listen, I'm like you. Coward. I would help her. I'm like you. I would help her.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, I understand the perspective of those who don't think like us. These women out here telling you they don't need men. They don't need us.
We ain't talking about
it's all relevant.
No, we ain't being general no more. We ain't being general.
Because because even with that narrative, most women don't say that.
What?
They say it, but they don't mean it.
Don't say that.
No, they say it. They say it, but they don't mean it.
Most of it, yeah.
It doesn't matter if they don't. If they
nah, they mean it. They mean it. What they mean is, in the instances that are beneficial to them,
exactly.
They mean it. In the instances that it's not beneficial, they don't mean it.
I don't know.
It doesn't matter what they mean.
What matters is what they say. I don't need no man to do this. But
I need a man when I want to need him.
Yeah, it's a difference between need and want.
Right, because they go through.
I may want a man for such, but I don't need a man for that.
You know who had this argument already?
They don't need them until they need them.
Like that Titanic thing with a man sacrifice for the women, like that would never happen in today's society because
She had
like
enough room on that door.
huh?
She had enough room on that door.
Yeah, that's not the point though. Point is niggas would be fighting them hoes. Like, fuck that. I ain't about to
Nah, because men it's always
shit.
gonna. I mean,
They didn't show it in the
Can I
movie.
say something though?
I
That
bet dudes was fighting
it
women
doesn't
did
all
for them.
fall back on the man. You gotta. I mean, what about the country then? What about
Yeah,
what
sis,
about
I
what about
ain't
the
got the
state that
freedom
they're
anymore.
in? What about their community? What about the police department? You know what I'm saying? I mean, they need laws changed just as well as we do. You know what I'm saying? So the women has been, put down
Right.
and pushed to the side for the
The
longest
general
time.
climate in this society, the general climate, right? Even if a woman doesn't state it explicitly, every woman in this society is either a feminist, has feminist leanings, has feminist ideations, like all of
Even
them.
the
There's
dudes.
not
Even the
one,
dudes.
right? Even the
Dudes are
dudes,
falling for that shit.
right? There's even the dudes because you hear it on Tonight when they
I
was
hear
on.
exactly.
Like,
I hear it tonight.
But you got to talk about what part of feminists you're talking about, because when feminists first started, they were against abortions, and now they're all
we're not
for
doing
them.
that. Let's stay on focus.
I'm talking about specifically today's iteration of feminists. I think they call it. I think they now up to fifth wave. They're up to fifth wave feminism now. But I'm saying in today's society, in today's climate, virtually every woman would tell you a man and woman are equal. A woman could do what a man could do. Da da da. Virtually, and like someone said, a lot of the men, should I venture to say most of the men feel that way.
That's that secular thinking women.
Right. Once you have that as if that's like the baseline of society, right, there's a flip side to that. And in the day when a woman couldn't vote and all that stuff, the men would sacrifice their life for their women because they had that level of authority and responsibility for those women, right? So, but today's woman, they want the equality, right? They want to have the equality, be able to have equal say and all the rest of that, but they still want men to have that traditional level of responsibility, and you can't have it both ways.
So women. So you're saying that in the reverse, women won't sacrifice their lives for men. Women don't take charges.
Not saying they don't.
In
but they're not expected.
Certainly you'll find one-off instances, sure.
No,
like
I'm not
No.
It's not about them being willing
I'll say women
it's about them
sacrifice
being
their lives
expected to.
for men more than women. I'll say women sacrifice their life for men more than men sacrifice their life for women.
It's a regularity.
How so? Like, what do you
because
mean?
Well, woman has to give up. You can see it. You can see it in the households. The woman, if a man has a baby with a woman, the man can just walk off.
Oh, you talking about, man, we talking about actual life, like living,
that
breathing.
Is part of life. Raising.
No, but we're talking about breathing. We're talking about like, yeah, come
breathing.
on.
But you weren't making a good point, Hassan. You weren't making.
I mean, that is a good point. I mean, because what they have to sacrifice. They have to sacrifice.
The question wasn't about sacrifice. Like it was like Badger said. We were talking about breathing. We were talking about actually protecting.
Yes, actually living biologic. Come on, man. See, come on. This is the type of stuff I'm talking about, man.
I'm just saying
we have
that
men on the panel. Like men should be able to reason logically.
Bro, you need to be able to speak.
You
talking about breathing. What are you talking about breathing? Then be specific.
We're talking about.
In other words, let's not go there. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Hey, Hassan, you made a good point. You made a good point.
I know what point I was making because I was making an intellectual point. He talking about just breathing.
You're talking about.
But his point was
like you're narrowing. You're narrowing.
I'm saying like you're narrowing. A man seeing a woman being attacked or whatever, and whether or not it should be his responsibility to go over there and do something about it. And then somebody else on the panel made a point that, in doing so, you are risking life and limb.
Right.
So when that was the framework that we were operating in, right?
The
biologically
key word in that
living.
is
We're not talking
responsibility.
about like your quality of life and sacrificing.
Hold on,
We're
hold
talking
on.
about
Y'all jumping around
biologically.
and y'all jumping around
Yeah, but
because
saying
when
like
you
this.
No, we're
say
not. No,
when
we're
you
not.
say
Jumping
yeah, you
around, bro.
are.
All right,
You
well,
added
all right.
when
You know what?
when you
Well, all right, bro. We
We
apologize for
know
jumping around. Hold on.
we know
We
that women
apologize for
sacrifice.
jumping around, bro. We're gonna clarify it now. Perhaps we were jumping around, but we're gonna clarify it now. That is specifically what we're talking about. So can we move on now? Are we
But
gonna
listen,
argue like women?
no,
Well,
because
I got one
here's the
thing I
thing
want to
though.
add
Like
to
you're
it.
I
Hassan.
don't
saying
want to
you're
argue.
saying
you're
you're
narrowing
saying
the
No,
conversation.
I'm not playing that game with you. You could play with somebody else, bro.
Let's just have the
I'm not playing the
conversation.
game. It's just being specific about what you're talking about. When you
Yeah,
say a woman
I
is
was
get
just specific, bro. I
no,
said,
you're
all right,
not
my boy,
because
we fucked up. We wasn't clear. So now I'm gonna clarify for you. We talking about biologically living, risking life and limb. You got it now? You understand now?
But,
all right. Well, if you
yeah,
got it, then this is
But
what
listen,
you should be.
fellas, hold on for a
Hold on,
second.
hold
Let
on,
me
hold on, hold on,
clarify for a second. Just 1
hold
second.
on,
Y'all been
hold on. Let
talking.
me.
Hold on.
Well, he was
Listen, you
addressing
got to
me. So
think
can I
about. I'm just
respond?
saying this real quick, and I'll be done. The numbers. What is the numbers? What is the percentage, or not percentage, but it's like 10-1 or something like that. Women to men on the planet. Just like you ask why white people have more abortions in America, it's because there's more white people in America.
why are we going to
So there's
abort?
more women on the planet, so they're going to die more for their men because there are more of them than there are of us. Simple as that. Okay, there we go. I'm done.
All right. So what I was saying was that the example that you gave with somebody being with the woman on the street getting abused or whatever, if I'm walking down the street and I'm assessing a situation, if it's life threatening where like she got like a gun or like a knife or something like that, I'm not running over there and jumping into that situation where I can clearly see that my life could be at danger. But if it's a situation where I feel like I can protect myself and protect her, and I'm using my sense to judge the situation and see that she needs help and I can help her, then I'm going to go and do so. But I'm not jumping in front of a bullet. I'm not jumping in front of a knife for no random person. No. So when you trying to equate helping somebody with risking your life, that's not the same thing. And that's the additional
No,
factor
but
that
here's
you
the
brought
point.
into it though.
Yeah,
Mike
I mean,
Tyson
right now,
raping a
Hassan.
woman on a train. No
Yeah, I
knife,
mean,
no gun.
Yeah, what I'm
You
saying,
want
now
to
you
know
made him, but now you
Mike
made him
Tyson
Mike
raping a woman
Tyson.
on the train. Come on,
Just it, now
man.
you made the guy Mike.
Anytime you
Come on,
intercede, anytime you intervene in a situation,
your
We
life is
know
at
it's a
risk.
possibility.
with a
Yeah, we
man,
know it's a possibility.
it's a potential. Yeah, it's a
Thank you.
possibility.
Yeah,
That's it.
but on but now
I
but
ain't
that's
well,
but
that's y'all, man. That's
on
y'all.
average, like now
So if y'all was on the train with the girl getting raped, you would sit there and watch. You would
That's
call
not
the
what we
police.
said.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
not
saying
what we
What you
said.
saying then?
No.
What you
If you would
saying then?
listen, because right now it sounds like you in
Because
this
your
room.
life could be at risk
If
with
you
this
would
guy.
listen,
Why your
look,
life ain't at risk in this situation?
anytime you get into an altercation with another man, your life is on the line, period.
Okay, so if, like I said, if the guy was raping a girl in the train and you tried to intervene, your life could be at risk.
I
You
already
stand there
told
and
you
watch.
from the jump, I agree with you.
All
And
right,
my
then what are we?
point to that was, why are we obligated? What are their obligations to them? I already told you that I would agree with you.
I'm not addressing you. Then I'm addressing the other brother. He talking about life being on the line, and that's
because your life is
additional.
on the line. It's an intellectual point. He ain't even.
It's not an intellectual point. That's my point.
It's deeper
point is
than
that
like,
it's
but
not-
listen, that struggle though is deeper than this surface level, because you're talking about you're basically talking about protecting the people that give birth to other humans.
Exactly.
You understand, bro? Like you
but in this case and in this society, you talking about protecting women who don't want to give birth, who don't need you, and all that other shit.
I seen the wheeze, man. Most women want to have children.
Nah. You cannot speak for women. That's what they are arguing with us about
we
right
know,
now.
We know because we can look at the amount of women that have babies.
Oh, boom! That is chauvinistic. That's chauvinistic. You don't believe what they telling you.
What I'm saying is that
what you see.
Because it doesn't matter. I can tell you I'm not a thief, but what does that matter if I stole? If you look at my resume, you see I got.
So are you saying that women are full of shit?
What I'm saying is that you can, when you look at the data, you see when women have babies generally, and you see that most women generally have babies, and the ones that don't.
I actually agree with you. But but the message that you're saying right now is completely contradictory to what these women are arguing.
I think y'all taking a few bullet points that some women say.
A few.
Yeah,
It's way more than a few.
I'm saying outside in your regular day life, how many girls do you come through just in your regular day beings and walking about?
I work with
on
about
average.
20.
If you walked and you came in contact with 10 girl females, right?
Yes.
On average, how many say I don't want no kids?
I don't want no kids, or I don't need no man.
No, I don't want children.
Okay.
I mean,
I don't ask them about that.
Nah, but that wasn't the
because if
discussion.
you
So,
want-
like, we know they want kids. Like, they're gonna want some kids. That's not what we talking about.
But what I'm saying is that
they don't need no man. That's the thing.
Yeah, we're about to defend this idea that
but what
they
I'm
can
saying
do
is that
anything that
if they want,
do it.
if women have kids and they want kids, then how could
then they need men? Is what you're saying? Well, let's reformat it then.
No, we don't have to reformat it.
No. I'm playing
because they say out of their mouth they don't need no man.
Saying that
right?
Y'all
hold on. I'm playing along with Sosa. Like biologically, they would need men to create children.
Exactly.
Essentially, when a woman says she doesn't, when a woman says she doesn't need a man, she's not being literal. What she's communicating is, I don't need you for provision. I don't need you to subsist. You know, I don't want you to have any authority over me. That's what she's communicating.
Is that true?
He's saying you ain't the only thing on the world,
man.
Is it true that a woman doesn't need a man in this society to subsist?
No, it's not true.
Well, no, I'm just asking, is that the question?
Yeah, that's the question.
That's the question, Sosa?
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't. They got the state.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
They have the state.
I'm talking about in terms of. I'm talking about in terms of
police force.
I'm talking about. Now see, now we stretching it to.
That's not stretching anything.
No, now
that's
you stretch because that extends to now we don't need men. Versus,
that's what they're saying.
No, I don't. No, I don't need a man. It's different from saying we don't need men in society. Like we don't need males in society. That's a totally different scenario versus I don't need a man. Right? You got to agree with that.
Okay, so I think that is how you're taking it, and I might be wrong for how I'm taking it. I don't know, but
I didn't mean it like that.
I would have to ask.
Women are saying
I would have to ask some of these women to clarify. What do you mean you don't need a man? I have to ask them.
Yeah, and normally they're talking about a relationship. Normally they talk about relationship, and normally it's about to take care of me financially. That's normally what it centers around.
It centers around the idea that I can do for myself.
I can provide for myself. That's really
what. So we got a new panelist. I guess they're waiting for their opportunity. Shamari,
need some females.
Do you want to weigh in?
I see you.
Shamari, anytime you want to talk, just type in the chat or raise your hand. All right. But anyway, go ahead. You finish.
That person on mute though. Yeah, but Haskel's not saying that. Haskel doesn't mean it like that. When they say they don't need a man, they're not talking about we don't need males we don't need a male in the police force, nothing like that.
Well, like I said, man, I work with like 20 females in my warehouse. And I'm pretty sure I've heard the majority of them say they don't need no man. When I'm flirting with them too.
and how many of them got a man?
Hey, yo, I'm gonna ask them. I don't know.
Yeah.
They pull out the rabbits and the dildos and go to work. Say, we don't need you.
No, what they're saying, in fact, is saying I don't need a man. Like I want a man, right, to take it, but I don't need a man to do that. I can do that for myself.
That's a lie. It's a lie. They don't believe that.
If you think about it, if you were to hear a guy say, I don't need a woman, you would think that nigga's a weirdo. Now, it goes without saying that we don't need women, right? You can live your life, you know, from start to end without a woman. So there will be no need for you to state that.
Yeah.
So by you stating that,
Who
I don't
living
need
like
a
that? Yeah, has
no,
to.
I'm saying Sosa, I'm saying you could do that. You don't need a woman in
I didn't
order.
say that. I didn't say
I
that.
can't do
So
that.
what we
Oh,
gonna name?
you
What we gonna
you don't
rename
need a woman
Akachi?
in order to
Beach,
live,
short for
right?
beach and meat.
Yeah, I need a
But
woman.
if a guy
I need a woman.
were
We're
to
gonna be on
say
the, we
that,
gonna be on planet Beacher. Beach and meat,
yeah,
short for beach and meat. Bunch of
right, you
beach
could
meters
do that.
running around.
You could
Fuck
a guy
that.
could do that, or
I got to have
you
me a
could
woman,
go
brother. I'm sorry.
or
I mean,
you could go monk.
goddamn.
You could go monk mode, you know, or be a hermit,
There's gonna,
right?
there's gonna be
but
planet Beacher.
You
Short
have
for beach and
men.
meat.
Hold on,
You have men who do that, right? But no man, you don't hear men going around proclaiming that because it goes without saying. Like, so if a man were to say that, what they would be communicating a political point more so than stating an obvious fact. You get what I'm saying? Like
They're
if a
not
guy
saying
were
what
to
they mean.
yeah,
if a
but
guy were to go around
you're
proclaiming,
just,
I don't need no woman,
but
he's
listen,
communicating something else. There's subtext. You get what I'm saying?
yeah, but with the you got to do you're
But the
comparing it to a
subtext,
male to a man, and you're talking about a particular group, right? Females in general have been marginalized, bro, who just got the right to vote. You see what I'm saying? So they're protesting or proclaiming that is not from the same perspective as a man is saying. It's just standing up and saying, I can do for self. That doesn't mean
Right.
I
That's what I'm
want a
saying.
man.
That's what they're communicating. They're not literally saying we
Yeah,
don't want men or
right.
yeah,
So
that's what I'm saying.
so you agree. Then you agree with me.
Yeah, I in essence, yeah, I do.
Yeah, so
I
I'm saying,
do.
so when they say it, it's not to be taken so literally.
It isn't. It isn't.
okay,
That's all
let
I'm
me
saying.
ask you this then. How many dudes didn't know that before they said it?
No, but the thing is, here's the thing. Here's the
It's about
thing.
property.
It shouldn't be taken so literally, but they say it in a literal sense. And they don't put no kind of asterisk next to it, but I need them in this sense. No. When they say it as if it's I
It's
don't need
absolute.
like an absolute. Yeah, this is where they say it, but
I know.
they don't
I
mean
know
that.
how they say it.
Yeah, they don't mean that. And it's not older women who say that. It's young women. You know what I mean? Young girls.
Nah, that's not true either.
I'm scared of them.
It's a lot of young girls.
It's a lot of old women
I'm scared
too.
of the young girls.
Yeah, but that's just how women communicate. They
Women-
don't typically
older women
aren't direct
older
like
women-
that. There's
older
always a
women,
bunch of subtext and
You know, but they would
And
be
it's a certain
offended
type
if
of
you
woman,
saying
too.
this, that they don't speak clearly, that they use subtext and they don't say what they mean. They will be offended that you're saying this right now.
a lot of them would be.
No,
'Cause
they can be
don't-
offended all they want. They can be offended all they want, but they don't mean that because they're when you start asking them about it, it's going to show otherwise.
Listen,
Right.
I agree with you.
Well, that's why I don't
I'm just saying that
I don't really
I
don't argue with women or like
chauvinistic.
on these
Oh, well,
Hey,
topics.
but think about it like this. Think about it like
Truth
this.
is
What if they all got together and formed a group, the women, and they said they're gonna try to fuck us to death, and they outnumber us 10-1. I'm a veteran. I'm gonna get my 10. How about you?
The hell? What?
He's a veteran. He gonna get his 10. I got that. I'm a vet too. I got it.
I'm gonna get my 10, brother. How about you?
Hey, Unbiased, you there?
What the fuck?
Hey,
somebody-
Unbiased, you there? You on the panel, Unbiased?
Somebody got to mute him,
Yeah.
yo. He out of control. Somebody got to
That's
mute.
like
And
you remember
Disney,
when-
I told you, Disney, when you finally talk, you be playing around. We got
Hey, you remember when
Haskel.
that's just like man. I don't know what it is about old niggas, man. They all swear like they the slickest. I'm a champion.
So you gonna be the same
Word,
nigga
word.
I didn't got more pussy by
yeah.
accident.
When
than
you get
could ever
past
get on purpose.
47, you
Haskel.
think all ladies want you.
I'm getting started that shit.
Hey, yeah, you can't tell he ain't a slick talking dude when it come to women.
Bruh. Nigga be running them old ass lines and shit.
Uh,
Dude, they
Say,
had no
say,
idea.
mama.
That's
Bro,
older.
they don't realize.
He ain't talking to a 20, 30-year-old girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit work in his age.
Right.
Bro, that shit is
Yeah, that
not
shit work with a
working, bro.
55-year-old.
Yeah, that shit ain't working, bro. On a 25-year-old, 30-year-old, that shit is not working, dude.
Nah.
At all.
Yeah, I ain't trying to work on nothing like that. Them things is out here sticking fists in their buttholes and all kinds of shit. I ain't trying to fuck around like that, man. It's crazy.
I don't know what, bro. I'm
Crazy.
trying to listen. Where are you hanging out? I feel like you just one of the most nasty, sluttiest women
Hey, listen,
in
you better do
society.
your research. You
Look,
better
wherever
do some motherfucking
you need
research,
to
nigga.
move. I'm saying you need to move, bro. Whatever you at, you need to move.
So like, where you hanging out, and can we roll?
And then let me know where it's at, so I don't fucking go there.
I just want to go one time.
Yo, he be in that glory hole. Yeah, he be in that glory hole, bro.
Chatterbait.
Oh man, you dead wrong for that shit, bro. You dead wrong.
Chatterbait, nigga. Chatterbait is off the chain.
Most popular nigga at truck stops.
The glory hole is.
Yo, but if you really think about it, man, like, you know, Tim's put in the chat that older women really don't need men because a lot of them have established careers, homes, and all that stuff, businesses. And he's right. You know,
that's exactly why they need a man. And that's
they don't. No,
yes, they do. They need a man for companionship. They don't need a man to. They don't need a man.
Yeah, but that's not a need.
Companionship that is a need. That is a need.
No, companionship is a want. That's a desire. That's not a need.
Yeah, that's a need. Trust me.
A need is something you literally can't do without. Like you can't live without it.
Yeah, they feel like they need it. It's a want and a need.
It can't be a want and come on, man. Can't be a want and a need. Like you need food.
You don't
when they say they don't need when they say they don't need a man, they mean they don't need them for that. They need him for other things, not
like
that.
I don't need internet. You know what I'm saying? But goddamn, I can't even imagine not having it. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the same with women. Like they don't literally need men, but yeah, sure, you're gonna want some companionship, a warm body, you know, somebody to talk to, that sort of stuff. But they don't. A woman who's, let's say, like 50 years old, been working 20 years, making $100,000 a year, saving her money, got a couple homes, you know, she doesn't need a man, bro.
She don't need a man to be a provider, but she need a man for companionship
and protection
and guidance
and to fix whatever breaks.
Not unless he's
houses.
It's only so much. It's only so much TV you can watch.
That's disgusting, man. We
what's wrong with
we just
iBM?
terrible out here today. We just all fucked up out here today, man. Shit is ridiculous.
Wow. Okay, I just Googled image that. All right, I get it now. Damn. Wish I didn't do that.
Yeah, Decent Tavo says same with men. They don't need a woman, but always flirting and chasing. But I think men are more honest about it. Like I said, a man.
I never heard a guy in my life say, "I don't need women."
I don't need a woman.
I don't know where y'all get this from, yo.
That shit would sound crazy. Like if a nigga said that in my presence, I would disassociate with that nigga.
I'm like, bro, you gay or something? Yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't even want to associate
you don't need a woman
with
and what
you,
you
bro.
need. Like what you need.
But literally, you don't need a woman. Obviously, we all know that. Like,
damn, bro. No.
Yo, literally, I do.
No. You can't get me with that logic, bro. Let's not go there. No.
You think men literally need women watcher? Like, I mean, to live.
I'll get psychotic, my nigga. I will destroy you. I'll start with you for putting that shit in my head, bro.
You know what having a woman
with you
does for you, bro?
Yeah, but come on, man. Y'all not.
90%
I ain't
of all
ordering
the
out every
homicides
night.
and murder
I'm getting
is
some
probably
home cooked
because of a fucking
meals.
woman.
I'm eating
Can't
healthy.
have one, taking one.
All right, what do you need a woman for, watcher?
To keep the motherfucking race going,
God
to keep the
damn,
culture
bro.
going. God,
Nah, I'm saying
talking
on a personal level, what do you need a woman for?
Oh my! I gotta have this conversation with you.
You don't have to.
No, I mean,
I understand.
no, it's
I
not.
understand
What
I
I'm
understand
saying
you're
is,
trying to make, Peter.
Haskell,
It's the same thing Kevin Samuel said too. I agree with that point too.
What point?
Like, watch it. We'd all agree, dude. Like, I'd go crazy if not, but I couldn't imagine life without having women or not having a woman.
This is what Kev said. If you Thanos snap all the women off of the earth, men, if I'm fucking 34 right now, I could live the rest of my life naturally without women. And
I doubt that.
And I would still have.
I mean,
You doubt
I'm
that,
not gonna
Watcher?
kill
So
myself.
what do you think niggas will do?
I
Like,
think wars will go.
Like,
bro, do you understand humanity? Do you understand humanity?
Listen,
no,
y'all
Watcher,
talking about
Watcher,
y'all
listen,
talking
hold
about
on, Watcher.
y'all are talking
about some
about.
Hold
Avengers.
on, let me and Watcher talk real quick because I think he's conflating like
I'm
propagation of the.
conflating. No, I'm not conflating. I just have a different understanding, and you need to enlighten me on it. So don't presume I'm conflating. I just don't have your understanding, and you
Listen,
can educate me on it.
No, hold on. Let me talk to Watcher real quick, guys. I was saying I think you're conflating. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I believe that you're possibly conflating propagation of the species with a person living out their lifetime. An individual.
No. Now that you said that, let me clarify. Hold up. He's speaking to me. I'm not saying that because I understand that these are very simplistic thoughts. This is just simple thought experiments. I get it. Everybody's done it numerous times. Now I'm taking it on a deeper level as far as your neighbor and camaraderie and cooperating with someone else. If there's no women, then all of a sudden shit breaks down, and the hierarchy that we have now is just going to. I've had different conversations, and I recognize how far it goes without. So no, I don't want to have this conversation if we're not really there. But go ahead.
Yo, D. Satavo said I ain't hanging around with a bunch of horny dudes, and he's right. And this is what Watcher was talking about. If we got rid of women, dudes would lose their fucking mind. We would go to war. Dudes would be raping other fucking dudes.
Facts.
So his argument that is we wouldn't necessarily.
It'd be like jail, basically.
Thank you. That's my whole point.
So his argument is that we
no
wouldn't
security
necessarily
guards.
be able to live.
No security guards. It would just be the biggest man win. It would be ridiculous. We would have to start slaughtering each other. We would really have to kill them.
No, there's weapons and cannons and shit like that out here for that. Fuck the samurai sword and shit, shot that nigga down. You still got the weapons out here, so it ain't gonna be this.
Understand what a man
I'd be damned if I.
But listen, that can happen.
Hey, look, I'm gonna tell you what. I would lose my life to the motherfuckers who try to come and take the women off here. We will be extinct within 10 years.
Somebody take
the human race will probably be extinct within 10 years, or at least down to like 10,000 isolated areas.
Okay, within 10 years. Okay, yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so now on the flip side, if Kev, he says if Thanos snapped all the men away, how long would women continue to live?
2 years.
Exactly.
2 years. Come on, y'all. Y'all being ridiculous. 2 years.
No, because women don't know how to operate the electrical grid. They don't know how to operate the water.
No. They're worse with territorial type shit. Women are even meaner and more violent, bro.
Yeah, that too, Watcher.
Yeah, I gotta watch some of these crime scene interrogations and these. Oh my gosh, y'all, we're really
that too, Watcher.
Not paying attention.
But he's talking more from he's talking more from a like a literal subsistence standpoint.
Right.
Like you know what I'm saying?
Like I can survive without. Right. Okay, I get it from that point of view, and to me, I understand that argument, but that's very simplistic. No one's gonna live that type. Now we go into quality of life.
No, it ain't even about quality of life.
Nobody wants that shit.
Could women
with no women
run society as it is now and continue to live? Could they? Hypothetically, could they run society?
No. Like I said before in my argument, we're all saying the same thing. I think it'll be 10 years for men, 2 years for women. As far as us going now, maybe there'll be isolated incidents where there'll be people who are living alone that can make it work. But as far as like a planetary species, we would be bad. It will be no society. It will not be no villages.
I could
maybe.
vibe with that. It
won't be no society. Civilization will break down.
All right, so let me ask you this.
I could be wrong. I would love to be wrong, but my faith in humanity is not what it used to be. I'm getting too much. I'm getting older, and I see shit different.
10 years ago, I'd be saying y'all niggas is crazy.
All right, but let me ask you this. Do you believe a homosexual or a member of the LGBTQ would agree with you?
What?
I don't have their thought process, so I can't even go there with you, bro.
No. I'm not asking
No,
you
he would
to
turn
even
on the
try to
song
put
"It's
yourself in
Raining
that shoe.
Men." He would turn on the song "It's Raining Men" and start doing booty popping.
Yo,
He would
somebody
turn on the
take the
song
I'm
"It's
not
cup.
Raining
asking
Men"
you
and
to
start booty
misinterpret your
popping.
IBM.
question. Listen, I'm
Somebody
saying
take the cup out of IBM's hand.
I'm saying
What was that?
this could be considered homophobic. There's actual science there's actual science that the ABC Club uses that, you know what I'm saying, that to disprove what you are saying right now. That they would
What's
But
being disproved? What am I saying?
okay,
what do you mean with
because
the
the
guy with
psychological effect
start booty
of
popping and playing "It's Raining Men"?
that losing women would have on men and vice versa, they will argue against that.
I mean, I don't think it would be 2 years. I think
Good,
neither
then
would
you
live
cut out.
past the next generation.
Well,
But
in 10 years, motherfuckers will be dying from E. coli poisoning. So let's not talk about that.
You define a
We call it
generation,
Shittyville.
20, 30, 40 years.
I'm sorry,
I
say that
mean,
again.
whatever the next generation
Not
is,
talk about
whatever
that,
the
bro.
next generation is underneath us. So, whatever the next generation is under me, they wouldn't live past that. But I wouldn't try to trivialize and be like, oh, 2 years. Like, come on, there's still enough food on the planet to live past 2 years. You know what I mean? Like,
Food,
Yeah,
right?
but I mean like
It has to
wars
be
and
kept
famine.
cool,
I
which
mean like
requires
some
electricity.
right now, and
I'm not going to assume that women are that stupid that they can't figure out how to operate.
okay, all right. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah,
It's not about being stupid. It's about being
Not
able to
that
get up to
assuming or
speed.
presuming.
It's about being able to
It's
get up
not
to speed
assuming or
in enough
presuming
time.
that there's. It's not,
Yeah, but 2 years would assume that they really dumb.
No,
No.
it wouldn't.
It doesn't mean
doesn't
that you're
assume
dumb.
that
All
you're
right,
dumb.
like for example,
like come on.
like we have water
Some jobs
treatment
require
plants.
skill. You have to learn it. You have to
Yeah,
learn
you have
it.
to learn it.
Like water treatment plants, right? That's like
Exactly.
at an over 90% percentile, like operated by men, way over 90%, right?
Right.
Men,
Certain
remember,
industries would fall.
remember the thought experiment is that men are literally Thanos snap, like instantly, right? So women would have to be able to run the electrical grid, do water treatment, run the nuclear power plants, run the supply chain. Like they would have to be able to do that stuff instantly or be able to get up to speed like very quickly. And the learning curve is just too sharp. Like you understand? It's not that doesn't make
Haskel, that's a great point logistically as far as like making society work, but we got to look at like the psychological aspect of what a woman's worth is and what their value in the society is and how it will dramatically change. And now they have to recreate what the system's supposed to be. And then who's going to be taking charge and why am I listening? Or why should I be? It just breaks down.
That part of
it will psychologically turn
that's
into
a great point, Watcher.
and then people get violent. It's not talking about keeping electricity on. It's talking about keeping the water. Who's going to go to work? Why the fuck?
Yeah, that's a greater point, Watcher, because it's harder for women to establish.
Girls are in this society, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's harder for women to establish hierarchies than for men. Like if for men, it's hierarchies are formed, it's more defined, like, okay, that dude, he got that. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Solid.
Men will fall in line
following him. Right.
With women, it's gonna be constant infighting. So that's you right, Watcher. That's another factor.
Like, I've had these conversations with women, not just a whole bunch of dudes. No, I mean with women, and they were going about it. And we all went from this shit can work to all of a sudden, like, nah, this shit will be done within 10 years and 5. Like it, we actually got to the point where psychologically you're living next to your neighbor. What is stopping you from your boundaries? Why are all of it just breaks down because the only reason why you have those walls in your community because you believe these set of rules that this nigga next door is going to abide by because I have my set of rules and I have my family and I have my goal and I want to get from the beginning of my life to the end of my life and make it.
Now, when some people don't value that, and there's no system to make them, and we're not procreating, and there's no tomorrow to look forward to, and shit just gets real wild, bro. It's just like you going to work and you knowing you're not gonna get paid on Friday. You still going to work and everything's gonna be cool, but you knowing you're not gonna get paid.
Yeah, that would be from the perspective of men living without women, right?
It was both ways. The women who opened my eyes, I never heard women talk in that manner with regards to not just hierarchies, but just the whole point of going every day, waking up. All of a sudden, it's like now it's like motherfuckers putting kittens in the microwave and just killing puppies with hammers type shit. People want to live the extent of life and the thrill. It just, bro, it got real sadistic, bro. I've never been around so many sadistic women in my life, and I was on a fucking Zoom call, bro. It was wild.
I think a lot of guys underestimate, like in today's society.
We don't know women like we think we do, bro.
Yep, absolutely. I was just gonna say that, like a lot of men kind of live in their own bubble. They don't realize like how pervasive it is in society. Women and men would be surprised. Women have a lot of contempt for men. I'm telling you, like a lot of them hate men, bro.
True. Y'all don't
literally. They hate men.
By design.
But it's by the system, though. You also recognize we live in a patriarchic system. So when they see, it's just like how black people may resent white people because you see the system and you see that they just get to, the rules aren't the same. Like there's no way, or walk into a church and shoot 7 white people, one of them happen to be a politician, and then they take you to McDonald's. It's like you see the hypocrisy in the shit, resentment toward it. Now, women have that same shit. It's harder for us to see because we're black and we're male in this, and we're segmented in so many different categories and shit. But if it's just boiled down to male and female, the shit gets wild. And they see that all the times that a woman is being whistled at and honked at, you're 13 years old, like people that you respect, you look, all of a sudden, like women look at men as fucking as we really are. They may smile and nice, but they look at us as fucking animals, and they only smile with us because they want us to recognize that we're human and see the human in them. Like women are terrified of men to the point it turned into hate. Bro, this is some deep shit, bro. This is some deep shit. Like we really need women on this panel to like really explore this thought process, because we're just fucking around and saying shit and we're having fun from different point of views, throwing religion in it, throwing this and that. But it's some real, like if we can get some women who will be honest, like Amber and Bridget, or a couple of females who can really be upfront and honest and tell you what they really think about men, or if there was no men on. I'm sorry?
Yeah, I've heard Tiffany speak to that before.
Why are they
I've heard Tiffany speak to that before, where she said she think men are intrinsically predatorial. And funny enough, I don't even necessarily disagree with her. Like I believe, well, not, I wouldn't even say believe, but I subscribe to the idea based on observation and reading and science that the primal nature of a man, there is some predatory type of.
Most of us would agree, men are the
right. Like, but what I was telling Tiffany is that kind of base instinct in men, even though it's a double-edged sword, because it's what leads men to have that kind. It's what causes men to have that drive to build civilizations and to protect and provide for women. But when it flips to the negative side, you know, it could be ugly, you know, especially for women. Like if you look at societies like Saudi Arabia, India, if you don't have laws and structure in a society to kind of rein in men, like they'll dog walk women, like they'll just trample them. Like, so I get when women say that, you know, there is some truth to that.
But there's religion to that too, Sosa. You're not applying the religion, like I said before when I asked the young lady, you know, about abortion and what does your scripture say about that, and do you follow your scripture like you say you do? I mean, there's scripture that make those men over there, or not make them, but that they believe in and have them treat their women that way. And like I said, I mean, before I got cut off, I was trying. I mean, I'm gonna be quick about it, but like I said, this stuff started with the new pharaohs from Greece who came over behind Alexander, and the women had to, start, and all this started with that. I think, and we're pushing a lot of their narratives, even abortion. This is, like I said, there's different cases. It started back in 1831 with the different cases, and then it goes all the way till 1990 something, I think, where they created new laws and stuff for the abortion. So it had to be legalized through the government. This stuff's by design. Like right now, where they're giving the kids rights to say no to the vaccine, they're giving them rights to vote, and they're giving them the right to have a sex change in elementary school. So I mean, they're controlling the narrative. It's not, and the women are on the wrong side of things, in my opinion, in certain things where we're allowing them to divide us, and we're taking their talking points and using them against each other.
I don't really see it as a battle of the sexes, as more so all the other divisions with regards to like class and those who have and don't have. But yeah. I can't get into that.
You can, but you just got to do some more research on it, while we're talking about it. But, you just got to think about add that to it, That's all I'm saying.
I got two questions, yo. Why are women afraid of men? Why are they so terrified of men? And what's the solution?
I mean, there is no solution. Like primarily, primarily, like I said, a man's base instinct to dominate and to have power, that doesn't go away. That's a part of our genetic makeup. The solution to that
is a man's instinct to protect women.
Yeah, I agree. But that's why I said the base instinct is to dominate and have power, but that can go either way. Like it could be on the positive or the negative. You get what I'm saying? But the solution to that is a nation of laws. That's how you solve that. You're always going to have those men who kind of devolve into their more bestial type of nature, but that's where the other men in society come in. We are to be like the safeguard to that. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I agree with you 1,000%. I'm actually surprised you said
unless you're on a train or a bus in Philly.
No, but you got police.
I hear what Haskel was saying, but that's true. Yeah, maybe that joke was out of context and.
No, we already
talked. But homie had
because
you added to his question, or you answering his question.
No, but
I threw that in there being sarcastic, because what he said is he just gave an example of how the someone will be there to protect you, and I was like, well, no one was there in that situation. But
you got to think
from man's point of view, and we're never going to get a full 360 understanding, because the question. Hold up, you asked the question. I'm trying to answer it. Maybe being too long-winded, but you asked like why they're afraid of, or I don't even know who the hell I'm talking to. Are you the guy who just asked the question about why women are afraid and all that type of shit?
That was me, Akachi. Akachi asked that. Why are women afraid of?
I'm sorry. Right, and what I'm trying to explain is it's hard for us as men to explain it. We need a woman to say it in their words, because I can tell you because I asked the same thing. I'm like, y'all just bullshit. Y'all just trying to make it, because I went on there as a straight feminist. Like, man, y'all bullshit. Forget all this type of situation. Y'all, it's not as bad as you made it seem, but just the terror that they got to live with, as far as if you're living in a society where people are going to question you if you tell someone that you were raped, that's an that you can resent a man. Or if just the fact that he's bigger and stronger and can dominate you 9 times out of 10, then it's going to go his way. Or if you're on a date and you're in the middle of something and you may not want to have sex with him, then all of a sudden, he has to get his way and he'll dominate you. And then there was a homosexual dude on there who was saying, like, it happens even in the gay community. Like, if you go out on a date with a guy and he wants to be aggressive, it's just I couldn't really understand it again because I'm on one side of the fence and they're telling me, but they make it seem as if in the back of their mind, whenever they're around us, they're smiling or they're being cordial because they don't offer like leave me the fuck alone vibe because they don't know where that dude is in that moment. Because it's one thing if you're in the library, but if you're at a bus stop with a dude, or if you're just standing.
Let me ask you a real question real quick.
Okay.
I want
Keep in mind, I'm not the female. I'm not the female who have these emotions. I'm just listening to them. I know. And I'm sharing it to you. But go ahead and ask me the question.
I'm asking you what you think.
All right.
Do you think women are full of shit? By that I mean, do you think that they say a bunch of stuff?
Of course. You don't know who you're talking to. I am a humanist, so I can gladly say in general, fuck yeah.
You said a humanist?
Okay. Yo, that's all I wanted to know. That's all I wanted to know. I appreciate the honesty.
So trying to lead me down the road to get me into a hypothetical compromise and contradict my ain't gonna get you nowhere, bro.
I'm just asking you.
For sure. Yeah, you just want to get my full understanding to make sure I'm not in that same boat. I get it. But what I had to recognize is I'm not going to say that her concerns are completely invalid.
No, I'm not even
but I had to recognize, like, for some women, that could be true. I have a 5-year-old daughter, so I'm like, damn, when she gets her car and she goes drive and she wants to park and go to a football game with her homegirls, shit, is she going to have to worry about at 7, 8, 9 o'clock going back and motherfuckers tailgating and moving the board to get in? Type of situation she gotta be in. Should she not be scared of our telling her? Don't be scared. Don't worry about it. You can call the police. You got this and that. But she's a fucking woman. She's gonna be whatever 100 pounds. And you understand these type of situations come into my mind. I'm like, damn, I never thought of it like that. I'm walking around 230 lifting weights, and I have no concern with no nigga.
She's got you.
You know what I'm saying?
Worries about that stuff for her and trying to look for her and protect her, which is a big thing that a lot of women, especially in our community, didn't have.
Right. And that's my whole point. Like a lot of these females, or at least I can just copy, cut, paste times 10 times 10 times 10, listen to one girl's story because I know she's unprotected. She may be in a single family or single parent home or doesn't have a father or any uncles or no brothers. Those are the females who may have to smile or date more guys that are physically dominating, even though they may not be attractive because they're doing it for security. Or, you know, it's just like all these other factors that never cross my mind. I'm like, oh shit. I'm still team men, but
wait.
Women still have a right to choose who they deal with. And they because of whatever history that they have, that they make bad decisions. You know, like they make bad decisions, and then because of those decisions, they tend to like generalize men because of
I agree, but we gotta recognize it are real good.
That's
the game. Giving gab, and they can is buying the lie because she wants the advantages. So she's being dishonest with herself, and the other dude's being dishonest. So again, it's some of these dudes get like fuck that. My game is fucking cold. I done talked a lot of bitches out of their panties, and they necessarily may not have wanted to, but they just fell for the game, or just thought that the relationship was going to go somewhere where it wasn't going to go.
And who was?
And then after that, then it said,
who was? Damn, Watcher.
Who was supposed
to that moment? Why am I going to bullshit y'all?
Who was supposed
to? You a chauvinist, bro.
Me as a man, I shouldn't have manipulated the situation to get what I want. And her as a woman, she shouldn't have believed me or gave herself up in that manner. Or she shouldn't have manipulated me to try to give me the
top anybody responsible for preventing guys like
it goes
us
both ways.
Talking about their pennies?
I get it.
Boom. Oh, Hassan, man, me and you on the same page.
I get it.
And this goes back to what I was saying before.
Yeah, but watch it. I don't think it's manipulation, man. I think a lot of times we underestimate how much the women want it, bro. Like the women wanted you, bro. Like think about it, right?
I agree. They wanted
it with the expectation that something else was coming in return.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, like more coming from it, like so selling them dreams and that type of thing.
Right, but this is the thing. I was talking about this with some random guy in the gym one day. We was having a whole conversation, and he's younger than me. I'm 36. He was like 26 or whatever. But he was at the point where he was like, "Yo, I'm fed up with like these chicks and how they are these days." You know what I mean? Like they feel like all they got to do is just look good and
just show up.
then yeah, just show up and them looking good is enough. And then like they make you go through all these hoops and changes. And then it's like when you finally get to the point where you do have sex, it's like, all right, I'm good. I don't want nothing else. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's how they feel. It's like I don't want nothing else. And then when she finally do it, it's like, all right, now I'm ready to like, you know what I mean? And it's like, no, I'm good. Like, you know, you didn't waste all this time. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm good. Like, I don't want nothing else. And like, this is what I was here for. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, but you know, but it goes back to like, you know, not having
Can I
no
ask a
fathers
question to
around,
that?
man. Like, if I had a daughter, I would be schooling my daughter on the game. You know what I mean? I would be schooling my daughter on the game.
Not only that, you will be
Can I ask you a question, bro? Can I ask you a question? Or let me give you a scenario. Have you ever been with a situation when you had a bad female and you really trying to holler at her and you put in all the work or put in time? Just say you met her one night and then it popped off. Went back to her place. She went back to your place. And afterwards, she's like, all right, I'm done. And you wanted more. And she's like, nah, I'm good. It was fair. I'm about to hit this corner.
Yeah, that's not how
Now,
chicks is.
in that situation, do you feel you were taken advantage of, even if you really wanted to be with her? You thought you guys hit it off.
You wouldn't feel taken advantage of, for sure not, because what guy's gonna feel taken advantage of? You know what I mean? No. But you would feel like you would be wanting more.
Because
You would feel like you would want more, but not taken advantage of.
Because women, no. What I'm trying to say is like you brought her past boundaries that you normally do with other females, because maybe getting the vagina is a level that she normally don't give out, but going on a date is easy to her. So to a dude, you might like smash. I'm gonna let you come on. Do you feel betrayed when you do something that you hold value to, and then she looks at it as that nigga, that shit is nothing to me? Just like, bitch, your pussy was wet to me. Or like, nigga, you introduced me, yeah, you know this money, and yeah, you done bought me a Birkin bag, and you done spent your 13G, but that ain't shit to me. I can get that anywhere. When she just dismisses your hard effort or your number one game, your super punch, your power punch.
I ain't that dude that's gonna be doing that. But I ain't that dude that's gonna be doing that.
But you recognize there's a lot of men who buy the pussy, but those are men who buy the pussy is what I'm trying to say. And you know there's a lot of motherfuckers out there.
They put the money out for it.
Now, when they don't get what they want, how do you think they're responding? This is what I'm trying to get you to see it.
Yeah,
these
but
motherfuckers
this is
are used to getting what they want, and then they go hard rewind or just snap and take it.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't think men are as naive as a woman would be in that situation. I think a man in that situation would know that this is what it is, and if I'm doing this, then I'm getting this. It's like, she got the advantage in the situation. You know what I mean? And in that situation, she got the upper hand. You know what I'm saying? Because like he's giving in to her to give her what she wants, so he can get something in return. You know what I mean? Versus like the other way, he's putting out way more by spending so much money on this girl just to get some ass. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, like it's a totally different situation. But I think he ain't naive to the fact that like this just some, no, because
women invest
usually
more
if a dude got the money like that, then he got the money like that and he can do that. And if he got the money like that to do that, then that's probably ain't the only chick that he doing it with. You know what I'm saying? So like,
right.
Yeah,
like
so
for woman,
but that's simping. That's simping to fall in love with a girl you just met at the club and have sex with her, and then you know what I'm saying, all that. You know what I'm saying?
But
you
the point
taking it
is,
too far. No,
what
hold
I'm
on.
trying to explain
And
to y'all, it's not doing that and spinning up. Am I on mute? Damn.
Nah,
what I'm trying to explain is I'm not. Okay.
No,
what
you
I'm trying to
cut me
explain
off.
is they're not. I meant to cut you off. What I'm trying to explain is I'm not trying to say they're doing it to get the ass. I'm saying they're doing this, putting the bid to get the whole woman. And I'm trying to explain that the woman is not going for it. All she wanted to do is give you the ass. Now, in that situation where he's just rejected, just like the bitch is like, okay, I gave you the pussy. Now you're going to be with me, right? Like, no, I got to go back to home. I got a wife, or I got to go to work, or bitch, your shit is dry, or whatever the fucking situation is. And she just sits there brokenhearted and crushed. Men are going through that as well. But the difference is she's sitting in the bed. She's going to squeeze her pillow and squeeze her covers and cover up. The dude is probably going to squeeze her throat, squeeze her neck. You understand what I'm saying? Like, this is their fear. You asked what the fear was. Like, that's the stark difference. Is it valid in
but
every case?
that's
Nah.
not a
Could it be
lot
some
of
bullshit?
times, though.
Yeah.
I don't see
I
that
used
being
to
like.
think that too until you start turning on the news.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but no,
the
watch
news,
it.
the news can make things seem like it's worse than what it
Nah,
really
but
is.
watch it. When in those
I'm
instances
talking
when you
about
see
cases.
men
Fuck the
like go,
sensationalization.
nah, but watch it when you
Go
in
ahead.
those
I'm sorry.
instances you're referencing like where you see men like lose it. They're in virtually all of those instances. There's been a large time investment,
Yeah,
children, money.
right.
You
And
know,
she done
it's
did
never
something dirty or something like that,
right.
or she
Very
left him.
rarely,
That's so
very
crazy.
rarely is a man gonna feel like
That's
that
an assumption.
deeply.
That's an assumption.
No, I'm saying not necessarily. Like very rarely is a man gonna feel that level of, that type of hatred.
You say very rarely.
Just being used for
How many
sex.
women are killed by? Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying yeah, absolutely. But typically that happens within relationships, right? Or it'll be like a trick and a prostitute situation where the trick believed that there was going to be more, but it was always a business transaction. Very rarely let's say I meet a woman at a bar, we hit it off and whatever, and I'm really into this woman. I'm like, damn, she's dope, right? We go have sex that night or maybe 3 days later, and then she doesn't call me anymore. It's very rare that a guy is just going to completely just wig out.
Yeah.
And the next time he see her, he gon' whack her or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he'll take it as like, dang, I missed out, but it's like I got some.
Right. Like
You know what
men,
I'm saying?
I believe men love harder, but it takes a man longer to get to that point. But once we get there, we're really there. Like we in. You know what I'm saying?
Chicks definitely love harder than men, though.
Nah, I think they love earlier than men. No. But I'm telling you, bro, when a man truly loves a woman, that nigga, I'm telling you, he's in, bro. Like he'll jump in front of a train. He's in, bro.
Bro, you know how many niggas is getting that they chicks to give them the income tax, bro?
Right. I kind of agree. I mean, honestly, I feel like this is a silly argument at this point.
Chicks is definitely love harder, but
is it an argument?
Unless the boy is like some kind of square boy or something like that. You know what I mean? Where he's not used to getting attention from girls.
That's what I was trying to explain. Now you understand that.
Right. Yeah, I can get that.
Now you get that. Imagine living on campus. You're in the dorms, and then you got all these dorky, goofy motherfuckers from all over the nation who ain't never had no opportunity, ain't never had no life, no game, no swag, no nothing. And then they see you walking in the hallway and you're popular, male or female, whatever it is, and they want to shoot their shot and you shoot them down. Now you got a fucking psychopath in your realm.
But
a stalker in your realm.
You were saying if the guy got sex though, like post sex.
No,
I'm
it's
a certain type of guy. It's a certain type of guy he's talking about.
Let's not miss the whole damn ice cream cone and focus on the sprinkle. I'm giving you guys examples of where these women be example. I don't want you guys to dismiss or minimize or say it's only this or that, only this, or it happens this way, it happens that way. Because when them and after like
yo, watch it, you
every
breaking
single
it bad,
scenario,
bro.
when they were giving me examples, disproving every single thing like I was on trial.
No, watch it. I don't think they necessarily
every single scenario that these.
I think we already acknowledged that your points were valid, and that we're not trying to minimalize, you know what I'm saying, a woman's, fear or her concerns.
Or mitigate every example that I gave you, but do you realize how you mitigated or minimalized every example that I threw out? I was doing the
because
same
we had already acknowledged that.
Okay, all right.
And I already reached the solution.
Right on then. I'll fall back.
Yeah. You talking about a specific type of guy. You talk about a specific type of guy that would feel that
one specific type of. No, I mean, men.
Yeah, but
men who get rejected. That's why I was trying to speak general. Men, just like women, I was trying to keep it general. I didn't want to go into specifics until I was trying to give a specific example. Now we're focusing on that example. If we already understand the conversation, and I really don't want to be redundant, so I mean, we can move to another topic. Because I I'm actually against the point I'm trying to explain. I just put it out there for conversation. Now I find myself in a situation like be here. I'll keep it going for the conversation so we can. But I'm really not. Yeah,
I think because we
like,
had it
this is not the
earlier.
chair I'm sitting. I'm only doing it for.
Earlier, everybody had
Okay,
agreed.
I might miss that.
Yeah. They really did. They had agreed with you, and then once that's why I asked like, what's the solution for it? And then that's when Hassan was like, fathers.
Okay, I didn't. That's a great question.
Yeah. We had agreed. We had agreed.
Oh, I completely missed all that. Fuck.
Oh
damn.
yeah. My whole point is because women are terrified of men doing things to them, but really the only solution and the point that I was getting at was the solution to all that is really men. You know what I'm saying? Like the solution to that is men. The same a lot of the same guys that they are afraid of or claim to be terrified of are the ones that have to step up and defend them and prevent the psycho who got rejected. You know what I'm saying? It's the same ones. So we're the problem, but we're also the solution too.
Right. I agree. Yeah, like ultimately that's really the only solution. It's gonna be other men.
I think both are the solution. You know what I mean? Like women could be better examples for other women to make good choices. You know, because women get most of their advice from women. You know what I'm saying? Like, so women could be better examples for other women.
No, but Hassan, I think in this instance, we're talking about like a man overpowering a woman. And
even if we go with Hassan's example, that a woman to give that kind of guidance to another woman would have to be a woman that was raised and protected by a father. You know what I'm saying? Like, because most of the women who ain't raised and protected by a father are the ones giving these women this bad advice.
What are we talking about? Are we talking about like protection from like sexually lecherous men, or like are we talking about protection from men who finesse women and tell them what they want to hear? Like, what do we?
Both.
Okay, because I'm saying in one instance there isn't much a woman could do. Like for a man who is like, you know, a rapist who's just gonna physically overpower women, you're gonna need men for that. There isn't much women. I mean, they could get guns and that type of stuff. But as far as like men running game and finessing women and selling them dreams and that sort of stuff, I guess a woman could give advice in those instances. But here's the thing, right? You know, it's a part of a woman's makeup to like be told what she wants to hear. Like, so for example, a woman could be into you, right? Let's say y'all went on a few dates, she really likes you, right? And it's nearing that end of the night, and you say, you're not gonna say, yo, let's go back to my house. Let's go back to my house so I could tear that pussy up or something. You're gonna be like, it's always gonna be kind of indirect more times than not. You're gonna be like, hey, you want to go watch a movie at my house? Or, you know, I got this, I'm just thinking of some shit off the top of my head. So don't geek out. Like, you be like, yo, I got this amazing fish tank at the house. She knows what you're doing and you know what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? But you're kind of deferring to her female instincts of how, you know, she wants you to give her an out, basically, a moral out to say I'm not a hoe. If you like, yo, come back, slide to the crib so I could tear that ass up, 9 out of 10, she gonna be like, what? Like, nah, nigga, like, nah, I'm not that type of girl. I'm good. So you gonna give her some type of, you know what I mean? Like, yo, let's watch it. Right. Like, I mean, part of it is just mating ritual, bro. You know, I think that's just a necessary part of male-female. Some of it is a necessary part of male-female interaction.
You gotta deceive them.
You can't be as direct with a woman as you would be your guy friends. You just can't.
Some women will call you out for not being direct, bro.
Yeah. I try to be as direct as possible with everybody. So,
yeah.
I mean, but the one, Watcher, I want to say real quick, I didn't know that you was being so isolated with your topic, so I kind of took it off course there a little bit. My bad. But,
You cut out.
You know,
I missed that. You cut out, bro. I missed that. You cutting in and out.
Yeah, see, that's what was happening with you. I missed a little bit of it because I think we're cutting in and out for some reason.
I know my shit's fucked up. I missed half the conversation.
Yeah, it's probably because you're moving. Are you moving around, Watcher?
Yeah, I was driving, bro.
Yeah, it's probably why. Because you were like cutting out in and out a little bit.
Oh shit. My fault.
Well, we pretty much got the gist of the conversation though. You know. But like I said, we're not going far enough because, you know, I mean, like I said, women outnumber us, and on top of that, we also got to ask, you know, where's the country, the state, you know, the county or the city that you live in, the police department. They're supposed to be protecting women too, and we have to get some of these laws changed, just like we need laws changed that are still on the books about us that need to be removed and that they use against us. You know, just like the woman. So, I mean, you know,
what is the biggest contention between men and women?
About the protection part, though, hold on. About the protection part, you know what I'm saying? We can only do so much as, you know, the system and everything is already built up in against you. So, I mean, we have to look at that, too, as far as the rules and the laws and how women are treated in the country they're in, and in the state they're in the city they're in, and the people that are supposed to be protecting, like the police department, things of that nature.
Yeah, but
you know, they need to be held accountable too.
Yeah, but it's not just men, how men treat women. It's you know, it's society, it's culture. You know, how women see themselves, how women are viewed in society based on the culture, based on the music, based on the images that they see, you know, and how men propagate those images. It's all sorts of things versus just like, you know, just how men interact with women on a human in everyday level. You know what I mean? Like I was saying something that said, you know, was talking about the pandemic and how everything was going down, but you know, like cosmetics and all that stuff was still high. You know what I mean? Like women, every industry will go down, but you know, women still need to go and shop so they can feel like they beautiful. You know what I mean? And buy all types of makeup and all that hair and all. They still gonna buy that stuff. That stuff ain't gonna go down. You know what I mean? Because women, they place their value on how on beauty. You know what I mean? So women are always gonna buy stuff to make themselves look beautiful. And you know how women get treated is how, you know, society views them and how men treat them based off of that, you know, and how women allow themselves to continue to play in those roles of how society makes them feel about themselves. You know what I mean? So, you know, if society is not, you know, promoting the idea that women are not hoes, prostitutes, and all of this stuff like that, especially in music and entertainment and stuff like that, where people get their views and opinions as they grow up and try and mature, especially, you know, people in their 20s and stuff like that. This is the kind of stuff that they are around every day. You know what I mean? So like, these are the type of interactions that they have, and some people are still in their 30s, 40s, acting like they're still in their 20s. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, people it's not just on a day-to-day interactions of how men interact with women. It's on a larger scale, like, you know, society.
Let me ask you a question. How are we conditioned currently to deal with, or what type of woman are we conditioned to want now, and what type of man are the women conditioned to want? Because it's not the same with what we may think or what you may want. What are we conditioned to want based off of the era right now, 2021? What does society tell women they want?
Well, does society tell women the kind of men that they want?
Correct, and vice versa.
I'd say on the women's side, it'd be good hair, slender body, not, thick too, but not, what I'm saying, with
Now,
proportion, well
IBM, he's saying
proportioned.
what women will want from men, or what they're
What men would want,
socialized,
what
what
type
they're
women men want
socialized to
today.
want or expect from men is what he's saying.
Right, based off commercials, rap songs,
Right.
hip hop songs,
So I was
country
on point.
songs,
I was on point,
TV
Hassan.
shows, movies.
I couldn't tell you what women want in men, but I could tell you what the standard's supposed to be for women, We all could pretty much tell you what the standard for women is supposedly out here today. But beauty's in the eye of the beholder in reality. But, we know that there's a standard there.
Yeah, well, let me answer the question, Watcher. I think what women are socialized to expect from men today is straight up transaction. Like, a man that's gonna break bread like off top. And in the inverse.
Hold up. That
ahead.
was very, very vague. When you say man who's gonna break bread or a transaction, that goes both ways. They're supposed to give something to get something. I'm saying specifically for a woman, what is she supposed to be expecting from dudes, and what are dudes expecting from women? Like a woman is supposed to be expecting. Let me give you an example. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't finna cut you.
No, I was saying I was gonna get to the inverse part, meaning what the guys are kind of socialized to expect from the woman. In my opinion, what society pushes, specifically with the examples you cited, like in media, music, et cetera, it's a trick. It's a John prostitute relationship. Like that's the prevailing thing that's particularly in our culture. From what I see, that's the prevailing thing that's being pushed, right?
Can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
Are men realistically expecting or to expect their woman to know how to cook, or even to cook if they do know how to cook?
Are men socialized to expect that out of women today in 2021?
Answer the question.
No, I was asking for clarity. I wasn't sure of the question.
You're clear. You're crystal clear. You said it.
Okay. No, they're not. They're not.
Very clear.
Yeah, no, men are not. Like the young men of today.
Yeah. I think that we are socially programmed to believe that, but I don't necessarily think that's wrong either.
I'm sorry. He's faint. I can't hear him. What did he say?
I said, yeah, I think we are socially groomed to expect women to cook, regardless of if we can cook.
Wait. You're
in 2021.
So you're saying society right now? Thank you. That's what I'm trying to get him to understand. Like right now, they're supposed to be cooking, and they should be cooking.
Hell no, dude. If a guy,
okay.
Is that what you're getting?
I thought you asked if society was pushing that.
Yeah, that's the question.
No, I'm asking. I didn't even get asking society push. And then once you said that, I said, do you see that now, right now? Do you see society currently? Not what is expected 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. I'm asking you to throw out what your autopilot and think right now, the music you're listening to and the things that's going on. Are you really, are women promoted to be cooking and cleaning for their husband right now?
No, definitely not.
Or is that a duty that those duties and responsibilities just vanished under their belt expectations? I'm just asking a question.
I think
now I feel like I had to lead it because it was where I wanted it to go.
I think the media is trying to do away with that, but I don't think.
And that's what my question was.
Yeah. No, I don't think the media.
And you don't think?
Yeah, I think the media is trying to do away with that, but I don't think men are falling for it.
I think men still want that. Men still want that.
For are women doing it?
Yeah, men still want
that.
Are
men getting with women who are doing it? We know men want that. That's not what I'm asking. So don't clean up. I'm asking.
Oh well, I'm not really trying to clean up.
No, but
their narrative is to make the housewife today.
Bingo.
And
And
that
the
is what the music
responsibilities
and the
of her,
media and everything is pushing.
right?
No,
And the
I don't know.
That's what
responsibilities of a
they're
I don't
wife.
think they're trying to make the hoe the housewife.
Right.
I think that I don't think they're trying to make the hoe the housewife. I think that
The
women it's like
irresponsible.
it's like he was saying. And it's kind of the point where I was saying earlier that women think that their only value, all they have to do is look good. And by them looking good, that you know everything else is covered. So they're not trying to be traditional in a sense where they know how to. They're ready to be a wife. They're ready to be a mom or anything like that. You know, it's like I look good and so I can be yours. You know what I mean? And I can't cook, but you know we can order this food or whatever. And you know I still want my career. And those are the type of women that's being like. That's the kind of woman that's being propagated today. But that's the type of women that guys are going for. But you know, that's when you get like guys who are well established, who like that's not that want to have a family that's not what they want. You know, that's not really what they want. You know.
Well, I was talking about the narrative of the business. We were talking about the music industry, and we see Cardi B, we see Beyonce and all the single ladies, and then Rihanna with all that talk too. So they're pushing that narrative, is what I'm saying. They're pushing that. I'm not saying that we're out here wanting the hoe as a housewife. I'm saying that these industries are pushing that narrative, and they're also putting all kinds of crazy stuff in cartoons. You know, we all know that too. So like I said, so it's like they're pushing this hypersexuality out here. And, you know, with all the things that are going on and, you know, how these kids are just so open to all these, you know, all the sex and stuff like that. It's like, you know, it's almost damn near a new Sodom and Gomorrah, but everybody don't see that part. We're talking and acting like abortion. You don't have to have sex to have abortion. You have to have sex to have abortion. So, you know, that's the responsibility. That's one of the things where the woman is wrong, was having sex without contraception or a little bit more thought to what she was doing, whatever, you know, because you're taking the blame away from the act, which, you know, then you gain a responsibility that you can just shuck off to the side because it's legal now. And it was made legal in what, 1970s, in the 1970s or something like that. Legal to do it anytime you want for a 14 to 16-year-old to walk in there and have it done and not have to ask their parents or nothing. That was in 1976 when they cut where the parents didn't have to sign no more, and the husband too. So just like I said, this shit went through legislature. They allowed the shit to happen. They allowed these acts or whatever you call them to pass, and all this shit got pushed through. So it's not just you gotta first you gotta start looking at your government and how they allow this shit to go on, and the shit that they allow to go on, and you have to like I said, go with the laws that go against the women. Go against the laws that go against the black people. Let's start telling the truth about what actually happened instead of letting these motherfuckers tell the narrative for us and name us, call us black, name us, name our music, call it rap. A rap is it's a case. You know, a bad rap. You ever heard that? A bad rap it's a criminal. It means, you know, a criminal and shit like that. Black, you know, that has all kinds of bad connotations. These are the names that they give us. We could take on these names if we wanted to, but we choose to do it, not take it because what they give us and what they tell us and tell us how to be and how to fucking live, following trends. And that's all they're doing out here, following these trends and following their oppressors to their demise.
Wow.
And just
I
fucking
never
devilish
heard that
bullshit.
one. You said rap, a bad rap. I never was good at etymology and origin of words.
Yeah, look
but
up the
that's a
word
different
rap.
one.
Look up the word rap and look up the synonyms too, brother. That's all you got to do. Look up the word rap. You know, because you know how they say give a bad rap or a knock. It's a rap. It's a knock, like a hit. You know, so yeah, look it up. Look it
I'm
up.
being an asshole. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah,
I'm not
look
good.
that shit up, brother. I'm telling you. Rap. The
For
word
sure.
rap has all kinds of bad. Even the word natural has many bad connotations and synonyms. If you look at, you got to look up the synonyms too. You know, the words that can be used as a definition of that word. Look up the synonyms of natural and rap. We all know that black has all kinds of negative connotations to it, but just look up natural and look up rap. That's all you got to do. And look down the list at the motherfucking definitions.
All right.
And these are the things that they gave us.
We'll look that up when we get off the stream, but I want to comment on something Michelle Lovejoy said in the chat. She said, where is this? Oh, Michelle Lovejoy says, individual couples can determine what works for them. We got to get out of this collective mentality. And I would venture to say, by looking at Michelle, she looks like she's above 30. And she has the modernist mindset, what Watcher was speaking to, the idea that everything is kind of nebulous, everything is kind of a la carte. There shouldn't be any preset notions or any preset gender roles necessarily. So, well, except on the part of the man, because I don't think I hear too many women out there who would say, yo, we shouldn't expect men to provide and protect, right? It's really only on the traditional parts that were formerly considered things that were that women should kind of have as basic skills, you know, like cooking and cleaning, or actually valuing that and looking at that as something that they should take pride in the ability to do for their man and eventual family. She's not saying that women shouldn't, you know, there aren't women who still feel that way or whatever. She's saying that that shouldn't be like a preset thing in society.
But why not?
Right. Yeah, that's a good question. Why not?
Why not? Everybody has a role in which they play. And this is the I was trying to make before with the feminist thing. You know, the feminist idea is that, you know, you want to have feminist rights to be equal with the man to do everything that he can do. But like, once you start going down that path about equality and I should be able to do what he can do and stuff like that, then it's like, all right, now you start, that mindset starts to spill over to other women, and it affects, you know, how women act in regards to men within society. Right. You know what I mean? Now you got all these boss bitches that think they can be a boss and I don't need a man. And then you got all these independent women that want to do all of this, you know, but you know, it just changes the dynamic of how women relate to men and the roles in which they play when you're trying to start a family, when you're trying to build community, when you do all of that stuff. So like,
can I say something? Can I say something about the subject, please? Thank you.
Let's go.
Hey, y'all chill out, man.
Relax. I mean, I want a woman's voice.
You all may be surprised. Now, when it comes to men and women, I think both have a role. I think a woman can actually respect the love out of a man, and a man can love the respect out of a woman. Women are more emotional beings. We are beings that thrive off love. We thrive off our men giving us attention and letting us know that we are loved, we are needed for them. We build them, we add to their life, and we are a vital part of them. We're the other part of them. Now, men, they love too. Men love too, but a man thrives off of respect.
Ooh,
they thrive off.
That's fact.
So in this saying too, now we have the roles. Me personally, I think women's lib is a work of the damn devil myself. I do. Why do I say this? Wait, why do I say this? Because one thing you are saying, bringing a great point is, everybody has a role. That doesn't mean now, it doesn't mean you sit down, shut up, be quiet, do what I say, cook, clean, and that's it. You ain't nothing. You know what I mean? Exactly. That's not how to love the respect out of a woman.
Exactly, right.
No. Not how to get it done. No. You know what I mean? So now, being that there are roles though, and people should know their place in their roles, that is very important, because when you stand up there and you're demanding certain things or you're acting in a certain way toward these men, right, and they feel disrespected or you're taking their manlyhood, how could you expect them to lead you when you're doing that? You cannot do that. It's bad. So now, with the same regard, a man can't sit there and be a punk ass bitch and treat the woman like shit and expect her to respond to him and look for leadership when he's not a leader to lead her.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? So bottom line is it comes down to a respect and a love factor. Then it comes down to what each other are comfortable with and what positions they are in. Okay, like if this woman, you know, is on the same accord as you guys, like the woman is helping to create, like the woman is adding to the plan for your life, right? She's adding to it. Okay, now you guys work together. So like say you're a business owner and the woman is running some sort of the business, you know, you and her came to an agreement. This is my job. This is what I do. This is what you do, you know, and this and that. And you don't step on each other's roles, but you always think that each other are an important factor and you always listen to the advice of the other person. You know, it all comes down to what you guys decide and how your household is going to run and how you're going to run things together. So somebody doesn't have to have, well, you're going to cook and you're going to clean and you're going to do this and that's all you're allowed to do. It doesn't have to be like that. It has to be a mutual agreement between two free-thinking adults that come to this agreement, and it could add to the plan for both parties' lives and the family life. This is women shouldn't be in the thing. Well, I don't need a man. Guess what, honey? You know what? We do. Why do we need a man? Because women don't think with our heads. Y'all think with your head more than we do. We're emotional beings. That's how we were created. We're emotional. We are the type that, you know, like something gets us upset and we're going off of our emotion. When a guy, they'll be like, wait a minute, you know what? We need to handle it this way. And a guy can talk a woman down, or he can make her more upset and make her act off her emotions even more. But if a guy comes and says, hey, listen, I understand the way you're feeling because I feel that way too. You know, I get it. What about if we go about things like this? What if we do things like this and this way and that way and ba boom, boom. And, you know, I'm here for you. If you want to yell and scream at me a minute or talk to me about how you feel, that's fine. Give the woman a hug, stuff like that. You'd be surprised the response you get. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the whole point. You know, it has to be an understanding of those roles first, because you know,
right.
she can be trying to play her role or think she playing her role, and she not, and she continually overstepping, you know, crossing the line, and
yeah,
you know, and
here's another thing you got to think of. Look at the society we live in, right? So if you're gonna, like, if you're 20 something or 30 years old and you decide to get married, right? Most of that time, that woman had to hold things down in a very expensive society by herself. She had to be a leader for herself. She had to work and take care of things for herself. She had to make hard decisions by herself and for herself. So you got to understand, see, today's society is backwards. It's very, very backwards. There wasn't people, see, back in the day, you grew up in a two-parent household. You grew up where the dad was like, okay, it wasn't so expensive where 2-3 people had to work a job. It was like, okay, well, I'm going to do this and you do this, or we're going to do this. And things ran a little smoother. You know what I mean? There was both parents in a household. Nowadays, it's different. So you can't expect anybody. A woman can't expect a man, but a man really can't expect a woman to just, boom, okay, I'm going to just answer to this and do, you know, a woman don't even know that maybe she's overdoing it because she's so used to having to overdo it, because if she didn't do what she did, she wouldn't have even had a roof over her head, or her children. If she has children, she wouldn't have gotten through. She wouldn't have made it that far because there was nobody there for her. Majority of women nowadays didn't even have a father in the household.
That's a great point, Tatiana. Great point.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So we all of us, women and men, we have to realize what has been dealt to us. how we grew up, what we had to go through, the struggles, what kind of life did we have to live before the other one came into our lives, and how we can now adjust. And we have to understand each other, because it's not that easy to say, oh, okay, well, you're here now, so you know what? I don't have to do everything by myself anymore. So your brain doesn't just click and say, oh, good, I don't have to do everything. Well, let him do it. Let him. You're like, oh, no, I have to get this done. You're just trained. You have to do it.
Here's the thing. You know, you can say that a woman has had to do it by herself, but you know, these are, you know, women can't have this position where they take the position and say, well, I've had to do it by myself, but don't take responsibility for their choices at the same time. So, you know, you can't say, I had to raise these kids by myself, but you chose their father. You know what I mean? You chose their father. You know what I mean? Not you, but the woman is the one who chose that person to be her child's father. And then, you know, so it's like, all right, you did you know what kind of person he was? Did you, and you know, investigate his family? Did you, like, what kind of relationship was it before you actually started having sex with this guy? To then, after it's all said and done, and you got kids, and he ain't in the picture saying, I've had to do it by myself. No, but you made those choices that led to you being in that position. You know, you made those choices that let you being into that position, and had you took the time.
I think you're right. I actually think you're making a great point.
It has to be some accountability. You can't have this position where it's like, I've had to do it by myself, but okay, you made the choice to be with this guy, and you got two baby daddies with 2 kids, and you know, neither one of them is there, and you know, you were being irresponsible at the time when you were making these choices, and this is the outcome that it is. And then to bash men as a whole and be like, men ain't no good because of my experiences that I've had. So now men ain't no good no more, because no, it's the men that you chose that led you to feel how you feel. The men that you chose, not all men. It's just the men that you chose. You just chose the wrong men.
And you know what? You're absolutely right. Right. I actually agree with you on every point you just made. Now that I agree with you, because that I do, you're right. People have to be accountable for choices they make. That speaks for itself. You know, somebody can't blame a whole part. You can't go in. That's like just being a victim of abuse or whatever the case may be. And you go out every day and you're just mean to everybody. If somebody says, hey, how are you? And you're like, fuck, you know, you're just mean every day. You can't do that either to everybody, because that's like 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever people did it to you, because that particular person didn't do it to you. So you can't do that either. I understand that. That is completely right. Now, being that said, in the world, though, okay, we have a lot of mental and emotional mind games on both. So here's the problem with women that I realize. They don't talk about the man problem. What pisses me off is they'll talk about single mothers, but they don't talk about single fathers. What about the single fathers that can't really get help? But the mothers can walk in and get help whenever they want with certain shit. But because you're a man, you're just looked at like, what are you here for?
Society don't care.
They're actually there to see. That's the problem. That's the problem, because guess what? That man. Let me tell you something, and I'm gonna be dead up honest. I'm so serious about this. A woman, as a mother, see, a child needs both. They need the father and the mother. Why? Because it creates a balance in what is needed for that child to grow up the way they are supposed to grow up. Bottom line. Now, a woman, though, cannot, no matter how great of a mother, you could be the best mother in the whole entire world, you cannot raise that man like a man can raise that man. And I will say this, and I'll say it about men and women. A man is of choices. A boy is of birth. A woman is of choices. A girl is of birth. So a woman, though, cannot raise a boy, a man to be a man, the way a man can, no matter how. She could be the best woman in the world that God had placed in this world. It's not happening. She's not raising that boy like that man can.
I said
Bottom
that.
line.
Said that earlier in the conversation. I don't know who it was, but somebody that disagreed with me. I can't
Well,
remember.
they're wrong because let me tell you something. I'm not a man. I can't teach them. I can give it, but I could say, you know what? I made a lot of mistakes. I shouldn't have chosen this man, or my father wasn't around, and this is what I think this is the root issue why I'm this way. So you don't be like that. But only a man could take that hand. And a daughter too, their daughter too. Only a man can show that young lady what to choose and what not to choose. And the problem is, that's why you have a lot of young ladies not understanding how to choose one. That's why this is going on. Because the absentee father shit. Because of the shit, the cycle that's going on. Now, only a man could take that young boy and make him the best man. It's called lead by example. I cannot lead by example of a man because I'm not one. I could lead by example of a woman. Now, a woman, right? There's a time and a place for everything, man. You know, you don't do things just any way. You don't do that. So, bottom line is, when it comes to the men and the women, people got to understand that. And that's the problem. Now, you're right about the accountability, but let's talk about where that comes from. It comes from these separated households. The attack is on the male seed. People got to understand that there is an attack. The male version turning into the man has to understand that the attack is on him, because if you cut off the head, the whole body dies, and the man is the head. So if you cut off the head, the body dies. So what happened? They've been taking men out of the household, whether it be through death, drugs, mental stuff, whatever. The man's being eliminated from the household, and what happens? You cut off the head, and the body's gonna die. So now you have young ladies out here, little girls out here. They don't know what to look for in a man. They have no clue. And then they're just, you have single mothers that are working. They don't have enough time. They're figuring, well, I got to go to work because you need a roof and you need food. I got to provide something. So now you have little girls out there having a good time, not knowing what the shit they're looking for until they make the mistake. And they make it over and over again, looking for attention, looking for love, looking for something. But they are looking in all the wrong places because they weren't taught what to look for in the first place. And you have boys growing up without the guidance of how to be a man by mothers that are working 2 jobs just to put food in their damn mouth, trying to do the best they can, but they're not a man. You can't lead by example for a man when you're not a man.
So let me ask you this.
This is what we're doing. Yeah.
Let me ask you this. So everything that you're saying, how do you think that that today's society will feel, you know what I'm saying, with them being against the patriarchy and all that stuff? Because what you're saying sounds patriarchal to me. It sounds religious to me.
It sounds religious, or does it sound like it's reality? Do you think a woman could actually, they could do a good job with a boy? They could do a good job. They can. But do you honestly think?
Yo, keep it real. I am religious, so I don't have a problem with what you're saying.
I'm just saying, do you honestly? No, this ain't, see, religion that's another conversation. Like, I'll do that another night with the religion, because I'm sitting here like, okay, well, what's really good and this and that. I got my own personal things with that. But as far as this, whether it's religious or not, it's a human thing. It's a human being thing. Like, I'm going to be frank with you. I can't show you how to wash your nuts, can I? Can I show you how to clean yourself properly? No. but I could show my daughter. I can't lead by example with that shit because I don't have one. I can't tell you how to put a condom on and how it's going to feel. I can't tell you how it feels, well, oh, you know what, just control your sexual urges because of blah, blah. I don't know how it feels to be a man. I don't know no shit about that. You need your daddy.
I mean, I agree with what you're saying. We actually.
No, I know. I'm just saying. And I'm not getting. I'm just saying. This is real talk shit. You know what I mean? This is. I can't do certain shit. You come to me. You know what I mean? And oh my balls hurt. You know. Maybe you got blue balls. Like, well, what's blue balls? You know what I mean? I can't explain that like a dude.
Yo.
I don't have one. You know what I mean? I don't have one. So I'm just keeping it real, though. See, the problem with today is everybody's trying to fit in whatever. This is just human being real shit. This is just real talk. And a lot of people can't real talk this kind of subject. With, I think that, women's lib. Fuck women's lib, you asshole. They're taking the man out of the house. What is wrong with you? This is why you're fucked up in the head. I'll be the first one to admit, I'm fucked up. I made plenty of mistakes because I didn't have the great guidance. But if you can't, oh shit, I gotta take this call. Give me 1 second. I'm put myself on mute and I'll be right on back. I am not hanging up. Hold up. I gotta take this now. Hold on.
Damn. Just vibing too.
All y'all religious nuts agree with all that.
Oh shit, Unbiased still awake.
Unbiased is on mute laughing his ass off.
Tatiana, hey, yo, Haskel, do not change her name, bro. She gonna flip.
Here you go. Listen, don't start no bullshit, Unbiased, bro. Leave that one alone.
She's serious. I'm gonna leave her alone. No, she's serious. I'm gonna leave her alone. But she was in that goofy mode. Oh man, you already know. I changed that name ASAP.
Nah, but yo, real talk. You know, she can kind of go into a stream of consciousness, but one of the more salient points she made was the point that you know, during the industrial era, like a man by himself just working at a power plant or a warehouse or something like that could sustain you know, a 5-person family. And you know, nowadays, because of the economy and how inflation is built into the economy, you know, for most of these places, you need 2 incomes. And the more a woman works, the harder it is for you to fairly expect her to be, you know, feminine and defer to you if she got to go out there and get it out in the mud like that, you know. So she was making some decent points, bro. She really was.
Can you give us one?
The one I just cited. The whole point.
I'm joking, bro. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm horrible.
I wish Frats was still here, man. Talking about the patriarchy and all that shit to contend with her.
No, it depends on the man. Like, it depends on the man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, back in the day, you didn't need to have to go to school. You know what I mean? They taught trades. You could have a trade and with that trade, without having to go to any kind of secondary school, you could like provide for your family. You can be an electrician. You can be a carpenter. You know what I mean? You can do things like that. Yeah, that's Hassan. Yeah.
Do you like those ways better?
Do I like those ways?
Yeah.
I like that you were able to. You didn't have to go to school.
Right. That's what I mean. Do you like that better that way?
Yeah, I do.
Ignorance.
Yeah, I do.
And it put men in a better position to thrive.
Yeah, because
you
now,
like that way better.
Yeah, absolutely. But even back then, if you were educated, like, hold on, even if now you're educated, your dollar goes a lot. You know, your dollar doesn't go as far as it did back then.
Yeah, but
I cut Hassan off, but I just want to get everybody's opinion. Akachi, you like that way better?
Yeah. I said I do because it put men in a better position to thrive.
All right, the Watcher, you like that way better?
You run it back.
The way Hassan was describing about, you could work at a power plant and that was enough to feed a family of, 5 kids and a wife during those times.
Oh, socialistic type? No.
Okay, well, those who like that way better, that's MAGA. That's what Trump was talking about. Okay, that's what you're talking about. Make America great again. You're talking about that way.
Yeah,
So,
I know that. I don't have a
yeah,
problem.
y'all not against MAGA. All right, no problem. Hassan, y'all don't put that out. When people say,
Hold on,
well,
what you
what
talking about, bro?
that's MAGA.
What you talking about? Dog, what are you
That's
talking
MAGA.
about?
That's,
one more again.
Bro, what are you
all right,
talking about?
so that's what Trump was talking about. He was trying to make America great like that again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all. And I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm just saying that's what he was talking about when people like, what you mean make it better again? He wasn't talking about slavery. He's talking about those days.
Okay.
All right, but Hassan, I cut you off. Finish your point about
that's all. That's the only part of America he wanted to be great.
Do you have more evidence than something else?
We ain't gonna go. We ain't gonna go into Trump, man. You're not gonna go into Trump.
I'm just saying, if you know something else, let me know, because I don't think anybody that's stupid.
We're not gonna go into Trump.
I'm just saying, when he said make America great, he wasn't talking about slavery. He was talking about those days right there.
Nobody said he was talking about slavery.
Right.
That's what
all unbiased is bringing you aware of this.
No. Nobody's
economical
saying that he
position.
wanted slavery institutionalized again. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. But
he was just bringing up the similarities with your economic approach. That's all he was doing, and showing that you and Trump have similar ambitions or desires. That's all.
Yeah. I was talking about. Trump was talking about industry. Trump was talking about industry. I'm talking about, like schooling. That's more what I was focused on. Like you could be in high school and learn a trade and come out and be able to provide for your family.
Yeah, but that's ran by the economy. The whole economy. In order for someone working at a factory, his wage or his dollar to have value, it has to be compared to the economy. So everything has.
But you didn't have to work at a factory, though. You didn't have to work at a factory.
But okay, see, now we're focused on the sprinkles. We're missing the whole Sunday. What I'm trying to say is, even if it's not a factory, just the employment. What he was trying to do is get every. Oh wow, you got to have an understanding of economics. It's not just. Gosh, it's trying. I can't explain it. I can't explain it if you don't have that. Sorry.
What? I mean, he said, you said factories.
But what I'm trying to, it's just a job. What Trump was trying to do is not make factories. What he was trying to do. Oh my goodness.
No, he wanted to bring the jobs back over here. What he was talking about kind of was factories. Particularly.
Okay. I understand.
Industry.
Okay.
He wanted to bring the industry that had
You're
got
right.
shipped out over, with the car industry.
He was trying to get rid of the college monopoly over good jobs is what he was trying to do. He was trying to.
All right, I'm back. I'm sorry.
He was
Yeah,
trying
but
we're in the middle of a conversation right now.
What I was saying that even now all the way society is set up now with in terms of like employment and schooling and stuff like that is go to school, get a diploma, go to school, get a degree, get in debt, go work for somebody else. You know what I mean? That's the way the economy is basically set up. Well, it wasn't like that before. You know what I mean? Like you could get out of high school and find a decent job based off a skill or trade that you had and be doing that and start.
Isn't that the same thing? You just said the same thing.
Yeah, you did.
So what do you mean? I said the same thing as what?
Go to school, get a job, come out.
I'm not talking about secondary education in terms of college.
Okay.
You talking about
but you recognize that
cutting it out.
Okay.
I'm talking about learning a skill while you're in high school.
Yeah, having a skill in high school. Yeah.
Yeah, learning a skill, learning a trade. You know what I mean? Like those things aren't there anymore. And it limits and it forces people to like look at like college is the only option. You know, that's like the thing now. Like it has been like that. Like, what if you ain't in school, then you ain't doing nothing. Like, you know, if you ain't in college, you ain't doing nothing. But all college do is just set you up to be in debt.
Not necessarily. If
Most
you're
of the
going
time
to a
it
big
does.
university, we can generalize, but okay, you're right.
Most of the time it does. And a lot of people are
Okay.
working that graduate from college are working in jobs that they didn't major in.
And,
You know,
and who was at fault?
I'm not talking about fault. I'm just stating what it is. These are the outcomes that happen.
Okay.
You know,
And
there's not enough
but you understand
jobs
personal responsibility.
There's not enough jobs to employ as many people that are in college for these jobs.
True.
Right. But everybody's being pushed and funneled to college as if they are.
No. You're not being
What do you
pushed.
mean,
No.
So you mean
I don't view it that way.
You mean to tell me that all of the people that go to school for a degree in psychology?
I'll stop you right now. As soon as you say only, I'm just going to disagree with everything you say. Only.
I'm saying, well, the people. I'm saying you said. What were you?
Ask me a realistic question. You can't phrase it like that.
Well, you were just disagreeing with something before I said that. So what were you disagreeing with?
I was disagreeing with you, reiterating the same point that we've been disagreeing with, because I don't necessarily have the viewpoint that everyone's being funneled into school. I don't have the viewpoint that everyone's going straight into debt. I don't have the viewpoint that all these people are getting degrees and then they don't have anything to do with it, as if it's the economy's fault, in opposed to them having great ideas their freshman, sophomore, and junior year. Then they fucked off their shit. Then like going to take an easy degree in some remedial course, and then all of a sudden you got a degree in some bullshit and you can't do nothing with it. I know a lot of those, and I know a lot of people who have 4 or 5 degrees and they just keep taking out student loans and getting money, and they're never gonna stop school because they're getting. I'm aware and I'm in it and I see it, but I don't think the economy is funneling people into school and then leaving them in. People choose it, just like no one's funneling you.
No,
into
the economy is not funneling people. The economy is not purposely funneling people into it. But the idea is there that
so you're saying college is a trap. So college is a trap. We need to get rid of it and just make trade schools then.
Who's putting words in whose mouth? Because I'm
asking a question and you're
asking a question
instead of
implying that
answering.
I said that and I didn't say that.
No, I'm asking a question so you can tell me no, I don't agree with that, and so I can.
But why you asking the question that I didn't state?
I'm asking for clarification.
Then you could
Obviously, I'm coming to the conclusion that you're more aligned with that point. So I want to throw it out there so you can smack it down.
Why are you
coming
to that conclusion when I didn't say that?
Because your logic is leaning towards that way, my man.
No, it's not. I didn't say that.
Well, then maybe I'm ignorant and I don't know how to understand, and I'll do better. Continue.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that college.
No. I can do that. I have no problem with my ego and anybody that I don't know online. So if I misunderstand something, I can say, you know what, maybe I'm wrong, and I'll listen for you to re-educate me. Now, if I see that you're just saying some bullshit, then I'm gonna say, nah, you were wrong the whole time.
I want to finish here in Tatiana, man. I'm about to turn in.
What I'm saying
you don't have to put her on us. You don't have to put her on us like that. We were having a conversation.
Yeah.
In the middle of something.
Yeah, when you're in high school.
I ain't got nothing.
When kids are in high school, college is what's being pushed to. College is the next level. That's what's being pushed to.
If you want schooling.
Yeah, but college.
Not everybody wants to go to college. Not everybody wants to go to college. Not everybody goes to college. Not everybody graduates from college. Not everybody knows what they want to do. Not everybody knows what they want to do when they're in college. They just go. I don't think that college is supposed to be for everyone.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just saying college is what's propagated to them. This is what you should do. After high school, you should go to college. This is the idea that's being pushed.
And what's wrong with that, per se?
What's wrong with that is there's not many alternatives that are being pushed to them.
Is anyone ever stopping anyone from going to any trade school or any junior college or any of those?
Are these options really? Are these
options? Schools is a lot higher.
It's not about them stopping them, but it's not. These options are not being given to them like that.
It's called predictive programming, sweetheart. It's called predictive programming.
Those are words you're saying, but I wouldn't say it like that. Because I mean,
this is not like, going to a trade school, learning a trade, picking up a trade, becoming an electrician, becoming a plumber. These are not things that are like propagated to kids in high school. That's not something that's
Not
like
driving people in debt and then giving them basic incomes that they can't pay off the debt.
Okay.
Like college.
All right. So let me ask a question. Did any of you guys graduate from college?
Yes.
And you don't recommend anyone else doing that? What you did? Did it help you? Did it lift you out of poverty and put you in a better position in life? Did it give you resources and educate people?
How many questions you want me to answer first?
They're just yes or no. Yes or no. If they're hard for you, then I'll back
they're
you.
not hard, but you're asking like 3 and 4
If you want to play dumb, because you went to college, so I assume you can answer these questions. I'm asking you simple questions
at a time.
I'm asking you one at a time, and you're not answering any of them.
Did it help?
And now
did it
you're
bring you out of
delaying and
debt?
stalling
Did it do
as if
this?
those
Did it do
questions were
this?
complicated.
Which one do you want me to answer?
Anyone.
I'm not stalling. Which one do you want me to answer?
Answer anyone. Anyone. Can you remember them? You college graduate. Answer anyone.
I don't know. You kind of talk kind of fast.
I apologize. I have a bad problem with speaking fast to educated people. I'll slow down and try again. You graduated from college, correct? We can play these games, man. We can play these.
It ain't no game.
I don't think it is either. But I'm trying to ask you a question.
Well, you asking 3 or 4. If you asking a question, then ask a question. Let me respond to the answer. Let me give you the answer.
Did it lift you out of poverty? Was it a tool to lift you out of poverty?
There are some benefits to going to college.
That's
you see how he's not answering the question. See, this is the intellectual dishonesty that I don't deal with.
It's not intellectual
yes or no
dishonest.
face questions. I don't want to get put in a trick bag, so I'm not going to answer this simple question because it's going to lead me to contradict.
I didn't graduate. I didn't graduate from college, but the knowledge.
Okay. Well, then we don't even need to go any further because I
was going to say, if you let me finish,
Thank you. Let somebody finish. Jeez.
There are other avenues to get the same certification that are a lot cheaper that could have lifted me out of poverty.
Exactly. It had, and this is the point that I'm trying to make. Going to college did afford me certain opportunities and jobs that I probably wouldn't have been able to get had I not been in college. But at the same time, I would not be in $90,000 in debt either.
Who told you to get into $90,000 worth of debt?
How can I get in college?
There's junior colleges. There's numerous types of colleges. There's numerous things you can do. You don't just sit there and keep accumulating.
But again,
I don't think that's a wise idea.
But
I don't think that's a wise idea.
But again, the point is this. The point is you didn't
graduate, so of course you're not going to be able to pay that shit back. If you would have fucking graduated, you'd have been in the better position.
I don't know who you're talking to now because I have my degree, so I don't know who you're talking to at this point.
Okay, I'm speaking to 2 different people that are taking me. I apologize. I don't see your name, so I just hear a voice talking. So I'm hearing 2 different people. I apologize, man.
Yeah, the point is this. It's about knowledge. You know, like it's not about going. It's about knowledge. It's about being privy to certain types of knowledge. Had I known what I know now about how to make money, how to earn money, I would not have went to college.
Okay, so the problem is not necessarily
college is not the problem.
Let me finish, bro. The college is not the problem. The college is your parents or whoever didn't inform you of all the alternatives. The fact that you got ushered into something all by yourself as a victim, and then you got saddled with this $80,000 debt as if it wasn't you took something to get that 80. Now you're in your own predicament.
No.
Or maybe I'm conflating 2 different people again. I apologize.
No, what you're not understanding is I'm in the predicament that hundreds of thousands, probably millions of people are in across this country when they go to college and they end up doing something that they didn't major in college. I got hundreds of friends that work in areas and fields that their degree is totally different in. But the only reason why
do you think they regret going to college?
Let me finish. Okay. The only reason why but there are certain jobs that you have to have a degree to get, but the degree doesn't have to be in that particular field. Okay. Now, so you have people who have a bunch of people who have psychology degrees, but don't do anything with it.
But you recognize when you first go to sign for your major, you're supposed to try to determine what your degree can actually do and what you're going to do with your degree.
You're
saying don't even fucking do
that. How old are you, brother? How old are you?
I'm a college graduate.
How old are you?
I'm a college graduate with a degree.
How old
my degree is
are you?
Paid for. I don't have any debt. That's irrelevant.
It's very relevant. How old are you?
It's irrelevant. I'm not answering that. Continue on with your point. If your point is weak and you can't get it across because without knowing my age, that's a weak point.
No, because you don't. most people, most college students don't go into college thinking like that. They don't. I went to a college, graduated, and went to grad school and taught at a university. So I know what I'm talking about.
So now I have zero empathy or sympathy for the situation that you're bringing up, because you have numerous years and numerous semesters to get your shit together. You know as well as I know, a lot of people are there with no aspirations or goals to really graduate. They're just getting that money because they get that check and then they live on it and live off the stipends or live off their tuitions, but they're not really using the degree what it's for. And at some point in time, because I stopped going to ASU and I went to a junior college because I recognized I didn't have the money to be paid for all this. And once I graduated, I went back and got my money because I knew that this shit was going to put me into debt. I'm not going to run myself into debt because anyone's going to give you money. You can always take out a free loan and tuition credit. They're going to throw it at your ass. And if you grab it and then after you're done with it, you can't play victim. Nigga, you took the fucking money.
Okay,
Come
but
on,
you may be an exception to the rule, okay? But what I'm talking about is not the exception. I'm talking about the majority of students out in college are not thinking the way that you are, and they're not thinking with the 4 years of experience of being a college student to now retroactively think about what I would have done, what I should be doing. No. They're not doing that.
After your freshman year,
they're entering into situations not well informed. Well informed.
But that's life, bro. That's life.
Okay, but the point that I'm making is this: they're entering into these situations not well informed, but and not well informed about college and the loan process and all that on the back end, and not informed about their other opportunities that they could have available. They could go into real estate. They could go into a bunch of areas of different fields that don't require a college degree. But this is not the thing that's being told to them and propagated to them. So the high schools, the schooling system is funneling them into a system to continue on to post to secondary education, to continue on to taking out loans, which is the new debt, taking out loans to being in debt, to go into get a degree that some of them, half of them probably might not use to work for somebody that with a degree that they're not even using. And this is the system. This is what's being set up. This is how it is.
Somebody's being fucking hilarious. Oh shit, who is that? That's funny as fuck. Kid fuck, what's going on? Why y'all doing like that?
I figured something needs to like break up the tension with this conversation, so I figured I'd play my graduation music.
But if a nigga didn't graduate, that ain't making me feel any better. But I feel you. But I hear your point. I hear your argument, because I have more friends who are in debt because of college that actually made it out. My issue is that your first year, every year you're getting your fucking taxes. Every year you're applying or reapplying for those grants and scholarships. At some point in time, you got to recognize, like, damn, I got to pay this shit back. And at some point in time, you got to recognize, like, not only do you get that grant, some people sign up and get more. And then they take out more loans. Right. And just like, okay, because they're not thinking smart. They're thinking like, okay, well, I'm just going to take this money now. I'm going to graduate. I don't want to work this semester, so I'm going to take out an extra loan. They're just fucking themselves in the end, and then they cry victim towards the finish line when they don't want to run across the line. And I lost empathy because I was that dude. I had to build myself up under debt and recognize. But the fact is, I had to use that same college degree to help me get it done faster. And I know there's some people who got it done who didn't have the debt, and there's some people who are going to be in that debt for 10 to 15 years. But nonetheless, they are still in a stronger position if they would have never fucked with that shit in the first place. Yeah, and college has been used, and it's a tool that left a lot of families and legacies out of poverty. It's more successful than the fucking NBA and NFL. You have a higher probability of doing that. So when I hear people bash it, I want them to be honest about it. Like, yeah, you can fuck yourself.
No, it's not about
smart. You can let me finish, because I apologize when I cut you off, but you can let me finish.
Go ahead.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, like, you can run yourself into the ground with debt, trying to be successful, getting a degree. But if you fail in it, don't bash the whole process and the pathway for other people just because you didn't see the pitfalls or you weren't as successful. I would try to say use it, but here's the situation that you don't want to get caught up in, instead of saying like, no, I'll tear that shit down, even though, you know, there's millions of motherfuckers that are lift themselves out of poverty, and let's all go back into living in substantial living where we're all working in factories, or we're all working in a type of survival where we're all working trades where our shit is capped. And that's not the way to do it, man. That's not the way. I think we should have both options, but I'm never going to sit by and allow someone to minimize college when I know what it's done for people and what it can do and what it's shit is fucking done for me.
No, but that wasn't what I was doing. I was giving perspective on the how it's really being like the only option. I was trying to bridge what I was talking about before with how it was before, with there being more options for somebody to earn a living and a decent living back in the day versus now. The option is, you know, is college, and that's it. And if you're not in college, then what you doing? That's like how people look at you. If you're not in college, then what you doing? You know what I mean? Like,
I think that's wrong. That's a wrong viewpoint.
Yeah, but that's how people look. You know, when you young and, you know, you 18, 19, you graduate high school, it's like, what you doing? You're not gonna go to school? That's like the expectation. Expectation is like, we'll go to school and do and like that's the answer. And it's like, that's not the only answer. That's my point. My point is like, that's not the only answer. The only answer is not just go to school. You know what I mean? There's still other things. If we had the knowledge to give to young people, to people and coming out of high school, which we do, and they're not giving people this information about how to make a living, how to invest, how to get in real estate, how to, you know, you can go and get a trade, you can go learn a skill that you'll have for the rest of your life, and you can start your own business like that. They're not teaching these kind of things to young people. You know what I mean? And these are the things that they really need to know, because you don't need to be trying to work for somebody for the rest of your life. You can build your own and create your own and work with other people to build that too as well. And it's not that people have to get out of the idea and stop promoting this idea like that college is the only way. And this is the thing, because like I said, I got a niece that I was telling her, she was asking me about college, and I'm talking to her about her major. And she's like, I'm a major in business administration. I'm like, it sounds good, but what you about to do with that? You know what I mean? It's like people choose a lot of people in college, they choose majors because the classes are good. It sounds good, but they're not thinking about what job they're going to get with that degree. You know what I mean? They're not thinking about that. You know what I mean? And they're not being prepared to think. If they thought like that, then they would be more successful in college.
So what you're saying, people got to be extremely intentional.
If you go to college, you have to be very intentional. That's a good point. You have to be very intentional to know, like,
you have to be that way with everything, though. Not just college. But you have to know what the fuck you're getting into. You get into relationships, you got to be very intentional. You got to know what the fuck you're dealing with. You can't go in there like half-stepping and half-assing.
I mean, like in the long term, like 6 years from now, this is the job I want to have, and this is what I got to do to get there. That kind of intentional, not like my intention is to go to college and get my degree.
There's a reason why you have prerequisites, and then you have your major. You use your prerequisites, or in the beginning, you're trying to figure out what you want to do. It's amazing to me. You got to recognize like how much responsibility is put up on you. You're a young adult. When you're in that situation, it's on you. The responsibility is upon you, like what you want to do. No one's going to hold your hand. That's the main thing. The first thing I had to fucking learn in college. Them niggas do not give a fuck if you're there or not.
Yeah,
300 people sitting in that biology lab, and if you go to class or not, the responsibility for you to be successful and to do something with your degree and try to realize, okay, because all it is it's a receipt. You pay your money, and then they give you a receipt at the end of the fucking 4 years, and then you take that receipt and see what you can do with it. And it's not always about working for someone. You can start working for someone and then build your own business. It's not about always everyone getting a trade and everyone's going to be their own plumber and everyone's going to be their own technician. Everyone's going to be their own mechanic. That's not how the shit works. You're eventually going to have to start to work for somebody. Apprenticeship, especially when you start now. It's just everyone gets lulled away with the fact that there's an easier route and there's an easier way. And it's not even easier. Doing the trades is actually your first 10 to 15 years, you're actually going to be living at that poverty line because your business is going to take a while for you to get up off the ground until you get enough equity or securities where they give you loans where you can actually double your business. We can take out those investments and actually make your business more profitable. But people don't explain that to you. They just tell you to go to a trade. But you got to get to education or college and understand about economics and businesses and the economy and know the difference between whether something's with regard to the schooling or something's actually regard to the economy, which is imports, exports, the economics, the micro, the macro level of it all. It's different levels to the shit. But I don't want to sit here and bloviate.
Yeah. Yeah, what I was saying is I kind of lost my train of thought a little bit, but yeah, you know, for an 18-year-old kid, understanding where they're gonna fit or potentially fit in society once they leave that institution, you know, that's difficult. Even if you
18?
have
At 18, you shouldn't do that. No one expects someone at 18 to know that.
yeah,
Your
but that's what I'm
freshman year, no
saying.
one expects that.
Right. But that's what I'm saying though. If you don't have a clear map at 18, you're already behind the 8 ball. You know what I'm saying? Because you can,
Not
like you said,
necessarily. I disagree. I disagree with that.
no, not necessarily. But if you go in at 18, right, and you do your prerequisites, there might be a field that you get into that you really just you like it, you enjoy it. You know,
your first 2 years, you're pretty much real quick. Your first 2 years, you're doing your prerequisites. You're getting all the BS out there. So you're probably gonna end up at like 19, 20.
Right.
So you're like 2 years removed from that. So you've been living on your own. You've been seeing the way the world works. If you're still living under your parents, they're not really helping you. But other than that, I mean, like you're getting an idea. Let's not sugarcoat the shit. There's motherfuckers with kids and shit, multiple kids at that age, handling businesses and working who aren't in college. People who aren't in college have more reality in the sense of the world because they're put out there first. College just kind of coddles you, it babies you. It's like a snooze button to reality. People who are sitting in college, they're coddled and they're fucked over when they get out.
Right. So it don't sound like you disagree too much. It don't sound like you and
I don't. But when you get to bashing and you try to when you disregard, I'm not gonna allow that to happen. Like that's what I said. We're saying the same thing. But when y'all hear someone try to make it seem like I heard Cube, like Cube was over here. Oh, it's ignorance. When I see ignorance, I know Cube is smart. It just annoys me when he writes this ignorance because some people might really believe him. And I know he's being funny, but he's lying. College is mainly for you to get a career and work for someone else. Not necessarily, bro. That's just saying like none of them. There's no entrepreneurships and you see when you say shit like that, you're blanketing it with the statement. And yeah, you're being funny, or you may even be 60% right, but you don't realize what you're doing. It's ridiculous, bro.
Well, that's the economy, bro. I mean, like that's you know, that's when most people graduate. They go and work for somebody else. You know, I mean, regardless of that, you know.
Right. But that's the same. Just what business or what avenue is the majority of the people just going into working straight for themselves? You have to have an apprenticeship.
But that's what college is for. That's you know, especially in some positions, you need, like I said, like you need a degree to get into certain entry level positions in certain areas, certain fields. Like you can't.
You're right. You can't understand that there's millionaires and billionaires who didn't go to college, and everyone loves saying that. But there's no comparison exponentially to the motherfuckers who are millionaires or billionaires that did go to fucking college. So it's ridiculous when you minimalize it, make it seem like you don't have an opportunity to pull yourself up out of poverty, because that's really what it's for. It's not for I don't want to go to college because I don't want motherfuckers telling me what to do. You know how juvenile that sounds? I want to work for myself. I don't want nobody telling me what to do. I want to do. Okay, right on. Yeah. Meanwhile, none of these motherfuckers are really working for themselves or doing anything.
The thing is though, it's an opportunity, but it's not the only opportunity, and that's my point. My point is not it's not the only opportunity. If people were able to disseminate the right knowledge to people, where they can have the ability to choose.
Who's the people? Who's responsible to let these people know?
School. The schooling system is not set up that way. This is the point I'm making. The schooling system is not set up. It's not set up. It's set up to prep you to go to college. It's not set up for you to come out and work and to start your own business.
You're missing my point. I think you're missing my point. Because if I have a child and I send them to school, I don't think it's the school's responsibility to guide them and let them know. I think it's my job to explain to them what the fuck school is for and what to use it for. Don't get any hopes and false and dreams. These are your teachers. They're going to educate you, but they're not your parents. You understand what I'm saying? Like we're
right.
really slipping on personal responsibility in this conversation.
My point is the school was set up differently. The school was different before. The way the school system was different before. It's not how it is today. Before they did teach you skills.
Q, bro, I'm sorry, bro. Q, you speaking to the wrong one. I own property at home business, bro. You trying to ask me questions to put me on my back foot so that
I'm not. Stop. Take yourself
that's
out
why
of
I said
No,
Q.
he said cube. He said Q. You talking to somebody in the
I'm talking
chat?
to Q. Like, I apologize. I try to be respectful when I speak.
I'm sorry.
I'm even being respectful to Q. You know what I'm saying? But damn, bro. I apologize. I'm not supposed to let the chat get me off my pivot. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but just in a general sense, that's not the school system is not set up that way. It's prepping you to go to college. You get a get a high school diploma. I mean, how much can you do with that? You know what I mean? But if within the school system, in the high school system, they had, teaching people how to start a business, how give them access to take real estate courses or something like that, things that can actually help them, that once they leave they can have the option to be like, okay, I don't have to go to college because when I was in high school I was taught this, so I can use this to go and do something with, and I don't have to choose college as the thing. You know what I mean? Like that's
real quick. Can I say something real quick? Both of you actually have an excellent point, and actually both of you are right. And it's like it just keeps going back and forth because you're right in what you're saying, that schools should be teaching these things, because say the person is not a college type or doesn't want to go to college, they have tools to sustain themselves and be able to live. But say they do want to go to college. Well, if school teaches them certain things, they would be able to make better financial decisions, and they would be able to reduce the amount of struggling that they will have to endure while putting themselves through college. And maybe they can go part-time or they can go full-time, but everybody will have choices. Both of you are right. College is needed because, as the other gentleman was saying, it is needed because, see, not everybody is an entrepreneur type. That's not their personality. They don't even want the responsibility. They actually, if we all own businesses and everybody wants to be their own boss, who the hell is going to work for you to run your company? So we need everybody. All different types of people. Both of you are actually correct. It's just a balancing it. That's the problem. Schools should be teaching real life issues, because guess what? That door ain't even waiting for these people to graduate before real life is kicking them in the ass. So they should be teaching that. They should be setting a person up for success. Bottom line. Not wasting time with some certain things they waste time with, especially on tax dollar money. It's ridiculous. But like I said, we need doctors. Without college, you can't go see a doctor because there would be none. We need trade, because if somebody don't go to a trade school to become a mechanic, when your car breaks down, we are all screwed. We need entrepreneurs to run these businesses, but we also need people that don't even want to be an entrepreneur, and they're happy with not having as much responsibility and working the business so it can. That's all I'm saying. Y'all are both actually right. Thank you.
I agree.
I'm done.
I agree. I don't think he's wrong.
Yeah, I don't think he's wrong either.
I just stopped him when he said only. Whenever he used the absolute and the only, that's when I would hop in, because that's like my trigger. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just
and then he explained that to me.
Never only. It's never only. It's never one option. There's, you know what I mean?
Right.
And people could be right. Like y'all both are actually right. And it depends on what audience you're speaking to, because if the gentleman that was saying that schools don't set people up, if he goes to a bunch of people that are in a room trying to figure out how to be entrepreneurs and they don't want to go to college, they're going to be backing him 100%. But if he's in the room with a bunch of people that are like, yeah, but I don't want to run my own business. I just want to live a nice, comfortable life. I want that kind of I just want to do something else I like. And then they're not going to like his idea. But if you're in that room, they're gonna like your idea. Because what you're saying, so it's really about the target audience. Everybody's different. We're all different for a reason. We all like different things for a reason, and we all need each other for a reason. When you go out, if you're out and you're running out and you got to grab something to eat real quick, you need that freaking person that's working fast food at that time to serve your shit. You know what I mean? So we all need each other, but schools definitely do need to step up their game because life is coming at people way too hard right now and very quickly. When you graduate school, it's like, well, I need a car to get here. My parents can't afford it and this and that. You know what I mean? If you were set up, if you knew how to even invest money in certain things and you were taught how to make certain decisions with money you get, if you was taught certain things and had some guidance in that, if you were taught the language of money, the language of certain things, it might make it a little bit easier for you when you are 19 and 20 and 21. And it would make it a lot easier for you not to make a decision maybe that you have to rush or don't want to make because of financial strain or anything else like that. You see what I'm saying? So both y'all are right. Both y'all are right. That's it. That's what I had to say. That's my 2 cents.
For sure. My man Haskel.
Yo.
Okay. With regards to 18 and 19-year-olds, what's the best pathway for success that you'd recommend for them? If you were to just meet an 18-year-old or 19-year-old, you don't know anything about their background, their aspirations, financial situation, family situation, drugs, anything. And they're just asking you for advice on what to do to be successful or to get somewhere in life.
I would say take a look at the top 10 professions in the United States. You know, see which ones have the lowest barrier of entry. Then thirdly, see which ones are more suited to their innate skill sets. And then tailor, you know, their education towards that, whether it be college or trade school. That would be my advice.
That's sound. That's pretty sound.
Because you could go
for
to
an
trade
18 and 19-year-old, that's sound.
Because you could go to trade school and the shit ain't like I went to I tried to do trade school for AC for HVAC, and I wasted time because I wasn't cut out for it. You know what I'm saying? So you really gotta get a grasp of who you are. Like, where do you really excel? Hone in on that. And, you know, whatever you, whether it's college or trade or whatever, it should be tailored to what your strengths are. And also what's going to be economically viable. Something that once you get your degree or whatever the case, you can immediately go out there and be able to sustain yourself.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean that's good advice. But I mean, but you know, a lot of it is like what they're exposed to. You know what I mean? Like, what kind of, you know, and sometimes college can be a good thing for somebody who doesn't know to go and figure it out, you know, and they eventually get it together. You know what I mean? While they're there. You know what I mean? And then for somebody that came in as a freshman that was there, you know, because like, you know, and then they by you know, sophomore year, semester, they're like, all right, it's time to get focused, and then they figure it out. You know, third and fourth year, they out of there. You know what I mean? They figure out what they want to do because of exposure. You know what I mean? And you know, oftentimes that's what it is. Most of the time, it just comes down to what we're exposed to. You know what I mean? Like what we're exposed to, who we're exposed to, and the knowledge that they can.
Yeah,
give
to
us.
me, I think we should start.
Like,
I think it should start in high school, bro. I
should.
think, but because to be honest with you, you know, once you hit 18, 19, like the world starts moving fast, bro.
Fast, man. Fast.
I mean,
and you can't go back.
And you can't go
That's
back.
the age that you recognize you can't go back.
Right, but
You
at
can't go back.
16, but this is the thing. High school is not preparing you to be that type of a independent thinking person, adult or whatever like that. It's like
Public schools.
Public schools, yeah, they not. You know what I'm saying? And you know, if a person was in the 10th grade and 11th and 12th grade, they getting, taken to conferences, taken to whatever, but they're getting access to information about what they could possibly do with their life. You know what I mean? And then by the time they're a senior and they graduate, they got a somewhat of a clearer picture versus like when they turn 20 years old and they in their second semester in college trying to figure it out. You know what I mean? Like at 18, they should be guided into some direction to be like, okay, like maybe I can start my own business. You know what I mean? Maybe I can start my own trucking business. I can just I got my license. I can, get this. How do I get a loan for this? How do I do this? How do I build my credit? What is credit? You know what I mean? Like stuff like that just like people just don't know. They don't understand. You know what I mean? Like they don't understand how important these things are as 18, 19, 20-year-old, 21-year-old, or even by the time they graduate college, they still ain't get it. You know what I'm saying? It's just like these are things that's important factors that's going to impact their life as they get older and as they continue to grow and try to build families and do whatever with their life, more than the stuff that they're actually doing that's in high school or some of the stuff that's in college. Because realistically, it don't take 4 years to get no damn degree. It don't.
Thanks.
It just don't. It don't take 4 years because, the stuff I learned, the classes I took my first 2 years, I didn't need for my last 2 years. You know what I mean? So it's like they just make you take it. You know what I'm saying? Like it don't take that long. You know what I mean? It don't take 12 years to go to school to get what you need to know. You know what I mean? It just, the system is not set up. The way the system is, it's just backwards. You know what I mean? You don't need to be in school for 12 years up until you 18 to know what you need to know. You just don't need to be in school that long. You don't need to, but that's just how the system is.
I wouldn't say you don't need to, because some people need schooling longer. It's just everybody doesn't need to. No, because not everybody learns the same way. I'm in education. I'm an educator.
Not everybody does, but if you you learn how to
I'm
read.
agreeing with you, but I'm also letting you know there's another side, and you're agreeing with your side, but you're disagreeing with what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to let you know that there's no absolute in what you're saying. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm also trying to say that there's another side as well.
Yeah, well,
I don't expect you to be the same.
Yeah, I didn't say absolutely. I said you really, I wasn't speaking in absolute terms, but it doesn't take that long. I don't think it does. Some people it may, but most people it don't. It don't take that. It don't take being in school up until you 18. It don't.
Hey, y'all boys, I'm out of here, man. It's been real. Appreciate the convo.
All right.
Bye.
Salute, Haskel. That's my brother. Man. Yeah, but with regards to Cube, the communist and capitalist conversation, you can miss me on that. Had to study Karl Marx in school. I have no desire to speak to anyone who wants to bloviate on some Wikipedia shit that they done read and they have no full understanding. You write a dissertation and I'll put it in my box and I'll grade with the rest of the shit that I got to read. But with regards to low-key intellectualism, I'll pass on that. You get banned from every platform that you're on, man. You get no respect over here. So you can kick rocks. I try to be respectful with you, but you're in your bag. I'm out.
Okay. Is there anybody on?
You still on there, T? Is that Tatiana?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Anybody in the?
No, I'm here.
Is YouTube still open?
Huh?
Who in the chat?
That's what I'm looking for right now because I had to shut it off because there was a delay and it was messing me up. So now I'm trying to
get on your back.
Such
a clown. So let me ask you from a women's point of view. No, I'm talking to the kid in the chat that's constantly banned and everything. Yeah, but which is funny because I used to like the guy. He's just hella contentious. Just wants to argue with everyone. He picks something on every channel, every platform, and don't be a woman because then he'll just really just berate you. But man, it's wild when you want to respect someone. They just name call. But I wanted to know from a woman's point of view, advice you give to, advice you give to a 19 or 18-year-old who's in a relationship and her dude is not being a man. In other words, like she's working, he's not working. He's on YouTube all day talking shit to motherfuckers that he don't know. Ain't got no job, ain't got no car, ain't got no responsibilities and shit, but she's carrying his ass. But they got a kid together and she loves him. And you tell him, or you tell her to leave him and you know she's not gonna do that. So that's not something that you are gonna come out the bag and say, okay. All right. So I'm curious, how would you counsel a younger female in that situation?
Well, first of all, you got to look at her behavior and you got to listen to her. Why I say this is because there's a root issue of why she's drawn to that person. There's a root issue of why she's with that person. And there's a root issue of why she's staying with that person. If you don't understand her, you're not going to know how to speak to her. And it is actually the same for the male. You have to understand the person. You have to, instead of like, nobody likes anybody to come at them judging them or telling them what to do, especially if the person has any type of anxiety, low self-esteem, or anything else like that. So when you sit there and you can see you're on the outside looking in and you can see what's going on. That person, they see what's going on, but there's a reason why. There's a reason why. And this is what we as human beings have to stop doing. We have to get away from just judging everybody or just saying, well, you should have did this. We all should have done something that we have not done. We all should be doing something we're not doing. We all can fall victim of our choices due to rooted issues within us. So bottom line is, when you're talking and stuff like this, is to understand the person and understand human beings in general and how they think and how they work and how the psychology works. You know, that person has low self-esteem. That person comes from something. There's a reason why they are a little more comfortable with that verse, feeling that they deserve better than that.
Okay, new factor in there. Now she's being hit on. She's telling you it's violence involved. Now what's your advice?
Okay,
upfront and honest. She comes to you, her shit's busted. Her shit's busted.
Okay, when there is violence involved and the person will not, they're not going to listen. See, now we have different factors. Some don't listen because they're actually just more they're familiar with what they know. Some don't listen because the fear of being alone. Some don't. It still comes from understanding the person, but it also comes with taking action, because you don't want to get to a place where the person's getting beaten and they get hurt, or God forbid, they're dead. So, now, here's the thing. So action is a big one when it comes to somebody, and there's different types of abuse. It's not only hitting, narcissistic abuse, psychopathic
Go into
abuse.
Go into that if you can.
I will. I definitely will. I'll hit on it all. Emotional abuse, financial abuse, all different means, isolation, all different means. So basically, when you're dealing with someone who is a victim of things, they most likely were a prior victim of something else, because they will keep falling into these victim circumstances because they don't know how. They are actually, as much as nobody wants to be abused, but when it's all you know, when somebody's actually treating you right, your anxiety's through the roof because you're like, what is going on? Like, it doesn't even feel right because it's so foreign to you, and you're just waiting for them to just stop. And what happens is usually a person who's always, used to or grew up and always been treated a certain way and doesn't even think they're worth anything different and actually thinks it was kind of normal. When somebody treats you good, you tend to push it away because you don't even think you can measure up to that type of relationship, even though your heart desire would be to be treated like a human being. You get scared. You back the hell off. You back up. You get away from it, but you're waiting for the shoe to drop. You're like, this ain't gonna last. They're gonna be mean. You know what? I'll drop them I'll get them before they get me. And you're out of there. And what do? You fall into that shit again. So with that being said, with the physical abuse, it's understanding the person, because everybody says, well, this person should have did that. But see, you're not inside the person's body and mind and heart and soul to understand what they're truly feeling. Is this a lot of times, if a person's being abused, if they don't have the correct support system, that abuse gets worse when you leave. That abuse picks up. And if you do not have the correct people around you, people, places, and things that will add to your life, people, places, and things that love and care about you and that are willing to help you with all the needs that you have, then now you have a void.
I feel your spirit. I feel your spirit, and I feel that's towards the sister. How would you give advice to the young brother? Say it's your nephew, and he's beating on his woman. He's 20, she's 19. And you just happen to catch him. And he's looking at, what the fuck you in my business for? You don't even know what's going on. How do you handle that situation? Or what type of advice?
Right. The only thing you could do, because you can't force anybody to do anything, and people don't make a change overnight. But what you can do is say, you may think I'm in your business, but I just seen your business. But here's the thing. If I care about you, what you're doing right now is my business, because of the simple fact that, can I please explain to you, you are going to ruin your whole entire life, because everything in the dark will come to the light. And what you're doing to this young lady is going to come to the light, whether it be through her or through somebody else that sees you doing this. And when it comes to the light, it's not going to be her that's hauled off to jail, because they have a problem with men. And if you're beating that woman, or you're laying your hands on her, or if she has a mark on her, or anybody else reports you, life choices are life-changing and life-altering. And this choice you're making can alter your life for the rest of your life. Is that what you want? Why would you, if that was your daughter, would you do that? You have to find another way to take out. If she's doing A, B, C, D, and E, do you want her to have that much control over you, where you now have a criminal record for the rest of your life? Does she really have that much mind control over you? If you can't handle her, back up. Come to us for advice on how to handle certain situations. And if we need to find somebody else because we don't know how to handle something, maybe we need to do that. But the way you're doing it right now, it's not going to work out for you. And if you keep doing it, somebody's going to have to report you, because I can't be here and complicit with you doing that. Bam. Bottom line. You see what I'm saying? Because, see, you seeing that gives you a responsibility, you see, in doing the right thing. And it gives you the opportunity to show that young lady that men do the right thing. She may not like you at first. Later she will. People are always angry when you disrupt their zone they're in. Or, you know, she might have anxiety, like, oh my God, he'll blame me for what he's doing, you know, stuff like that. So how would you feel, really, honestly, inside yourself, if you didn't have that talk with him, or you knew she kept getting hit, and next thing you know, she was dead because he hit her the wrong way. She fell, hit her head on the table, and it killed her. Right?
Right.
So that right there, narcissistic abuse, that's a whole nother level, because see, people, you know, you have all kinds of geniuses, and we can't be biased when it comes to the word genius, like, oh, well, that person's a murderer, so he's not a genius in his own way, you know, because we don't like him and we don't like what he's about or she's about, right? You can't do that, because these people have gotten very, very savvy with committing crimes. Okay? A serial killer, what makes them get away with it more than one time, usually they plan out what they're going to do. It's not like a spur of the moment. You know what? I feel like killing somebody. Fuck it. Her right there. Boom. No. Usually they're like, you know what? I'm going to pick up this rope. I'm going to pick up this knife. I'm going to get this right here. You know what? I need some handcuffs too. I need some ties. Oh, let me get bags. You know, they fucking play. They have a motive. They're planning it. I'm going to go down this road. You know what? If I go down this road and I kill her this road, let me drive 3 counties over, get rid of one of her limbs. Let me drive another 4 counties over. Everywhere there's something different. So they don't even suspect. I'm going to go another state and drop off the body where they're not even looking. Premeditated. Know that. Pre, meaning before, meditated. Premeditated crime. Premeditated crime comes with thinking about what you're going to do. So when you have like narcissists, okay, which have no damn conscience. See, let me tell you something about businesses real quick. People that own these high-level businesses that make these nasty decisions and shit that may wind up hurting everybody else, a lot of times, those kind of shit, that kind of shit, they're not looking for people to work like me, you, or whoever else. They are looking for people that will go along with their agenda of whatever it takes to stay on top and make the money they want to make. Whoever it hurts, it doesn't, everybody has like no conscience. And they're going to be like, oh, well, we got to cut off all the single mother food stands. Yeah, but we're going to make, I'll give you $1 million bonus this year. Oh, fuck them, cut it off. That's what they're looking for. That's what they're looking for. Why? Because somebody like me would say, whoa, wait a minute. I'd rain on their parade. I'd fuck up the whole shit. They don't want us. They want that. Those kind of people are thinking. They have a plan. And it's usually not best for the other people.
Tatiana.
Meditating. Yeah.
Do you live around these people, or like, how can I say this? Like, do you have experience or do you know about people living in extreme poverty?
Yes.
Like in your area or went to school with, family, friends, whatnot? Okay, so people who live in extreme poverty, and I don't want to say in your area, because I'm not trying to put you in that situation, but I mean like from your experience.
In the areas of extreme poverty
that you were aware of. Right, I mean, I'm trying to get like an understanding of like your area, because I'm in Arizona, so I see my experience understanding is different. I don't know what state you're in. Right.
Okay.
So what state are you in, if you don't mind saying? Like what state are you in? Okay, New York. I'll born in New York. All right, perfect.
New York and New Jersey are my areas, but I've also been to North Carolina. I've been to Indiana. I've been to Florida, of course.
Okay, what state shaped you that you would say like your formative years that made you who you are, your experiences, the guys you dated, the teachers who taught you, or the like what city or state would you say that made you? So I can base
New
your
York and New
experiences.
Jersey.
Okay, so
New
New
York
York,
and
New Jersey, Tri-City area. Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm. But I
so
will.
in that area, okay, just for the I understand. I'm pretty sure you're traveled and you're well-rounded, but I mean, just for the sake of this conversation and for the people listening, so I'm trying to nail it down to some type of content we can listen to. So with your experience in New York and your area, and you can give a city or an experience in detail if you want, but I'm trying to get an understanding of what type of poverty have you experienced or what type of depths of people struggling have you seen that gave you an understanding to have your opinion that you have now? Like, what have you seen or what have you experienced?
Well, what I have experienced is having to go into a store and extreme humiliation, just to take toilet paper off of a Walmart bathroom and sneak it in your coat because you have none in your house. What I've experienced is having to walk different places because you don't even have the money to get on public transportation. What I've experienced is having to be tossed to and fro to certain different homes because of running from abusive situations, not wanting people to know where you're at, and you don't have a stable place of your own. What I have experienced is having to go into a store and pick up a couple of vegetables and stuff and then go to the bathroom in the store just to put it in your pocketbook or under your coat just so you could go home and make a meal. I can go
on. Okay. Mm-hmm. And in that type of situation, was that your personal experience?
Mine and others.
This is experience you witnessed. Okay, so
Mine
I'm sorry. Yours and others. Okay, so if you don't, since you're sharing yours, I'm gonna ask a more point question. Where was your mind state in that situation? At that point in time, like what was your mind at? Like what actions have you done to put you in that situation? Or were you a victim that just ended up in there by happenstance? Or did you fuck up and put yourself there?
Well, I would say it's a little bit of both. I would say that, I would say that I wasn't as aware of my surroundings as I am now. Should have been way more inquisitive. I should have not been so quick to trust many people. I should have not been so quick to jump to help other people that definitely did not have me in their best interest. I shouldn't have been just, let me see, what's the word? So quick, sometimes we could be so smart and have so much intelligence, and our emotions lead us and take us into some choices that we look back and say, what the fuck? Who does that? Like, I know I should. I don't do that. Tatiana don't do that. Like, I don't do that. But I did do it, you see? So we have those. And the lack of certain male parental guidance, the lack of love, the lack of acceptance, the low self-esteem, the always wanting to feel accepted and wanted, and always wanting better for myself, but having no clue of how to get there. Always grabbing on to the first best thing that seemed like it was a great thing without really digging deep. But there's a lot of problems now. Was I set up Am I a victim? Absolutely. If I can learn anything out of these situations, it is the awareness of self and the awareness of self choices, the awareness of who's around me and what is really going on. When you don't know yourself, you can know certain parts of yourself, because there's certain parts of myself I know very good, but then there's other parts I just don't know. When you don't know yourself, that gives others room to come in and tell you who you are. But they're only trying to make you something they want you to be. It has nothing to do with who you are. This stuff is extremely important because, see, next thing you know, you're surrounded by certain people. However, the problem where the victim thing comes in is my family, my biological part of the family, I never knew who I really belonged to, and I never knew they were actually around me, surrounding me, but they never told me who they were or who I was to them. And they never told me that I need to be careful of certain people, places, and things that I'm around. I wasn't aware. So why I say both, because there's no way I could have gotten out of certain situations I'm in. They were coming for me because of other people, no matter what. That it wouldn't have changed that. I might have made it harder for these other people to get to me if I just understood a little more and did things differently. You see? So it's both. And I'm aware of that. And that's actually all I can do, is be aware of that so I can start learning and start to mold my choices and make different choices and try to figure out my place and where I belong and how to move next and how to do what I do. You see what I'm saying? Hello? Al? Hello? Guess I'm all alone. What the hell? Anybody on here? Hello? Turn this on. Let's see if anybody's on. Hello? Hello? Oh, on that note, I guess I'll hang up and nighty night to you all.